Yo, what's up? Should did this while I was eating, but bro, it's one of those days where like I passed out because I haven't been getting enough sleep, so I just slept the whole day. I gotta wait. Bro, I'm not getting Beast Gohan. He's gonna avoid me forever. I did another multi and didn't get nothing that day. And there's legit no ways for me to get more DC, so yeah. Alright, I got this up, huh? Oh well. What to watch? Oh, look, you want to watch that, but yeah, YouTube. So,
Nice.
where is it? I'm feeling better from yesterday, but my nose is
Okay,
yeah.
this is just crazy. So
Bro, why you keep popping up on my shit?
this is just crazy.
Wait, what was that?
So my homie found out his girlfriend was cheating on him and wanted me to help him make a diss song.
I don't care.
I think my wife is going through a midlife crisis because every time we take a vacation we go to Disney World. Like we've been there 9 times and she has no plans on stopping. So I told her I'm not going this time. My wife Jess.
One second, I gotta go pick up my food though. Okay, I'm back.
Jess and I have been married for the past 13 years. We're both 39. After experiencing financial hardship throughout our 20s and early 30s, Jess and I are now fortunate enough to have the means to travel once or twice a year. The only problem is that
Fuck me, bro. Retry. I don't care.
Jess literally only wants to go to Disney World. We have been to Disney 9 times now, and every vacation we have ever taken together was to go there, including our honeymoon. So we
Honeymoon
go,
at Disney
we
is
eat the
crazy.
Mickey Mouse ice cream, we wear the mouse ears, we stay in the official hotels, we see the characters, we ride the rides, we take the pictures in front of Cinderella's castle, and we come home. Every trip. I'm honestly beyond sick of Disney, and I never really liked going in the first place. Jess knows this, but she has no concept of travel beyond Disney. We're currently planning a trip for April, and Jess, as usual, said that we can just go to Disney. I explained that it sounds fun, but hey, why don't we go somewhere like Hawaii this time? Jess was confused. She asked why we would go to Hawaii. I responded that we could enjoy the spas and go to the beach. Jess mumbled a half-hearted answer and walked away. A few days later, she approached me, saying that she made hotel reservations for Hawaii. At first, I was excited because although she did so without consulting me, it seemed like she was really listening. But then when she showed me the hotel she booked, I found she had made reservations for Aulani, the Disney resort in Hawaii. Frustrated, I told her that I'm honestly tired of Disney, and that I just want to have a different experience this time. She told me that she was compromising with me, and that I should be appreciated for the time she spent. I asked her if she was willing to consider anything other than Disney for our trip, and she said no. At this point, I said that I wasn't going. Now she's furious. She canceled the reservation she made, and now she's looking for a friend to go to Disney World with again without me. Was I the jerk here for not trying to accommodate her request? Update. About a week ago, I made a post about an argument my wife Jess and I had. The TLDR version of it is Jess loves going to Disney World, and we have gone there for literally every trip during our marriage, which is now at an impressive 9 times. When I asked Jess if we could go somewhere like Hawaii, she suggested Aulani, the Disney resort, and I dismissed the idea immediately. This upset Jess. Here's the update. I screwed up. I know most people were giving me the NTA judgment, but Jess actually showed a great deal of openness to my idea. She took initiative by reserving the hotel because she wanted to make me happy. When I said nope, no Disney, she felt that I hadn't put any effort into taking her feelings into consideration. And she was completely right. I hadn't. It was, in a twisted way, my form of revenge for dragging me to Disney World all those times. In the last post, some people commented about how Aulani barely even looks like a Disney resort at all. This is something I should have researched myself before I threw the gauntlet down with Jess. When I looked into it, it looks like a run-of-the-mill Hawaiian resort. In my defense, going to Disney World 9 times has kind of made me sensitive, and I'm fairly sure that on a Rorschach test I'd see nothing but mouse ears at this point, but I really should not have jumped to conclusions. A day after I made the post, I approached Jess and apologized. I was wrong. Yes, she might be a Disney adult, but aside from always wanting to go to their theme parks, she's never obnoxious about it. I said I was sorry, and asked for permission to reserve the hotel again. And Jess responded that she'd love to go to Aulani with me. When I told her that it's not really all that Disney, Jess said of course, I knew that. I wanted to go because my sister said it was beautiful. I'm a moron. Jess and I have replanned our vacation, and we're super excited to be going now. I came to this realization because a lot of people pointed out some things I should have figured out myself. Thank you.
Don't get canceled, bitch. I'm talking about aliens, nigga. Like the actual aliens.
Hispanic.
Yeah,
What the Desmond?
aliens.
No,
I think my wife is going through a midlife crisis because every time we take a vacation we go to Disney World, like we've
She's
Don't
better than Farrell.
No.
I gave my defiant teenage daughter exactly what she wanted. No rules, no bedtime, and no reminders. Now she's falling apart, and I'm being called an off for letting her face the consequences. I am the father of a teenage daughter. Ever since she was 13 she has constantly lied, refused to follow our household rules, no electronics in rooms, 9 p.m. bedtime, no fighting, bickering or petty backstabbing with siblings etc. Complete your chores daily, sweep kitchen and clean up after family dog, etc. I do not feel we are super strict but I also refuse to give ground on these areas. In exchange, she has the newest iPhone, tablet and laptop. Is able to participate in a sport that costs me a couple thousand a year and has pocket money every time she needs it. Recently things have come to a head. She has been outright defiant and disrespectful. Completely ignoring her mom, rolling her eyes when she is asked to do things and using feigned ignorance as a weapon. She has been caught multiple times up at 2 a.m. using her electronics etc. I sat her down a little over a week ago. Her reasons are a repeat of what she has said for years. She does not feel a 9 p.m/10 p.m., weekdays/weekends, is appropriate for her age, 15. She does not feel that she should have to do chores as her grades and workload should exempt her, all as AP student, even though she acknowledges that she has maybe 15 minutes worth of chores a day. So I decided to give her what she asked for. I let her know that we would not remind her to do her chores, homework, laundry etc. We would not send her to bed or enforce a bedtime most nights, nor would we stop her from using her electronics in her room, even if it is bad for her sleep habits. But in exchange, if she did not do her chores, follow the rules or etc. she would need to deal with the consequences as an adult. Example I gave her was, if she chose to not follow the rules and not do her chores, she would be expected to get a job and pay rent, bills etc. Her rent money would be kept in a separate account and invested in bonds set to mature while she is in college and given to her. She does not know this. She agreed. We are now a week later and her sleep habits have gone to hell. Last night she stayed up past midnight and this morning slept through her alarm. She called me this morning and begged me to come and give her a ride. I let her know that I will not leave work and put myself behind for the day to backstop her poor decisions. She would need to wait for me to come home no lunch to give her a ride. She is very upset because this will place her behind in most of her classes and she will need to get her choir teacher to allow her makeup work as she will miss an important rehearsal for a performance and risk a 30% reduction in grade. Ada?
How to get the new S-rank character in Zenless Zone.
I gave my defiant teenage daughter exactly what she wanted, no rule. My fiancé lied about being infertile, secretly stopped birth control, and got pregnant without my consent. Now her family's calling me a deadbeat for asking her to leave so I can process it all. My wife ignored my simple request to cook lunch before I left for a work trip, so I called her useless. Now she's sulking, and her mom blames me for her laziness. I gave
How to get
Hard to see, black eyes.
That's right, Marcy. Keep your loved ones safe and warn them to stay off the streets tonight because of menacing, life-robbing black ice.
Isaac.
We have Channel 17's field reporter Darren Hempner with more. Darren?
Yeah.
Okay, bro.
I'm standing out here at historic Ramsey Hill where there are currently no cars on the street due to hazardous driving conditions.
Darren, are you talking about black ice?
That's right.
Ooh, jeez, it's frightening just to even say. Black ice.
It's scary, tricky, ruthless stuff, that black ice. A perfectly safe neighborhood can be suddenly terrorized by the appearance of black ice.
Well, one must keep in mind that just because black ice looks different than white ice, it doesn't make it any more dangerous. Also, one must remember how hard it is for black ice to survive.
Okay. Nigga, that ass did an edit on no. Bro, why am I getting this?
Manual labor time. I hate my fucking life. Right now, my brake pads and rotors are fucked. So I'm gonna show you guys how to change them. So if you ever want to save yourself a couple $100 and do them yourself, you can. First off, we gotta figure out whether you need to change your brake pads, your rotors, or both. If you press on your brakes and you hear this, it means you need to change your brake pad. But if when you press the brakes, your steering wheel starts to shake and your whole car starts to vibrate like crazy, it means you need to change your rotors. If you change your brakes, you don't necessarily have to change your rotors, but if you change your rotors, you have to change your brakes. Before you ever do work on any of the components of your brakes, you want to let the car sit and cool down for like 3 to 5 hours because your brakes get hot as fuck. Now what you want to do is loosen up all the lug nuts on your tire. God damn. If the lug nuts don't want to loosen, you can use this little handy trick. Shit. You don't want to take the lug nuts all the way off, you just want to loosen them up a little bit so they're easier to unscrew whenever the car's jacked up. Now that we got those all loosened up, we're going to go ahead and jack the car off. Up. Now fully remove the lug nuts and tire. After the rim is off, get in the car and turn the wheel so that red caliper is sticking outward. Just makes it easier to work on. This little pin, don't fucking lose it. Now I'm going to use the screwdriver to pop this pin out. Next part, you need this little special tool. Its scientific name for it is a pushy thingy. It's a little expensive, but it don't matter because we're going to return this shit when we're done anyway. Shimmy it in between the 2 brake pads and you're going to start clamping. And what that's going to do is spread the brake pads apart. They should both just slide right out. Make sure you spread them far enough where these little pistons get pushed back into the caliper. This is called the caliper, so you want to go ahead and go behind it, and you're going to remove this bolt and this bolt right here, because this is what holds it into place. Once you get the caliper off, this little...
See, I see all this, right? But I'm also wondering how much it would cost to just have somebody else do it. Because I'm not, and even though I'm watching a video, I don't need to watch a video step by step, right? So then I don't fuck up. But then again, it's my life when I'm driving, so I would rather just have an expert do it.
The cord right here is your brake line, and it's very fucking important. You don't want to pull on it, so you just want to kind of find somewhere you can rest it where it's not gonna, break or snap. At this point, your rotor should just pop off, but sometimes it gets rusted and it gets stuck in here. So what you're gonna do is get a bolt. I think it's like an 8mm bolt, and you're gonna stick it in this little hole and start screwing it in. Oh, there we go. From this point on, you're literally just gonna reassemble everything you just did. Quick hack: the rotor is not gonna stay in place. It's gonna want to kind of push forward on the bottom. So just take one of your lug nuts and just screw it on to kind of hold it in place. It's time to put the brake pads back in. One of the brake pads is going to have this little metal thingy. You want to put that on the inside, and it should slide right into place. Straighten out your tires, remove the lug nut, reattach your rim. The very last thing you're going to do is get in the car, pump the brakes 3 or 4 times. That's going to reignite the pistons so that your car can actually, stop. This part's so fucking satisfying. And now you have brand new brake pads and rotors. And dirty ass fucking hands. I need a fucking blunt.
One of the things that
How much would it cost for somebody to do that, though? Like, not like I'm rich or anything, but I'm just curious. Because I would rather not do that.
it's hard to get my father for.
I don't even
used
know how to
sneak my
drive
girlfriend in the
or a
house,
car.
right? He knew. I thought they wasn't catching me. I was in the room right next. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. And I was sneaking in the crib probably late as hell at night, 2 o'clock in the morning or some shit like that. He came to me one day and he was like, "Hey, I know what you got going on. I know what you're doing. and it's cool. But if your mama find out, she gonna be fucking pissed, and that's on you. And I'm like, okay, cool, whatever. So Pop's on some player shit, but I just gotta make sure moms don't find out. Sneak in there one day, my mom come banging on the door like 4 a.m. Boom, busting the door. She kicked my girlfriend out, but she talking to my girlfriend like she was some girl in the street that she never met before. I'm like, do you know her? Like, this is like my girlfriend that you see all the time. How the fuck is you going off on her like that? Like, she was talking crazy to her, kicked out and shit. So you know,
4 a.m.
You know, my girl like blue, like overly blue, embarrassed, all of that. My dad came to the door and went the fuck off, bro.
He had to play that role.
This nigga could have won an Oscar, bro. Like, he could have won an Oscar. He went the fuck off, and then he walked off, and then when all the shit was over, he came back and was like, bro, I told you. And like, I mean, it's funny we can laugh at it, but I thought that was just like some,
that was some whole ass shit back then.
No, right now, I still feel like that was some whole ass shit. Because my thing is like, nigga, you could have just told me don't do it. You could have just been like, nigga, just don't do that. Like, don't do that at all. But
you gonna listen?
Say it like you cool with it. And then even when the whole shit went down, you could have just not said nothing because you was cool with it. You could have stayed out of it. But for you to like try to acquiesce to her and go the fuck off on me, and he was going hard too. Like, he was going hard. I'm looking at this nigga like, what the fuck is happening right now? Like, and that's something I feel like it's just hard because I lost a lot of respect. That was probably the first time I saw my dad as a human. That was probably the first time I ever looked at my father as just a regular person. Yeah. I'm like, I don't even want to say what I was thinking. Like, I'm not even going to say that on a public platform what I was thinking.
Update, just 2 months before my wedding, my brother knocked up my fiancée and wanted to marry her, so my mother offered her money and asked her to marry her favorite son. So I cut everyone out of my life and left to begin a new chapter. 3 years later, my ex-fiancée arrived at my door in worn-out clothes. Just 2 months before my wedding, my brother knocked up my fiancée and wanted to marry her, so my mother offered her money and asked her to marry her favorite son. So I cut everyone out of my life and left to begin a new chapter. 3 years later, my ex-fiancée arrived at my door in worn-out clothes, with a child by her side, and gave me a letter from my mom demanding I fix the mess my brother had created. But I refused and kicked her out. 3 years ago,
kicked her out. She wasn't even allowed inside.
At that time, I genuinely believed she was the love of my life. Lila and I had been together for nearly 5 years, and our relationship felt solid. We were both lawyers, which meant we led demanding, fast-paced lives, but we always made sure to prioritize each other when we had free time. The year I
you were about to watch this, but I couldn't find parts for it.
Right? That same year, something unexpected happened. She lost her job. The loss came after she was found breaking some company rules. I won't go into the specifics of what happened because it's personal, but what I will say is that the company let her go pretty unceremoniously after what she did to them. Now, if you've ever known an overachieving workaholic, you might understand how such a loss can shake them to their core. Work wasn't just a job for Lila, it was part of her identity, her pride, and her purpose. Losing it so abruptly left her reeling. Lila threw herself into the job hunt almost immediately, applying to countless firms and corporations. Unfortunately, her field was highly specialized, and opportunities weren't exactly easy to come by, especially after the circumstances of her dismissal. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, and she still hadn't secured a new position. Through all of this, I tried to be as supportive as I could. I assured her that she didn't need to worry about finances. We were engaged, after all, and I saw it as my responsibility to take care of her during this rough patch. Knowing Lila's tendency to obsess over things and stress herself out, I urged her to relax and not let the situation consume her. To my relief, she took my advice, or at least she tried to. With her newfound free time, she decided to pursue something that had always been a dream of hers, learning pottery. She enrolled in a local pottery class and began dedicating her spare hours to this new hobby. This was also the same pottery class that my brother Mason went to. Let me tell you a bit about Mason. He's the complete opposite of me. While I was the responsible, nerdy one growing up who focused on my studies and career, Mason was the quintessential troublemaker. He spent his school days goofing off, getting into mischief, and earning himself a reputation as a carefree playboy. That reputation followed him into college and beyond. He was the kind of guy who never stayed with a girl for long and rarely took anything seriously. Lila had met Mason early in our relationship and knew the kind of person he was. So when she started going to the same pottery class as Mason, I thought their paths crossing there was just a coincidence. But looking back, that was when things began to shift. In the span of just a few weeks, the two of them became surprisingly close. At first, I didn't think much of it. Mason offered to pick her up and drop her off at class sometimes, which seemed thoughtful, though unusual. Lila would come home and excitedly tell me stories about what she and Mason had done at pottery class or show me the pieces they had worked on. But then their interactions extended beyond pottery. They began hanging out on weekends, doing things like visiting art museums or checking out new restaurants. These were activities that Lila and I would typically enjoy together, but now she was doing them with Mason instead. As time went on, I couldn't ignore the changes in Lila's behavior. She was spending far more time with Mason than I was comfortable with, and it was starting to affect our relationship. She even began skipping date nights with me to hang out with him. I'm not the type to sit quietly and let things fester, so one evening I confronted her directly. I asked her point blank if there was something going on between her and Mason. Lila was taken aback by my question, offended even. She flat out denied that anything inappropriate was happening and insisted that her time with Mason was purely platonic. She explained that spending time with him was fun and lighthearted, comparing it to hanging out with a younger brother. She seemed genuinely hurt that I'd even suggest something more was going on, and for a moment, I felt guilty for doubting her. But deep down, her reassurances didn't completely ease my mind. Things came to a head just 2 months before our wedding. I was working tirelessly at that point, juggling an intense workload to make sure everything was in place financially. Ever since Lila had lost her job, I had taken on the full financial responsibility of our home and all the expenses for our upcoming wedding. She hadn't found new work yet, and while she used some of her savings for her personal needs or emergencies, I was shouldering most of the burden. Between paying for everything and the stress of planning a wedding, my hours at the office had grown longer and more grueling. I wasn't around as much as I should have been, and looking back, maybe that gave Lila and Mason the opportunity to get as close as they did. One evening, I came home early from a business trip. I was looking forward to surprising Lila and spending some quality time with her. As I pulled into the driveway, I immediately noticed my brother's car parked outside. Normally, I wouldn't have thought much of it. Mason had a habit of dropping by unannounced, but this time was different. It was already past 9 p.m., and seeing his car there so late raised a red flag. As I unlocked the door and stepped inside quietly, I could already hear faint laughter coming from within the house. The living room was empty, but the TV was on, its flickering light casting shadows across the room. My eyes were immediately drawn to the beer cans scattered across the floor and then to the unmistakable sight of Lila's clothes and undergarments lying haphazardly among them. My stomach dropped. I knew in that instant what I was about to walk into. A part of me wanted to turn around and leave, but another part, the part that needed undeniable proof, pushed me forward. I needed to see it with my own eyes. I walked slowly.
Update: my sister-in-law kicked my daughter and me out of her daughter's party because she said our dresses were cheap, and we were embarrassing the family. But later, I left her speechless. Part 2. My mother died of cancer.
Update: just 2 months before my wedding, my brother knocked up my fiancée and wanted to marry her, so my mother offered her money and asked her to marry her favorite son. So I cut everyone out of my life and left to begin a new chapter. 3 years later, my ex-fiancée arrived at my door in worn-out clothes, with a child by her side, and gave me a letter from my mom demanding I fix the mess my brother had created. But I refused and kicked her out. Part 2. My heart was pounding as I made my way toward the bedroom. I reached the doorway and stopped. They were there, Lila and Mason, tangled together in the most intimate way imaginable. They were so absorbed in each other that they didn't even notice me standing there. Normally, I'm a calm and collected person, but this was a betrayal of the highest order. My fiancée, the woman I was supposed to marry in just 2 months, was in bed with my own brother. Without saying a word, I stepped into the room, walked up to the bed, and grabbed Mason by the back of his neck. I yanked his face away from Lila's, and the shock on his face was almost satisfying. He turned to look at me, and his expression shifted instantly from confusion to fear. I didn't even look at Lila. Mason stumbled immediately, mumbling apologies at me, but his words meant nothing to me at that moment. I struck him firmly. The sound of contact gave me grim satisfaction as his face turned red. He cried out in pain, but I wasn't done. I hit him again and again, each blow landing harder than the last. His shirt stained with blood, but I didn't care. He stumbled backward, his hands weakly trying to block me, but I kept going. After Mason was on the floor, bruised and pleading for mercy, I turned my attention to Lila. She sat on the bed, trembling and sobbing. I looked her straight in the eyes and said, my voice cold and measured, that she had 10 minutes to get out of my house. If she didn't, I told her I wouldn't hesitate to reduce her to the same state as my brother. She started pleading with me, apologizing over and over. She said she could explain and beg me not to kick her out, to give her a chance to fix things. But I wasn't interested in her excuses or apologies. I glanced at my watch and said flatly, you've got 9 minutes left. The tone of my voice and the look in my eyes must have told her I wasn't bluffing because she scrambled off the bed and began getting dressed with shaking hands. Tears streaked her face as she grabbed a suitcase from the closet and started packing whatever she could fit into it. When she was finally done packing, dragging her half-filled suitcase down the stairway, she turned to me one last time. Her voice was broken as she begged me to listen, claiming that she loved me and that she deserved the chance to explain herself. Without a word, I reached for her hand, slid my engagement ring off her finger, and pushed her toward the door. I opened the door and ushered her out into the night. She stumbled onto the porch, still crying and asking for forgiveness. I didn't even look back as I slammed the door shut in her face. Her muffled sobs were on the other side. Mason's face was still swollen from our altercation, and though I was still seething with rage, I didn't want to be responsible for something worse happening to him. I called my parents and told them everything that had happened. My dad was furious at Mason, and my mom was shocked, but they both said they'd come over immediately. When they arrived, my mom, being a nurse, took charge of Mason's injuries. She cleaned and dressed his wounds, which, fortunately for him, were mostly superficial. Meanwhile, my dad pulled me out to the backyard, away from Mason. He could see that my hands were still shaking with anger and that I was barely holding it together. A little while later, Mason came outside with my mom. His face was bruised, his nose bandaged, and there were still traces of blood on his shirt. He apologized for betraying me, claiming that he hadn't meant for things to happen this way. But then he dropped the bombshell. He said that he was in love with Lila. I finally turned to face him, my eyes like daggers. He kept going, explaining how he believed Lila felt the same way about him. He claimed that this was the first time they had been together, as if that somehow made it better. Then he pulled out his phone and showed me their messages, conversations full of flirty texts, secrets, and Lila confessing how unhappy she was in our relationship. According to Mason, she was the one who had invited him over that night since she thought I would still be on my work trip. As I stood there reading those messages, my rage boiled over again. Mason kept talking, telling me how sorry he was for betraying me but also insisting that he'd never felt this way about anyone before. He said he couldn't stop himself and begged me to forgive him.
You did
His
to me.
words felt like daggers twisting in the wound. My dad, who had been listening quietly, finally had enough. He scolded Mason harshly, telling him how deeply he had wronged me and how ashamed he should be of himself. But my mom's reaction was different. Mason had always been her favorite, and I could see her struggling with the situation. Mom started to tell me that regardless of what I decided to do about Lila, I needed to forgive my brother. She said he seemed genuinely remorseful, as if that somehow lessened the betrayal. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I cut her off and told my parents I wasn't in the mood for lectures or advice. The only thing I wanted at that moment was for them to take Mason and leave. I couldn't bear to look at him any longer. My dad nodded, understanding that I needed space, and he helped Mason to the car. My mom hesitated, clearly wanting to stay and mediate, but eventually, she followed. In the weeks that followed, I was still grappling with the emotional fallout of Lila's betrayal. Lila had been texting me persistently, begging for forgiveness and trying to explain herself. But her explanations always circled back to the same excuses that were similar to what Mason had already told me. She claimed that she and Mason had never meant to hurt me. I had pretty much ignored her messages all those weeks. Then, out of nowhere, I received a phone call from Mason. He informed me that he and Lila had just found out that she was pregnant and that the baby was his. He told me that since she was carrying his child, he wanted to marry her and wanted my blessing. I couldn't believe the audacity he had to ask me this after everything they both had done. My mother's reaction only made everything worse. She had already been trying to play peacemaker between Mason and me, but now she seemed to view Lila's pregnancy as some kind of solution. Just 2 months before my wedding, my brother knocked up my fiancée and wanted to marry her. Update, just 2 months before my wedding, my brother knocked up my fiancée and wanted to marry her, so my mother offered her money and asked her to marry her favorite son. So I cut everyone out of my life and left to begin a new chapter. 3 years later, my ex-fiancée arrived at my door in worn-out clothes, with a child by her side, and gave me a letter from my mom demanding I fix the mess my brother had created. But I refused and kicked her out. Part 3. She told me it was God's plan for Lila to get pregnant like that and that maybe Mason and Lila were always meant to be. Her words hit me like a slap in the face. It was as if she was trying to justify the unimaginable, to excuse what they had done because it fit into her newfound fantasy of becoming a grandmother. I told my mother right then that I knew exactly what she was doing and that if she chose to side with Mason and Lila, our relationship was over. I wasn't bluffing either. The betrayal by my brother was bad enough, but to have my own mother align herself with them was something I couldn't accept. My father tried to stay neutral, perhaps thinking it would help diffuse the tension. Anyways, my mother offered Lila financial support, assuring her that she and the baby would be well taken care of. But of course, there was a catch. My mother insisted that she and Mason had to get married. After all, this was what Mason desired also. Mom was relentless in her pursuit of this outcome, refusing to even entertain the idea of her grandchild being born out of wedlock. When I found out that Mason and Lila were actually going to get married and had started sending out wedding invitations to our relatives, I was left furious and humiliated. Without arguing further, I just kept my word and cut my mother and brother off from my life. However, my mom doesn't give up easily. For weeks after the fallout, she'd call incessantly, leave voicemails, and even show up at my doorstep uninvited, trying to guilt me into reconciliation. It was suffocating. That's when I knew the only way to escape her was to leave the city entirely. 3 years have passed since I uprooted my life and moved to a new city, cutting ties with almost everyone in my family except for my dad. He respected my decision to move away and understood why I needed the distance, though it saddened him that I no longer visited. In these 3 years, I rebuilt my life piece by piece. I didn't share my new number with anyone except my dad. I made new friends, found a sense of normalcy again, and worked hard to leave the past behind. So imagine my shock when I found Lila on my doorstep yesterday, ringing my doorbell. When I opened my door, I almost didn't recognize her at first. Lila looked nothing like the woman I had once loved. Her clothes were shabby and worn, her face pale and gaunt, her hair looked thin and unkempt. She stood there clutching the hand of a little girl who couldn't have been more than 2 or 3 years old. The child had Mason's sharp features, an unmistakable resemblance that he was her father. For a moment, I was too stunned to speak. My mind raced with questions. Why was she here? How did she find me? What did she want? The years I had spent trying to forget her and the pain she had caused seemed to collapse in an instant. Finally, I broke the silence. Lila, what are you doing here? Her eyes welled up with tears and her voice was shaky as she asked if she could come in as she had something important to discuss with me. My initial instinct was to say no, to send them away. But then I glanced at the little girl by her side, and she was staring up at me with these innocent wide eyes. I couldn't bring myself to be rude in front of the child, so I stepped aside and motioned for them to come in. I showed them to the couch and offered them water. Once they were settled, I sat across from them and asked what they were doing here. I already knew she wouldn't have found me on her own. I hadn't given my address to anyone except my dad, and I trusted him to keep it a secret unless something truly important came up. So what was it that was so important for him to give up my location to her? Instead of answering immediately, Lila reached into her bag and pulled out an envelope. She handed it to me without a word. I opened it and immediately recognized my mom's handwriting. My stomach churned as I read the contents of the letter. My mom had written in no uncertain terms that it was my responsibility to fix the mess Mason had created. She laid out how Lila and Jesse were struggling, how Mason had left them, and how as Mason's brother and Jesse's uncle, I should step up and take care of them now. I looked up at Lila, confused and angry. What is this supposed to mean? I asked, holding up the letter. That's when Lila broke down and began telling me the full story. According to her, Mason had always been unfaithful in their marriage from the very beginning. Even after Lila gave birth to their daughter Jessie, my brother continued to have affairs on and off throughout their time together. For her part, she had tried to make things work, hoping that things would get better over time, for Jessie's sake if nothing else. But 3 months ago, Mason had abruptly packed up and left. No explanations, no note, no warning, he just disappeared. Since then, Lila had been on her own. She had no job, no savings, and no home. She and Mason had lived in a rented place, and without him, she couldn't afford to stay. My mom, feeling some sense of obligation because of Jessie, had been giving Lila money to support them. But now, with Mason pretty much gone for good, my mom had decided she no longer wanted to be responsible for Lila and her child. Lila then went on to tell me that my mother wanted me to take care of Lila and Jessie since they had nowhere to go and no one else to turn to. I was completely repulsed by what she was asking and how ridiculous it was for both her and my mom to expect that I would help. My mom had not only sided with Mason during the initial betrayal but was now attempting to dump the consequences of his actions on me. It was infuriating, but it wasn't surprising. My mother's relentless favoritism toward Mason had always blinded her to the damage he had caused. I immediately told Lila, quite bluntly and in front of her child, that she had no right to expect any help from me. I mean, this wasn't my child, she wasn't my fiancée anymore, and this was clearly not my responsibility. Although I did feel bad that Mason had just left her, she should have seen this coming. After all, he isn't the most reliable or trustworthy person anyway. I wasn't going to be guilted into helping, so I asked Lila to leave. She started to cry, saying she had nowhere to go, no money, and that whatever she had left, she had spent it on gas to come and see me. I ended up giving her a few $100 before asking her to leave. Since then, although I know what I did was right, I can't help but also feel a bit guilty. I feel sorry for that poor child. Update, just 2 months before my wedding. My brother knocked up my fiancée and wanted to marry her, so my mother offered her money and asked her to marry her favorite son. So I cut everyone out of my life and left to begin a new chapter. 3 years later, my ex-fiancée arrived at my door in worn-out clothes, with a child by her side, and gave me a letter from my mom demanding I fix the mess my brother had created. But I refused and kicked her out. Part 4. Okay, so I would like to clarify a few things. My mom's behavior in this situation is completely baffling to me as well. The fact that she's trying to guilt me into helping Lila and her child after everything that's happened feels incredibly selfish. I get that she might feel obligated because of her grandchild, but she shouldn't expect me to clean up after her son's mess, especially after how she completely disregarded my feelings and sided with Mason during the whole betrayal. Her request just feels even more out of line. I agree with some of your comments that my dad betrayed me also. Instead of offering the support I needed after the fact, he took a neutral stance. Although he did scold my brother that one time, he never really sided with me completely. By not challenging my mom's manipulative behavior, he also played a part in this betrayal. I plan on having a talk with him soon. Lila may have been left by Mason, but that doesn't automatically put the responsibility on me to take care of her. She made choices, and even though I can feel some sympathy for her given the circumstances, I don't owe her anything. The fact that she showed up on my doorstep with nothing to offer but a sad story and a child only highlights her desperation. What I did, telling Lila to leave, giving her money but not offering to take on more responsibility, was an act of setting boundaries. I didn't shun her out of spite, I simply made it clear that it's not my job to fix what Mason broke. I'm not obligated to take care of her just because she's in a tough spot now. No, that child is definitely not mine. Lila and I had already broken up weeks before she got pregnant, and by the time we ended things, we had stopped being intimate for quite some time. The timeline is clear, and there is absolutely no possibility that I'm the father. Moreover, Jessie has all of Mason's features, her face, her eyes, her smile. It's like looking at him as a child. There's no doubt in my mind that Mason is her father. I don't need to get a paternity test done because the resemblance is unmistakable. The child is undoubtedly his, and I'm not going to be dragged into any more confusion. No, I do not want to adopt my niece. I can't believe some of you are even suggesting this.
Yeah, whoever
Regardless of
suggested that is
financial or
dumb.
emotional situations, she is the mother and it's a responsibility. I don't understand why she never worked after her marriage or why she didn't save up. Mason is the father, so even if they break up, both Lila and Mason need to step up and take care of their child. Mason has no option but to pay child support. Update 2, I talked with my parents about everything. I already knew that my dad had given Lila my address, but I wanted to hear it from him directly. I called him and asked point blank why he agreed to share my location with her after I had repeatedly asked him not to do so, and what he expected me to do for Lila and her child after all these years. My dad was quiet for a moment, clearly uncomfortable. Then he sighed deeply and apologized. "I'm sorry, son, I really am," he said, his voice heavy with regret. "We've tried everything we could to help Lila, but with Mason gone for so long, we could only do so much. Your mom begged me to give her your address. She said that maybe if you saw her after all this time, you'd want to help her out in some way since she has nowhere else to go." I could feel my frustration rising and asked him why he thought I would ever help someone like her. "She betrayed me with Mason, she hurt me, and now you want me to help her?" I asked him. My dad told me he understood why I was upset. He explained that neither he nor my mom wanted things to turn out this way, but Lila and Jesse were family too. He believed that I was their only option. He apologized to me, but I didn't listen. I told him that he and I were done. I had trusted him to be different than my mom, but it turns out that they are all the same backstabbing traitors. Did they really think I was going to somehow forget the past and welcome Lila and my brother's child into my life and start taking care of them? Wow, my parents really did not care about me. I told my dad firmly and without hesitation that he should lose my number and forget I ever existed to him. Since he knew my address, I warned him that if either he or my mom ever showed up at my place, I would call the police. My dad attempted to apologize again, pleading for me to listen, but I wasn't interested anymore. My voice didn't falter as I spoke, but the weight of the words hung heavy in the air. "Don't call me again," I said, cutting him off. "Just don't. You made your choices, and I'm making mine." Without waiting for him to respond, I hung up the phone and immediately blocked his number. What my dad has done is unforgivable, and there is no going back from this. Update 3, it's been almost a month since my last update. I was finally able to track down Mason with the help of one of my buddies. It turns out Lila was right. Mason has been living with his latest fling a few towns away from home, pretending like he has no responsibilities, as if he has no family. I can't believe that this was the same guy who had told me with a straight face that he was in love with Lila 3 years ago, the same guy who had turned my life upside down, and now, after all of that, he was living with someone else, pretending as if he hadn't just abandoned his wife and child. It was infuriating, maddening even. How could someone be so selfish, so cold? The fact that he could be so casual about it, like abandoning his own flesh and blood was just a minor inconvenience, made me sick. After I found out where he was, I forwarded his address to Lila. I didn't want to get involved in any more of her drama, but I didn't want her to feel completely helpless either. So I gave her one last piece of advice. You need to hire a lawyer and file for divorce and child support. Do it right now before Mason disappears somewhere else. I also sent her some money, just enough to get her by. Lila thanked me for everything, and I could hear the relief in her voice. She apologized again, as she had already done so many times before, but I wasn't interested in hearing it anymore. "I'm done," I texted her. "Don't ever contact me again. Don't show up at my door. This is the last thing I'm doing for you. What we had, whatever it was, is long gone. I just want you to not disturb my peace again." Update, just 2 months before my wedding, my brother knocked up my fiancée and wanted to marry her, so my mother offered her money and asked her to marry.
That was itchy as fuck.
Hi, I was looking for Dennis.
My new favorite villain.
Who's this?
I like villains.
Dennis, how are you? This is Jubal from Brook and Jubal in the Morning.
Okay.
You ever heard of the show before?
The show?
Yeah, the show. You ever heard of it?
Sounds like he's real familiar.
What's the show?
The show is called Brook and Jubal in the Morning. It's a radio show, and one of our listeners actually emailed us about you.
What?
Yeah, that's why I'm calling today. They asked if we could get you on the phone and ask you a few questions.
What are you talking about?
We do a segment on our show. It's called the Second Date Update. So you recently went out on a date with somebody, and now you're not calling them back, so they asked us if we could talk to you and find out the reason. Have you been out on a lot of dates in the past couple weeks?
I mean, I've been on a couple.
Okay. Have you been on any dates with a girl named Katie?
Oh, my God.
Whoa.
All right.
Yeah, you definitely remember Katie.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
Katie is the one who wanted us to get you on the phone to find out why you're not calling her back.
Look, I'm not interested in seeing her again.
Yeah, she kind of figured that because you haven't been responding to any of her phone calls, but do you mind telling us why?
You gotta understand how confusing it'd be for a guy to come back to your place and then split with no reason at all.
Wait, how do you know that?
Oh, that's because we talked to Katie about your date. She said that you guys met on Tinder and then went to a bar, went back to her place to watch a movie, hung out with her and her dog, and then in the middle of it, this is how she described you leaving, okay? You can tell me if this is true or not. She said you jumped up and left as if you had to poop real bad.
That's an understatement.
Whoa!
So you did have to go to the bathroom?
I didn't have to go to the bathroom, no, but I needed to get out of there.
Why'd you need to leave so bad?
Honestly, I don't even really know how to describe it. It was probably the weirdest date of my life.
That is a bold statement, sir.
It is a bold statement.
What was so weird about it?
Everything was normal in the beginning. We went on the date. She was cute. She was attractive, but I guess, like, looks hide the crazy. She invited me back to her place, and I was like, all right, you know, some things are going to happen. It's going to be a good night.
Yeah. She actually told us she was thinking the same thing, and that's why she was surprised you left.
Well, I was thinking that until a couple more events unfolded. We got to her place. We're watching a movie. It was nice. We were having like a couple extra drinks, and then I was just sitting there. This like tiny like rodent dog that she has like ran in and like crawled on her and started being like super jumpy and crazy. I'm like, cool, everyone has dogs, everyone has pets. And then she's like,
she told us about that. She said that you guys hung out and like her dog knows how to say, I love you, you know.
Yeah, that's what she did. Like, she started saying, like, do you want to hear my dog talk? And I was like, okay, because I'm not going to say no because I'm on a date and we're at her place.
Yeah, so you're pretty much saying yes to almost anything at this point.
Yeah, and then she's saying, like, my dog can say I love you. And I was like, okay, prove it. And then she was like, you say I love you. And then the dog was making weird sounds that I guess sounded like words. Cool. Everyone has tricks with their dogs. It was fun. That's not crazy weird. And then the dog jumps down, and so the dog starts, like, humping my leg.
Okay.
That also
That'll happen.
happens.
Yeah.
That'll happen. I'm willing to forgive it, but she kept being like, no. But that's all she was saying was no. Like, the dog wasn't stopping. She kept saying no.
So you were getting humped by the wrong thing.
Getting humped by the wrong thing in the room. So,
I mean, why is that so uncomfortable, though? A little teacup-sized dog is humping your leg?
I mean, we're not at the end of the story yet.
Okay.
So the dog was humping my leg, and then this is where it gets really, really bizarre. Like, this is where we reach the point of no return here. She moves her leg forward. Oh, my God, I can't believe this. And then she encourages the dog to hump her leg instead of mine.
What?
Yeah, it gets worse. So the dog starts kind of going to town on her leg.
Ew.
And she starts encouraging it.
What do you mean?
So the dog is like humping her leg, and she's like, good girl. What? That's a good girl. And I gave her this look, and she was like, oh, don't worry. Once she finishes, it'll be better.
So, in order to get the dog off of you, she offered up her leg instead and let the dog do its thing. Did it?
Yeah. And in order to get the dog off of me, she let the dog get off on her.
No! Oh, my God!
How long did this take?
I'm freaking out at your story right now.
Keep in mind, the entire time this is happening, the movie was still going. Like, we're still supposed to be on this, like, date. And she says to me, she actually says, just keep watching the movie and don't pay attention to the dog.
Oh, my
She's
gosh.
like, saying like, come on, good girl, yeah, that's it. And she's borderline, like, dirty talking this dog.
That is so
Well,
weird.
she wanted the dog to finish so it stopped bugging you guys so you guys could start doing some work.
I'm sorry, but, like, first off, what dog understands the dirty talk enough to, like, have that be something that helps it get there? And two, why is that a decision you would ever, like, why is that a training tool for your animal?
Oh, my God. What did you say to her? Did you say anything?
What am I supposed to say? I just, like, laser-eyed at the television and was just hoping this whole thing would end.
I just picture you sitting there with your hands at your side, trying to look at anything but her and the dog.
So then the dog, like, in, like, its final, like, weird heave of energy finishes. And I'm like heart is pounding, like I cannot, I'm freaking out. And then the dog jumps up on her lap and then like starts like licking her face. Like her and the dog were having like post-coital relations.
Oh my God.
Like a moment. They were having a moment like the dog was, thank you so much.
It was like the dog was about to roll over and have a cigarette at this point.
Yeah, they were having a moment. They were having like, and I was clearly not supposed to be there.
It's like, was it good for you?
And then she was like saying "I love you" afterwards, and then the dog was making the weird "I love you" sound back to her.
Oh my God.
How'd you even make it that far? I would have been gone before that could happen.
Listen, I don't know why I stayed there or like even how long it took, but I felt like a deer in headlights and I couldn't even move. Oh.
That is such a strange incident.
I hate to do this to you because you might feel like a deer in headlights again, but Katie is actually on the other line listening to this conversation.
You could have interrupted at any moment.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah. Katie, are you there or have you hung up?
You know, you're overreacting, Dennis. Obviously, you guys aren't dog people, but...
Whoa. What kind of dog person are you?
I'm one who really loves my dog. I'm sorry you don't have dogs. Maybe you just don't get it. I don't know.
Wait. I'm sorry. Are you seriously, like, trying to justify what happened and what I had to go through?
Look, if I didn't let her finish, she would have been bugging us all night.
So you were doing Dennis a favor, Katie.
No, be a normal dog person. Get a water bottle, squirt it, put it in a back bedroom. Make it stop.
Give your dog a stuffed animal. Like,
my dog is like my kid, and I take care of my kids.
Yeah, you do.
That is also weird.
You gotta make it weird?
I don't think we're the ones making it weird.
We're definitely not the ones making it weird.
Have you ever watched like the Dog Whisperer or any sort of like Animal Planet show? Nowhere will you see it encouraging a dog to hump your leg and then
Look,
having...
you don't know my dog, okay? I'm not gonna spray water or yell at my dog or kick her off me because it's inhumane, and I'm not gonna be doing that to my baby.
You know what? Maybe that's it, Katie. You're a better dog owner than all of us. I don't personally own a dog, but any dog owner listening right now, I think that you're a better dog owner than they are.
No.
Dennis, I'd like to ask you this question, and I'm hoping you'll say yes. Would you like to go out on a second date with Katie? I will pay for the date.
No. Thank you. I will actually retract everything I said.
Wow.
I do not want to see this guy again.
What? Just because he got weirded out because you let your dog hump your leg?
He's not the person I thought he was.
Oh, man. Wow.
Sorry, Dennis. Maybe you don't know this, but as soon as she was finished, maybe you would have gotten some action, too.
Katie, what's your dog's name?
Her name is Tuka.
Tuka. Dennis, you could have had Tuka Sloppy second.
Oh, my God.
Brooke and Jubal in the morning.
A lot of you older niggas really fucked the game up. Because ain't no way in hell I'm paying all the bills and the bitch tell me to get out my queen size bed and go sleep on the couch. Bitch, you better make a pallet on the floor.
Yo, I was thinking that shit, bro. I'm like, ain't no way. These niggas really, yeah.
A lot of you older niggas really fucked the game up.
Paying the bills
because
and
ain't no way in hell I'm paying
not
all
even
the bills
together.
and the bitch tell me to get out my queen
Not even
size
together
bed
is crazy.
and go sleep on the couch. Bitch, you better make a pallet on the floor like them dogs. Fuck is you talking?
What was ruined for everyone by one single person? 1. At a previous job, we got full uniforms, shirts, pants, hats, hoodies, winter coats and gloves, but we didn't get shoes or boots. Turns out, a couple of years before I was hired, they used to give boots. But one guy would take his boots and sell them, then request replacements, and sell those too. He did this about 20 times before anybody realized. When they finally caught on, they stopped giving out boots to employees altogether. 2. Other firefighters constantly ruin any sort of appreciation restaurants give out. We had a barbecue restaurant that would give $10 off your meal. If you didn't spend $10, it was basically free. One guy ruined it on an $8 order by demanding the $2 difference in cash. Then there were people going in uniform on their days off. One guy even had a family reunion at a local restaurant and made a big issue about why they wouldn't give the discount to his entire party. I don't understand how out of touch people can be. 3. My elementary school used to do relatively frequent trips to a local zoo, until one boy decided to vault the fence and punch a penguin. I wish I was joking. 4.
Real punch the
Previous
penguin
job,
is funny.
We used to have hybrid work twice a week. One person, on their hybrid day, decided to slack off and go out. They got a call from their manager because they were late for a virtual meeting, and the manager heard a lot of background noise, like they were at the mall or something. Said person eventually admitted they weren't home working, got fired, and now everyone had to be in the office 5 days a week. 5. At a certain point in U.S. Army basic training, your platoon is given the opportunity to sit and eat without waiting for the entire company. The catch is, if one person finishes eating, Everyone has to stop eating. One trainee, who sat early, finished his dinner before the other side of the table even got to start. He stood up, and the drill sergeant promptly made everyone else get up too, eaten or not. The same trainee did the exact same thing the next day, this time at breakfast, so a few people didn't get dinner or breakfast. I'll never forget the nasty stuff they did to his bunk and locker. Couldn't really feel bad for him, and you best believe nobody stood up early for the rest of basic combat training. 6. Back in the mid-2000s, when I was around 10 years old, I used to go to this place after school called the Boys and Girls Club. They had an area with multiple basketball hoops where we played all kinds of games, including dodgeball. These weren't big rubber balls, but rather styrofoam-filled balls with a thin plastic layer, harmless for the most part. One kid thought it would be a good idea to shove a rock into one of the balls and throw it at someone he didn't like. He ended up throwing it right into that kid's face and broke 2 of his front teeth. We never played dodgeball again. 7. The elementary school I went to let 6th graders go on an overnight trip to a lodge where we could ski and go snow tubing. My dad volunteered as a parent and was supervising by letting me and 5 other girls pile on top of one tube down a steep hill. We all went flying. 2 of the girls busted their arms when we landed in a pile. It looked like a cartoon. Anyway, after that, no more sleepovers at the lodge, and tale has it that 30 years later, everyone at the school still blames my dad. 8. I worked as a dialysis nurse, and we added a position to handle add-ons and emergency cases that came in later in the day. In this role, we worked noon to midnight, which helped cut down on the need for a nurse on call every night to maybe once or twice a week. Whoever took this role didn't have to take call and had weekends off. We loved rotating through this role and enjoyed the break from being on call while also having weekends off. Then one nurse would go out at 7 a.m. instead of noon, finish at 5 p.m., and not answer her phone for any add-ons or emergencies. This meant everyone else had to go back to picking up extra patients and being on call again. She did this every time it was her turn, so they eliminated the position, and we all had to go back to being on call all the time. 9. At one of my previous workplaces, management played music to promote a good mood.
So fucking itchy, bro. I don't understand. Oh my god. I always hate it when I get into like these sneeze fest or like where like I sneeze and then breathe in and then that sneeze like fucking recollects and I sneeze again. That shit is annoying as fuck. And then there's also the fucking when my nose gets itchy, it really gets itchy. Yeah.
So everyone got a chance to listen to something they liked. One person complained about sometimes having to listen to music they didn't like, so they stopped playing music altogether. 10. I worked at an office that had casual Fridays. One day, a lady came to work on casual Friday in her gym clothes, and management was uptight and appalled by it. Instead of just telling her that she couldn't wear gym clothes to work, they abolished casual Friday for everyone.
In this video, I'm going to try my best to run through all of the niche mechanics and settings I have discovered or seen so far in my Marvel Rivals journey that the average player would never know about, ranging from settings to actual gameplay mechanics. I can say without a doubt there is something in here for everyone. This game has a ton of niche mechanics that you would never even think to check. First up is going to be a setting most melee characters have, and that is display attack range. Now, on heroes like Iron Fist, they have an actual indicator on their body, but for every other melee hero, the highlighted
Ada for just deciding not to travel because my wife made reservations for Disney again?
But too bad for you. I found my lucky goggles, which means your little blinding trick won't work on me anymore.
Spend the first
5 games that are a red flag for a guy to play? Okay, let me see.
These are 5 games that are complete red flags for a guy.
Watch there be
You got
2K on there.
nose rings. I can think of 2 red flags myself.
Of course, at the top of my list, we've got Valorant.
Uh-huh.
These men are something else.
What's
They
wrong
either
with that?
flirt with every girl
They
or
do.
hate every girl. Valorant guys are just Discord mods with a lot of e-kittens. Next
That's
up,
true.
we've got Siege. You thought Valorant men hated women? Not more than Siege guys. I have been told the most outrageous things from men in this game, just simply for being a woman.
Where's World of Warcraft?
Next up, we've got Genshin Impact. The men
Genshin?
that play this game are weird. Like, I swear to God, they have fantasies of these characters.
Using tech tone is funny.
Maybe she's not so bad after all. Oh my god.
Also have life-size body pillows of their favorite anime characters.
I got no body
No,
pillows.
I'm good on that. Next up, we've got Rust. The main purpose...
This is fine. If you're a girl and you're racist and you find out your boyfriend plays Rust, that's basically an engagement.
of this game is to ruin other people's day.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is the biggest red flag I've ever heard in my life. Of course he'll do the same thing to me.
What about World of Warcraft?
And last, but certainly not least, we've got Destiny 2.
Damn.
These men hate this game, yet still play it. This is the type of guy
Well-
you get into a trauma bond with.
Uh-huh.
Save yourself. Don't make the mistake.
Wow. WoW players are... Dude, it's so bad. Dude, WoW isn't even on the list anymore. Holy shit.
We're going to count down from 3, and we're going to try and say the same word. It could be any word in the entire world. And if we land on it, we'll have a celebration.
We will. We'll hug, we'll kiss, we'll make up, we'll fist. There have been like people saying like, don't do the Randy Newman impression because it sounds like you're making fun of deaf people. You've never heard that shit before?
Neither have they.
So there's a woman who claims that lactose intolerance is just a skill issue, and she tested this theory based off of an article she found by spamming milk for 2 weeks and kind of proved the theory correct. As per her video, this study was from the 90s, but it was inspired by the US giving their excess powdered milk to starving countries in the 80s, where those people did not have the enzymes to break it down, and in a matter of about 2 to 3 weeks, people who were relying on this powdered milk as a major food source developed the ability to break it down. So this person decided to test that theory. She went on almost a complete powdered milk diet for like the first week, and then the second week added food in, but claims to have cured like the ballpark of like 95% of her problems outside of like whey protein for some reason. Now let's also keep into fact, this occurred in 2020. She made a video about this in November of this year. 4 years, and she's still fine. Now, I'm going to say something similar to what she said in her video, which is this does not prove anything hard factual. It could be psychological, it could be genetic, it could be a myriad of other reasons. And it's not worth putting yourself through the health problems, let alone the trauma if you are lactose intolerant. So I would not recommend it. Don't torture yourself.
The very first customer of the day today came in and purchased a screen protector and a case on his BB credit card and had no issue doing so. It was $114, it went through, that was it. 10 minutes later though, the same customer came up to me and wanted to purchase Bose Quiet Comfort Ultra headphones.
Am I the asshole for wanting to leave my boyfriend because of how much money he makes? I've been with my boyfriend for almost a year. He treats me very nice, has always been super kind, he's emotionally supportive and can communicate pretty well, and has taken on the role of stepdad, father figure for my kids. When we first started dating, I expressed to him that I don't really believe in going 50-50. Not that it can't work for other people, but I've been a single mom for 3.5 years before we started dating, so I'm used to doing everything myself anyways. Some may not even agree with the way of my thinking, and sometimes I even question if I'm wrong or not too. To me, going 50-50 with the man I'm living with just doesn't sit right with me. It could partially be due to the fact that my mom was a stay-at-home mom, and my dad has worked the same job since he was 18. They have been married for 35 years and are still enjoying being together. Or it may stem from the fact that I would love to be a stay-at-home mom, and I do have some more traditional values. I want to feel so secure with a man that I'm able to submit to him and provide a loving, safe space and home for my kids and husband. I've been in survival mode for a long time, and I've always depended on myself to make things happen, and I'm tired of that. I want to be able to relax and know that if I lost my job tomorrow or I got sick, that everything would still be taken care of. I do not mind working, and I still have my own career. I just think I would be able to be a better girlfriend/wife if I had financial security. When I initially had this conversation with him, we weren't living together. He agreed that he would love...
Got neighbors who I can't stand.
What is/was the stupidest house rule you had, and what happened when it was quote-unquote triggered? We had one of many quote-unquote stupid house rules, but this one said that when you roll a nat 20 in a fight, like a situation, and you confirm it with another nat 20 and then roll a third nat 20,
What?
you instantly dealt 300 health points of damage, even before the actual damage has been rolled.
I can't do the math off of my head, but that's like a 1 in like 8,000 chance, I think, something like that.
That rule only worked in favor for the players, so I, as a DM, can't deal that amount of damage against a player character. So we had a nice long campaign. Characters were level 16/17, and we had been playing with these characters and players for over 5 years at this point. In this campaign, the party had to fight a great evil and had to retrieve an item.
Is this Dungeons
saved
and
with the
Dragons?
halfling.
Listen.
The adventure was challenging, lasted almost 4 months, and ended with a lot of dead villains and a vial with a few hairs in it.
Okay.
The party,
Someone, for a DM, you're putting in some details that I don't know.
yeah, the party is
I don't
back
know what
to the
they're talking
town,
about.
and
Fuck
the
my
heroes were
nose,
invited to
bro.
a big feast where the players were to receive a special blessing by a special guest. During the festivities, the halfling bard wanted to explore the area, talk to interesting people, and pick up stories, songs, rumors, etc. Then he saw a halfling woman who looked familiar and who, surrounded by numerous priests, had just emerged from the inner sanctum of the temple at the other end of the hall.
Okay, I don't.
Let me guess, you're going somewhere to go get revenge on me because I went out yesterday with my girlfriends?
Girl, like, okay, I'm going to my boyfriend since you want to talk about some. Oh, I'm going to my girlfriend's. It's Sunday night. I'm going to my girlfriend's. Okay, I'm going to my boyfriend's since that's what you want to call it.
What are you so mad about? I literally went with my girlfriends to go to a new restaurant.
What you mad about? I'm going with my boyfriend.
In fucking pajamas.
It don't matter what I'm wearing. It don't matter if I was wearing a fucking tuxedo.
So you're
with my boyfriends, like you say.
So you're gonna go with your boyfriends. That don't even make sense, first of all. And you're gonna go in pajamas. So who the fuck are you gonna go fuck?
Like I said,
is the actual question.
Boyfriends, we're gonna go out to eat dinner.
Who are you gonna go fuck? Because you're wearing pajamas.
Girl, bye. You want to ask me questions? I ask you questions. I say carry on. I let you.
I can. Don't matter. I can ask whatever fucking questions I want.
You don't need to ask.
Because why the fuck you going in pajamas? Why do you have a fucking muscle shirt on? Like, who you finna go fuck is the fucking actual question. It's actually my.
I'm going with my boyfriend.
Your boyfriend, so.
Yeah, that's how you specified it. You going with your girlfriends? I'm going with my boyfriends. Asking too many questions.
Your boyfriends.
Bye.
That's really strange.
Okay, bye. That's cool.
You're so fucking annoying, bro. Like.
To all the duelists that complain, saying they needed support or a better support, why don't you fucking play support then? Why don't you try healing 4 to 5 brain dead duelists at once? Maybe try thanking your fucking supports once in a while too. This is not the MCU and you are not the main character, bro. Stop fucking rushing in and trying to 1v6 and blaming me when you die. Your healers give 20k healing and your tanks give 20k damage blocked. What do you give? 2 kills and 19 fucking deaths.
Yeah, he's not talking to me.
I struggled as a black trombone player. And this white man, my band director, saw the problem. He said, Dave, you got some big ass lips. Right? And you should play the tuba. I'm like, man, I should fuck you up. And he handed me this the mouthpiece like it was a joint. And he said, try it. And I was like, and I did it. And I put the mouthpiece up to my mouth. And the way my Negro lips perfectly lined up, I felt like when King Arthur pulled out Excalibur. And
it's been a while, but here's some more shit your father should have told you. There's a lot of shit that's easy to fix. You just don't know how. So let me teach you something. Come on. I know you got one of those pots that got that little fuck-ass bubble on the bottom. Never sits flat on the stovetop and it never cooks your food evenly. And the solution for it is caveman level simple. I swear to God. You're gonna lay your pan flat upside down. And you're literally gonna beat that shit with a hammer. You don't wanna hit it hard, you wanna literally just let gravity do what it does. Got a little bit of progress, but we could do better. Moment of truth. Look at that. Perfectly flat, no wobble, no wiggle, ready
What if it's a square one?
to cook. You think your toilet seat's broken because it's all wobbly and shit? Well, it's not.
Yo, nigga, please don't wait.
You're just
no
a
way.
dickhead. Go to the back of the toilet seat, pop this little cap up. You're gonna see a little screw right there. Get a screwdriver and tighten that motherfucker down. Look at that. Good to go. No more wobble, no more wiggle, ready to shit. Real quick, just
Oh my god. Bro. Nah, I'm gonna need to check that after.
because I'm in here and it happened to me earlier. If your bathtub drain gets clogged, you can lightly use a plunger to unclog it. They're not just for toilets, I promise. Wash that shit first, you dirty bitch. Car key's not working no more? Fix that shit yourself. Every car key is different, but there should be a little space where you can stick something long, flat, and hard into, and then twist, and it should come right apart. Oh, shit. It's gonna be one of these little flat CR232 batteries. Yours might be different.
Got my
You gotta pop
toilet
that out,
seat
put the
sliding all over the
stick it all
place.
back together.
Nah, that's funny as fuck, bro.
Yep.
Oh, fuck my nose.
So if you want to break a Democrat's brain, just ask them 3 questions.
Yikes. Okay, starting out your argument in bad faith, I see, but go on.
First question, ask them why they're voting for Kamala Harris without mentioning Trump.
Okay, I don't understand this. I hear this all the time from people on the right. Why are you voting for Kamala without mentioning Donald Trump? It's a presidential election between two people, and you're asking me to choose one. And how humans make decisions, we weigh the good in one option against the bad in the other option, and then that leads to a choice. So to completely negate and to disqualify the choice based on the negatives of one of the options you're asking me to choose from makes no sense at all. But for the sake of your video, I will answer. Kamala Harris is smart, Kamala Harris is qualified, and she has the temperament that I like to see in presidential candidates.
2. Ask them to name 3 policies that Kamala Harris has articulated that make economic sense, that they get behind.
Okay, the premise of this question is disingenuous as well, because what makes economic sense to me may not make economic sense to somebody else. That's assuming that we all have the same level of understanding of economics. That's assuming that we all have the same level of needs when it comes to economic policy. We don't. But for the sake of your video, I will answer. Kamala Harris's $50,000 tax credit for entrepreneurs and small businesses. I think small businesses
very nice.
drive this economy,
Bro,
so I think
whatever.
any help for people who want to start a small business is a good thing and will only bolster the economy. Her position on increasing the number of homes available to purchase, and then also the $25,000 down payment assistance for people who want to purchase their first home, I think is great. As someone who purchased his first home a couple of years ago, if I had $25,000 in down payment assistance, that would have been a huge benefit, and I probably could have purchased a home sooner. Most people can make the mortgage payments because we're already doing it in rent payments. The problem is the down payment, is the insurance, and the taxes. So if we can have help with 1 out of 3 of those, that's a big deal. And finally, she's in favor of raising the minimum wage. I think the more money people have in their pockets, that means they're more likely to spend that money and boost the economy in return.
3. Ask them to explain those policies and how they can be implemented without crashing the economy or doubling the national debt.
Well, again, your question is disingenuous. I am not in the legislative branch of the federal government. I don't know what needs to happen in order to implement the plans that she wants to implement. That's what politicians are for. They tell us what they want to do. We send the representatives to Congress to negotiate to get as close to that as possible. So it doesn't mean that my brain is broken. It just means that I am not privy to the inner workings of the federal government. I don't think that giving people a $25,000 tax credit on the purchase of their first home would tank the entire economy of the United States of America, but I don't know.
And as a matter of fact, let's go for number 4. Ask them to explain why Donald Trump should not be president without offering an emotional perspective.
This is also a strange question because it
he was legit facing felony charges, bro. Like,
assumes that these two things can't be true at the same time. I can have a visceral emotional response to why I think Donald Trump should not be president again, while also giving you examples of his policies that hurt the country. The tariffs he implemented hurt the average American household to the tune of $820 a year. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017 hurt the economy overall and never delivered on the promise that it would pay for itself. It also added $8.4 trillion to the national debt. So, Tony, I hope I answered your questions to your liking. But in the future, if you're going to ask more questions on how to, quote-unquote, break a Democrat's brain, I would suggest phrasing those questions not so disingenuously. It'll be better for everybody.
Update on how Adobe Acrobat...
I know
Battle
so
rapper
shit
without a
suck.
car.
Mama, can you come pick me up, please? No, I didn't win. He
Then
saw
you can
you
walk.
drop me off. He said, when you die, ain't gonna be no memorials. I know you don't got a car. You don't do drive-bys. You do walkthroughs, tutorials. Bro, the crowd went crazy.
Hello.
Hi, may I speak to Dylan, please?
This is him.
Dylan, how are you? This is
Oh,
Jubal
they
from
transformed
Broken
into
Jewel in the
Gogeta? I did not know that.
In the morning, where?
It's
a good question.
It's a radio show, and that is the name of the show. It's called Brook and Jewel in the Morning.
Oh.
Hey, Dylan.
In the morning, where? What are you guys doing?
Dude, not much, just hanging out. You mean doing, or why are we calling you?
Yeah. Why? What's going on?
I'm calling you today because we do a segment on our show. It's called The Second Date. That's where if you go out on a date with somebody and then end up not calling them back after, they can email us to get you on the phone and find out what happened. And we got an email from somebody that you went on a date with recently.
Wait, what? Somebody emailed you about me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Lainey. Her name's Lainey.
Oh.
Yeah, Lainey emailed us because she told us about your date, okay?
Yeah.
All right. So she told us she went out with you. She said she really wanted to see you again, but now you're not answering any of her phone calls or text messages. So she's confused, and she's wondering why you don't want to see her again.
She's wondering why. Wow.
Yes. Should she know why?
I mean, I don't know how much you know.
I'll tell you what we know. She said you guys met up for happy hour. You drank a bunch. Ended up talking about your coworkers and then getting onto the subject of exes. You talked a bunch about how terrible your ex was. Then she asked you if you wanted to go back to her place to take some pictures to make your ex jealous, and you declined.
She told you almost everything?
If that's almost everything, yeah, she told us that.
Yeah. I just can't believe she put that out there.
Are you mad about that?
I mean, it's weird. I never got a phone call like this before.
Right.
I can understand that.
Yeah.
You said almost everything. Is she leaving something out?
Totally leaving things out.
Really?
Okay, like what?
We had a good time in the beginning, and she was all right. And
she was all right.
It was the middle of the week, too. I mean, we definitely had no business hammering shots at a bar on a freaking Wednesday.
But it sounds like you guys had a lot to bond over. You both had crappy days at work, she said, really stressed out.
Yeah, I had a particularly bad day, and I guess she did too, and we kind of bonded over having the same work environment, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
We heard.
Then the topic of exes come up, and I'm like, I don't know if I want to go there, but we were kind of like bouncing back and forth between, you know, what her exes did and what mine did and things like that. So
In her description, it didn't sound like you guys were bouncing. It sounded like you guys were concentrating on you getting over your cheating ex, and that you talked about her a lot.
I mean, I guess I probably threw out a lot more info about mine than her ex, but I mean, you know, I was drunk too. It's hard to remember the details. So I don't know. Like I said, she was kind of supportive, I guess you could say, and it just got to a point where she kind of crossed the line in the course of the date, and I'm like, I kind of got turned off.
Was it suggesting to go take pictures of you two together at your place to make your ex jealous?
Yeah, that was part of it. I mean, she wanted to do, like, you know, half-naked photos and stuff like that. Like, she wanted to go that route. And I'm like, I really don't trust myself to be doing that, if you know what I mean.
Right.
Okay.
She told us that, which is a cool, I mean, it's a good move to be like, yeah, I mean, that's nice.
Yeah, and then she's like, oh, you know, what's your ex's number? And give me all her info. I want her address, too. And
Was she joking? I mean, that had to be a joke, right? Like, oh, I'll take care of it for you.
yeah, I thought she was joking. I'm like, I was laughing with her. I go, what are you going to, you know, like burn her house down? Like, why do you need her address? And she just keeps kind of prodding for it. She goes, yeah, give me the information. Just, you know, I got a couple ideas. And, you know.
Like, she kept going?
Yeah, so at that point, I'm getting real weird vibes from this date. I'm like, I got to end this now because she's not joking. This is going in places I don't want it to go.
Yeah. Soon you're going to be an accomplice to murder.
That was it, man. I was done right there.
Okay.
Okay,
Well,
that's understandable.
it's good that you were done there probably, but you're not done here because guess what? Lainey is actually on the other line and wants to talk to you.
Wait, what?
Lainey,
Sorry.
you there?
Hi. Hey, Dylan.
Dude, no. Come on, guys.
No, that's funny.
I'm sorry.
He said it
but
like he trusted
your
him.
ex needs a wake-up call. Like, that's all I was trying to do.
A wake-up call? What kind of wake-up call are you talking about, Lainey?
She needs to know that her behavior is not okay. Girls like her ruin good guys like Dylan for girls like me.
What are you going to do, though? I don't understand. Isn't the wake-up call that they broke up? Like, that's usually the wake-up call.
It doesn't matter. Like, I'll handle it.
You don't need to look, I learned my lesson with her.
It doesn't matter. Dylan, you're a good guy. Like, that's why I want to do this.
Do what?
Do what, Lainey?
What did she
You
do?
don't have the to do it. I have them. I will tell her that this is not okay.
Do what? I don't understand what you're doing. You want her address? What are you going to do?
Everyone needs to, like, stop asking me what I'm going to do. All right? I'm not going to tell you guys on the radio. All right? I'm just going to do it.
Do what, though? Come on, Lainey.
Yo.
No.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, I'm saying no. Okay? Lady, the best revenge is always to just be happy in your next phase of life. That is literally the only revenge anyone ever needs.
Look,
That's
I
cap,
will be
but sure.
happy after I do what I need to do to her.
What? She didn't even do anything to
Lainey,
you.
okay. Dylan, are you still there?
Dude, do you guys hear what she's saying? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I don't.
This is crazy.
Did you give Lainey the information for your ex at all?
No, I didn't give her the information. Listen to her.
I mean, Dylan, I don't understand why you are so against this. Like, are you still in love with her? I mean, you were crying your eyes out, complaining how bad she treated you. And here I am, like, here to defend you. And you're acting like a little baby now. Like, are you still in love with her? You want to get back together with her? You want her to just put you down and cheat on you over and over again?
No. I was on the date with you that night, and we got onto some topics. Now I feel like I was on the date with a hitman. I mean, I don't know what it's about.
But, like, you gave me that information. Like, what else am I supposed to do with it?
Just chill.
Oh, the fusion gauge
Just
is
say
right
that's
here.
too bad. I'm so sorry that happened to you.
That's not who I am. Not how I roll. All I want to do is have a civilized conversation, woman to woman.
No, that's psycho.
Doesn't sound like that.
I feel like in one hand you're holding your phone, the other hand you're screwing a silencer on a bolt-action rifle.
Sounds like a great woman to go on a date with me. Dylan, would you like to go on a second date with Lainey? We'll pay for it.
She'll always have your
Yeah, she will have your back for sure.
Dylan, before you answer, really think carefully.
Oh my God, is that a threat?
No, I'm not going to end up in the trunk of a car.
So is that a yes then? Because I think that means you should say yes, or you might end up in a trunk of a car.
I'm not going on another date with her. Now I'm actually scared, all right?
Yeah, Lainey, I don't blame him, Lainey.
I mean, whatever. You know, if that's how he wants to live his life, he wants to be a pushover, let people walk all over him. He's going to find another girl who's going to do the same thing to him, cheat on him, and put him down.
Yeah.
You know, I would always have his back, but if he doesn't want that, you know, good riddance.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good riddance.
A woman of
Find
action.
someone just to have brunch with or whatever. Lainey would actually kill for you.
So I was slopping up my girl, right? Like I was munching. And basically she ended up like using like her like cat as like a fist. And like she like punched me in my like, you guys see this?
All right.
You guys see the damage that was done? You hurt me. That hurt.
Okay.
She did damage.
You're
to
into
my
it.
face. I am into it. But it's besides the point.
That's not besides the point. You're acting like it was done, and it was like, oh, how could she do this? But it's like we both know you liked it.
But the thing's at the same time.
Am I interrupted?
I wasn't expecting it to
Oh,
be like
you
it was
said-
like a
you
fist.
You said, how could I? Can we talk about like other things?
No. So
How fucked up are you? All you do is give people reasons to hate you.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The cross is on my mirror.
Still don't know what the fuck you're talking
Don't
about.
fucking lie to me.
I'm sick of this shit.
Don't fucking walk away from me. Whoa, hey, what's happening here? Jason drew crucifixes all over my mirror.
Bullshit.
Jason, it's okay if you're angry.
I didn't do shit, okay? But don't blame me for voodoo issues.
What's all the drama about? Somebody drew crosses on Rachel's mirror and she thinks Jason did it. I know he did it.
Cute idea with the bourbon bottle. Not my type, though. I'm more of a sour mash guy. You ever go in my room and pour that shit again, I'll forget what team you're on.
Why, Jason?
I don't know what happened, guys, but I didn't do it.
What about the picture of Ellis? The orange soda bottle? He did to you guys too.
Fuck this.
Hey, we're not done here, kid.
You people are insane. I'd rather be with Deathstroke than you assholes. You think everything's my fault.
He's here. What? Deathstroke here in the tower. He took pictures of all of us.
Can a guy sleep in?
Dick, talk to me. What's with the gun?
You who? Is somebody missing?
Jason.
Final update. My fiancée took a break from our engagement, vanished for weeks, met her ex, and now she wants to pick up our wedding plans like nothing happened. But I'm done being her backup plan. I'm ready to walk away. I kept my responses polite but distant. Update. My fiancée took a break from our engagement, vanished for weeks, met her ex, and now she wants to pick up our wedding plans like nothing happened. But I'm done being her backup plan. I'm ready to walk away. My fiancée, Lily, 27, and I, 29, have been together for 3 years. She's smart, funny, and has this way of making you feel like you're the only person in the room. I proposed last year, and we started planning a summer wedding. Everything was going great, at least I thought it was.
The hell? Okay. Fuck, it's
One
two.
day,
I didn't
Lily
sign into anything. Oh my god. I was not paying attention to the time. Fuck my life.
Me she was going to her hometown to spend time with her sister. Now, Lily's really close with her family, and she hadn't been back in a while, so it didn't seem weird. She packed a bag, gave me a kiss, and told me she'd be back in a couple of weeks. At first, I didn't think much of it. We still texted here and there, and she called me the first night to let me know she got there safely. The next day, though, things started to feel off. She called me in the afternoon and said, "Hey, I need to talk to you about something." I went, "Sure, what's up?" That's when she dropped this, "I think I need some time to think." I was trying to process it, so I asked, "Think about what? Is this about the wedding? Are you feeling stressed? Did I do something?" She didn't really answer, she just said, "I feel like I need some time for myself." I didn't want to push too hard, so I said okay if she needed space. Just let me know what's going on. She promised we'd talk soon, but the whole thing felt off. The conversation ended on a weird note. I sat there like, what the hell just happened? After that, communication pretty much stopped. I texted her a few times, just normal stuff like hey, how's it going? Or hope you're having a good day, but she never replied. I tried calling her but she didn't pick up. She even stopped posting on social media, which was odd because she's usually the type to share everything from her morning coffee to random sunset pics. I reached out to her sister thinking maybe she could shed some light on what was going on. Her sister texted back a short message, haven't seen her much, sorry, which didn't help at all. It felt like everyone was shutting me out at this point. I started losing sleep over it. My friends tried to calm me down saying she's probably just taking a breather, but that didn't sit right with me. This wasn't like her, she'd never been the type to just go radio silent, especially not on me. The weirdest part was how sudden it all felt. We were literally in the middle of choosing flower arrangements a week before she left. There were no big arguments or signs of anything wrong. I kept replaying every conversation we had trying to figure out if I'd missed something, but everything seemed fine until it wasn't. I tried giving her the benefit of the doubt. Maybe she really did need some time alone or was going through something she didn't know how to talk about yet. But as days turned into weeks, my patience wore thin. If something was wrong, why couldn't she just tell me? That's when I started questioning everything. Was she really staying with her sister? What if there was something, or someone, else going on? I hated thinking like that, but the lack of answers was driving me nuts. I spent so many nights staring at my phone hoping for a text or a missed call that never came. Every day that passed felt heavier than the last. I tried distracting myself with work and friends but nothing worked. I felt like my whole world was stuck on pause. After a couple of weeks of silence from Lily, I decided enough was enough. How much space does one person need? If she wasn't going to tell me what was going on, I would find out myself. I packed an overnight bag, fueled up my car, and made the drive to her hometown. It wasn't a quick trip but I had plenty of time to mentally prepare for whatever awkward or uncomfortable conversation awaited me. I kept telling myself maybe she's just stressed, maybe it's not that bad, but deep down I had this sinking feeling that things were about to get weird. When I pulled up to her parents' house where I assumed she was staying, my heart raced. I knocked on the door and for a second thought no one was home, then Lily opened it. The look on her face said it all, she was not expecting me. She stood there for a moment staring at me like I was a pop quiz she hadn't studied for. Finally, she stepped aside and let me in mumbling something about how she didn't think I'd come. We sat down in the living room and everything felt off. It wasn't like the usual comfort I felt with Lily where we could just sink into the couch and talk about anything. She started with small talk. How was your drive? Did you hit any traffic? Want something to drink? It felt like she was trying too hard to sound normal. I played along at first answering her questions with short clipped responses but my patience wore thin. I didn't come all this way to discuss highway conditions. There was this long awkward pause where neither of us spoke. She blanked out and when she finally glanced up I asked, Lily, what's going on? Why haven't you been answering my calls or texts? Her reaction was immediate. I've been trying to figure some things out, she said finally, her voice soft almost too quiet to hear. Figure what out? I asked trying to keep quiet as best as possible while feeling my heartbeat getting louder in my ears. Then she finally said it. I ran into my ex when I got here. It felt like the floor had just shifted beneath me. I stared at her trying to process what she'd just said. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? I asked, my voice as steady as I could manage though inside me a storm brewed. It wasn't planned, she said. I saw him at the grocery store and we ended up talking. That word, talking, hit me like a slap. It wasn't that she'd seen her ex. That could happen to anyone. It was how casually she said it like it was no big deal, but clearly it was. I leaned forward trying to keep my composure. Why didn't you tell me about this sooner? Her eyes darted aside avoiding mine as if they were guilty. I didn't want to upset you until I knew how I felt. How you felt? My voice rose just a bit. We're engaged, Lily. We're planning a wedding. What do you mean how you felt? That's when she said, I've been spending some time with him, admitting her voice barely above a whisper. I needed to see if there were any unresolved feelings. For a moment, I couldn't even speak. My mind spun trying to wrap itself around what she'd just said. Unresolved feelings? We were supposed to be getting married and you're out here playing emotional hopscotch with your ex? I just needed to know for sure, she said. I didn't want to go into our marriage with any doubts. My chest tightened. My hands clenched into fists. So you've been ignoring me this whole time because of him? I couldn't stay quiet. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Why didn't you talk to me about this instead of shutting me out? She started responding but I wasn't done. What does this mean for us, Lily? Are you still trying to figure it out? Because I'm not going to sit around waiting for you to decide if I'm plan A or plan B. Her face crumpled, and for a split second, I thought she might cry, but instead she said, I didn't want to hurt you. I needed time to sort my emotions. Do you even hear yourself right now? I shot back. Leaving me in the dark for weeks was far worse than being honest from the start. The conversation went in circles after that. Every time I tried getting a straight answer she dodged it, giving vague excuses about needing clarity and not wanting to make mistakes. I could feel my energy draining with every passing minute. By the end of it, I was done, completely utterly done. I stood up, looked at her one last time and said, I need some time to think exactly like what she'd said, and the way she'd said it made her eyes widen as if surprised by my response, but without waiting for anything else, I grabbed my keys and walked out. The drive back home after that conversation was one of the longest, most surreal trips of my life. I wasn't angry, at least not in the yelling and breaking stuff kind of way, but hurt, really hurt. I kept replaying everything Lily said, trying making sense of it. Unresolved feelings? What did that even mean? Why couldn't she just talk about it instead, shutting me out, ghosting me for weeks? The next few days were a blur. I went into work but wasn't really there, you know? My coworkers asked if everything was okay, and I'd give them the usual yeah, just tired excuse. My friends checked in too but didn't have energy explaining whole mess. Eventually, I told couple close friends what happened. Their reactions were mixed shock outrage. My buddy Mark said, dude, that's messed up. She should have told you second this guy showed up. My other friend Jenna more bluntly stated, if she's entertaining her ex while engaged, you don't deserve hearing from other people made realize how bad situation but also made feel idiot. How did not see coming? Were there signs missed? The thing hurt most blindsided felt, we'd been planning future together, choosing wedding venues, talking where wanna live, even discussing names, future kids, and now all that felt lie.
Final update, my husband missed our 7-year-old son's funeral for a business meeting.
Update, my fiancé took a break from our engagement, vanished for weeks, met her ex, and now she wants to pick up our wedding plans like nothing happened, but I'm done being her backup plan. I'm ready to walk away. I started going through our text messages looking for anything that might explain her behavior. Nothing stood out. Our conversations had been normal, happy, even, right up until she left for her hometown. It was like she flipped a switch the moment she saw her ex. One night, I decided to message her sister. I wasn't trying to drag her into the middle of things, but I needed some clarity. Her response was short and vague, I think Lily's just going through some stuff. She'll figure it out. Figure it out? What was there to figure out? We were supposed to be a team, and now I was completely in the dark. A week later, I got a text from Lily. It wasn't an apology or an explanation, just a casual hey, how are you? Like everything was fine. I didn't respond. I couldn't. What was I supposed to say? Oh hey, I'm great, thanks for ignoring me while you hung out with your ex? The silence between us grew louder every day that passed. I felt more distant from her, more certain that whatever we had was crumbling. I started questioning if I even wanted to salvage it. Could I forgive her? Could I trust her again? At the same time, I felt stuck. We'd built a life together, or at least we were supposed to. Breaking up wasn't just about ending a relationship, it meant unraveling everything we'd planned and starting over from scratch. The thought of that was terrifying, but the alternative was pretending everything was okay when it clearly wasn't, and that wasn't an option. I started thinking about what I wanted, what I deserved. I realized I couldn't stay with someone who didn't respect me enough to be honest. I couldn't marry someone who thought it was okay to put me on hold while they figured out their feelings for someone else. By the end of that week, I made up my mind. If Lily wanted to work things out, she'd have to do a hell of a lot more than send me a half-assed text. And even then, I wasn't sure I'd be able to look at her the same way again. I didn't reach out to her, and she didn't follow up after that text. The silence felt like an unspoken agreement that we were done. Honestly, as much as it hurt, it also felt like a relief. So, I was starting to get used to the silence. It wasn't fun, but at least it gave me some time to think. I'd made peace with the fact that Lily wasn't coming back, and honestly, I was slowly moving on. I wasn't rushing into anything or trying to distract myself, I was just trying to rebuild some sense of normalcy. Then, like clockwork, she came back. It was a Saturday afternoon. I was halfway through rewatching a series I didn't even like that much, just something to keep my mind busy, when there was a knock at the door. I figured it was a delivery or maybe Mark coming over to drag me out of the house. But no, it was Lily. She was standing there like nothing had happened, smiling like she was bringing cookies to a neighbor. Hey, she said casually, like she hadn't ghosted me for weeks. I just stood there trying to figure out if I was hallucinating. Hey, I finally said, stepping aside so she could come in. She walked in like she owned the place, commenting on how clean everything was. She sat down on the couch, patted the cushion next to her, and said, we need to talk. I was bracing for some kind of heartfelt apology, an explanation, something. But instead, she started talking about our wedding plans. Our venue is still holding our date, she said, as if we'd been in constant communication this whole time. And I was thinking we should go with lavender for the table settings. It's timeless, don't you think? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I cut her off mid-sentence and said, Lily, what are you doing here? She blinked, confused, as if I'd just asked her why the sky was blue. I'm here to fix things, she said matter-of-factly. I stared at her for a second and then laughed, a sharp and cold laugh, the kind that says, are you kidding me right now? Fix things? I repeated, leaning forward. You mean the relationship you hit pause on while you sorted out your feelings for your ex? That relationship? Her face went pale for a moment. That's over, she said quickly. I realized I don't have feelings for him anymore, it's you I want to be with. I stood up, pacing a little because sitting still felt impossible. And you expect me to just believe that? To what? Take you back with open arms like none of this happened? Do you even hear how insane that sounds? She blinked, clearly not expecting the anger in my voice. I needed time. I didn't want to hurt you. You didn't want to hurt me? Lily, you ghosted me for weeks. You didn't think to tell me anything, not one damn thing, until I had to drive to your hometown to find out. And now you're standing here acting like it's no big deal? It's not like that. She shot back. I was confused. I didn't know what I was feeling and didn't want to make things worse. Make things worse? I cut her off again, throwing my hands up in frustration. You made things worse by disappearing on me. You left me hanging wondering what the hell happened while you were off rekindling whatever with your ex. Do you even realize what that did to me? She opened her mouth to respond but didn't get the chance. No, I said firmly, because if you did, you wouldn't be here right now expecting me to just forget everything and pick up where we left off. She looked more hurt now, but I wasn't backing down, not this time. I made a mistake, she said quietly, trying to play the victim. I know I messed up, but I'm here now and I want to make this right. I'll do whatever it takes. Whatever it takes? I repeated, bitterly laughing. You say that like it's supposed to mean something. But the truth is, Lily, I don't trust you anymore. How am I supposed to believe you won't pull this again the next time you get confused or need to sort out your emotions? She looked down at her hands fiddling with her engagement ring, my ring, and felt a flash of anger seeing it still on her finger, like she had any right to wear it after everything. Take it off, I said abruptly. She looked up startled. What? The ring? I pointed at her hand again. Take it off. You don't get to keep it, not after this. Her eyes widened and for a moment she looked like she might argue, but then slowly she slid the ring off her finger and placed it on the table between us. She stood there for a moment looking at me as if expecting me to change my mind, to say something that would make everything okay, but I didn't. I just stared back, my face set and my decision final. Is this really it? She asked softly. You're just done? Yes, I said with steady resolve. I'm done. I'm not an option, Lily. You don't get to hit pause on me while you figure out your feelings and then come back when it's convenient for you. That's not love, that's selfishness. Her lips trembled like she wanted to say something but didn't. Instead she turned and walked toward the door. That night, I sat on the couch staring at the ring on the table. It felt surreal, like the last few weeks had been some twisted dream from which I'd never wake up, but as I sat there one thing became crystal clear. I'd made the right decision. I wasn't going to let myself be someone's second choice, their backup plan when things didn't work out with someone else. I deserved better than that and finally ready stood up for myself. Lily was gone, and honestly, I was okay with that. And that is how things unfolded until now. If anything pops up worth posting, I'll keep you guys updated. Update 1. Hey y'all. Thank you for your comments, they mean a lot. I'm here with an update since things shifted in an unexpected way, so here goes. After Lily's surprise visit, I found myself in this weird limbo. I wasn't ready to forgive her but also didn't have the energy to confront her again. It felt like emotional quicksand, stuck in place without knowing what to do next. So naturally, I did what any guy would do, avoided the situation altogether and kept to myself until out of nowhere, I got a text from Mia, one of Lily's friends. Now Mia and I were always friends but we'd never really talked one-on-one before. Her text said something like, hey, just checking in. Heard about the break and wanted to see how you're holding up. At first, I wasn't sure how to respond. Was this some kind of setup? But after staring at message for an embarrassing amount of time, I decided just reply with, hey, thanks for reaching out. I'm doing okay, I guess. Mia turned out surprisingly easy talk with. She mentioned she'd been in similar situation before and knew how much it sucked. We ended up texting back and forth for a while, and honestly, it felt nice having someone vent too. She wasn't pushy or judgmental, just good listener. A couple days later Mia texted me again suggesting we meet up for coffee. I wasn't really in mood go out but she persisted saying come on. It'll be good for you get out house. Before knew it, I found myself agreeing. When we met up, it felt normal, not romantic, not flirty, just two people talking. She asked about work, hobbies, even my old college stories. For first time in weeks, I felt like someone actually cared about me, not about drama or wedding or any of that, just me. But then she hit me with you deserve someone who appreciates you, someone who doesn't take you for granted. I didn't know how to respond so just said yeah, I guess. My fiancé took a break. Final update, my fiancé took a break from our engagement, vanished for weeks, met her ex, and now she wants to pick up our wedding plans like nothing happened, but I'm done being her backup plan. I'm ready to walk away. I kept my responses polite but distant, hoping she'd get the hint. Then one evening, Mia asked if I wanted to grab dinner. I tried to politely decline, but she wouldn't take no for an answer. It's just dinner, she said. Don't overthink it. So I went, and let me tell you, it was awkward. She dressed up like it was a date while I showed up in a hoodie and jeans. The conversation was fine, but there was this underlying tension I couldn't ignore. It was like she was testing the waters, seeing how far she could push things. When I got home, I told myself that was it, no more hanging out with Mia, at least not one-on-one. I didn't want to lead her on, and I definitely didn't want to make things more complicated than they already were. But then somehow Lily found out. I don't know if Mia told her, if one of their mutual friends couldn't keep their mouth shut, or if Lily just has some sixth sense for sticking her nose where it doesn't belong. Either way, the next day there she was, banging on my door like the place was on fire. Lily showed up at my door, no text, no warning, just pounding on the door like it was an emergency. I opened it, and there she was, all fired up and ready to go. What the hell are you doing? She demanded, storming past me into the living room. I shut the door, already over it. Nice to see you too, Lily. What do you want? She spun around glaring. You've been hanging out with Mia, my friend. I crossed my arms, keeping my tone calm but firm. I'm sorry, but what exactly makes you think you get to ask me about anything I'm doing? What makes me think? Are you kidding me? She's my friend. This is humiliating. I let out a short laugh, shaking my head. Humiliating? Lily, we're done. You don't get to show up here and play the victim. You made your choice when you walked away, so whatever I do now isn't your business. Her face twisted like she couldn't believe what she was hearing. So that's it? You're just moving on? I shrugged. What did you think was going to happen? That I'd just sit here waiting for you to decide if I'm good enough? I came back because I realized I still love
The way
you,
he moves,
she shouted.
bro, is funny as
Too
fuck.
late, I said bluntly. Honestly, Lily, maybe you should go back to your ex. Seems like you're good at circling back to old options. Her face turned red in an instant, her jaw tightening like she was trying to hold herself together. Are you serious right now? She hissed. Yeah, I'm serious, I shot back. You clearly didn't think twice about running to him before, why stop now? Might as well make it easier for everyone. She practically exploded. You don't get to stand there and act like you're better than me. If you think I'm just going to let this slide, you're wrong. I told her, let what slide? That I'm over it? That I'm over you? Not my problem anymore, Lily. She glared at me. You'll regret this, she said, her tone sharp enough to cut glass. Don't think I won't make you regret this. I just opened the door wide and gestured to it. Go ahead, Lily, make whatever threats you want, but you're not my problem anymore. She stared at me for a moment and then stormed out. I locked the door behind her, shook my head, and finally let out a breath. Whatever her next move was, I didn't care, I'm done and that isn't going to change. Final update. Alright guys, I came with a final update just to let you know how everything is unfolding. After Lily stormed out, the silence felt different this time, not heavy or tense, just peaceful. For the first time, I didn't feel like I had to justify myself to her or anyone else, it was over and I was fine with that. A couple of days later, Mia texted me asking if I wanted to grab lunch. I hesitated. Mia had been a good listener when everything with Lily fell apart, but I was starting to feel like she might see this as more than it was. I didn't want to send mixed signals or make things messy. Still, I figured one lunch wouldn't hurt, especially if I used it as an opportunity to set things straight. When we met up, the vibe was casual, we talked about random stuff but there was this underlying energy that made me uncomfortable. She'd laugh a little too hard at my jokes, lean in a little too close, and give me that look like she was waiting for me to make a move. About halfway through, I decided it was time to rip the band-aid off. Mia, I said, I really appreciate you being there for me lately. It's been a lot and I'm grateful, but I want to be clear, I'm not looking for anything beyond friendship. Her face fell for a second but she quickly recovered. Oh yeah, of course, she said, waving it off like it was no big deal. I didn't mean to make it weird. I smiled relieved that she took it well. Thanks, I just didn't want there to be any confusion. After lunch we parted ways and I thought that was that, but as I walked back to my car something caught my eye, it was Lily. She was standing half a block away leaning against a streetlight pretending to scroll on her phone. I'd know her posture anywhere, she wasn't just randomly there, she was watching. I froze for a second debating whether to say something, but what was the point? She'd deny it and it would just escalate into another argument. Instead, I got into my car and drove off pretending I hadn't seen her. Over the next week I started noticing her more often. She wasn't obvious about it but she wasn't exactly subtle either. Her car would be parked down the street from my place when I came home from work or I'd catch glimpses of her at the grocery store ducking into another aisle when she thought I noticed. It was bizarre, she wasn't reaching out or making a scene, just lingering like she was waiting for me to do something. One evening when I went out to grab takeout as I pulled into the restaurant parking lot, I saw her car again parked just far enough away not to seem suspicious if I didn't already know better. I didn't confront her, I just went inside got my food and left, but when I got home and saw her car parked down the street I'd had enough. I didn't go to her though, instead I walked straight into my house, locked the door and pulled out my phone. I texted her, Lily, I've noticed you around, stop following me. This isn't healthy and it's not going to change anything. No reply, I didn't expect one honestly, but the next day her car was gone. The days after that felt calmer, like the ghost of her presence had finally left. I didn't see her or hear from her, and for once it felt like she was truly out of my life. Mia texted me a couple more times but I kept it friendly and distant. I wasn't about to let another situation spiral right now, I needed to focus on myself, on putting all the chaos behind me. Lily might still be out there watching or waiting, but I wasn't going to let her control even a second more of my life. I'm done, and this time it's for good. And if there's one thing I know for sure it's this, I deserve better. That's it folks. Thanks for sticking with me through all of this. If you've got any advice I'm all ears, otherwise I'll just be over here figuring out how to start fresh. Update, my fiancé took... Final update.
What is one Trump policy that he's running on besides 20% tariffs?
Secure border.
That's not a policy.
Cut
That's like
taxes.
an idea. That's the concept of an idea of a policy.
Stopping war.
Okay.
Niggas are clapping.
What are Harris policies that are so great?
Well, the three that she listed immediately is she wanted to give a $50,000 rollover deduction to new startups for small businesses.
Why is this popping up on my shit again, bro? It doesn't even matter because a dumb nigga won. So who cares?
That was Trump's idea?
What?
Trump did that. When he was
maybe
president.
he should have spoke it. I don't know if he's too senile
No, you
now or
probably
he's
just
lost the
weren't
ability
watching.
to do it. What?
You just weren't watching.
I was watching. Unfortunately, I watched too much Trump. That was one. A second thing she wanted to do was expand the child tax credit, which was incredibly successful under Biden.
Also a Trump policy.
It wasn't. That's why it happened under Biden, and it's why the Republicans initially fought against it. Are we going to say that pre-existing conditions in the ACA was a Trump policy now as well? I know that he wants to take care of that one. And then the third thing that Kamala Harris said is she wanted to do a $15,000 first-time home buyer credit
Get it out your
to
mouth,
people
buddy.
that were buying homes for the first time. Donald Trump said he wanted
For illegal immigrants.
How does an illegal? I'm so curious. How do you think these tax credits work?
You do realize that they give money to illegal immigrants to buy houses?
I don't think you know how any of this works because I think you were probably born a rich kid and you never bought a house on an FHA loan before. So I had a tax credit when I bought a house. The way that these work is you apply for these refundable tax credits when you get them at the end of the year when you've qualified for them. An illegal immigrant definitionally doesn't file taxes because they don't have social security numbers. They don't get money back from the government. So how would an illegal immigrant qualify for a tax credit? Again, this doesn't make any sense. It's like the hurricane
I agree.
machines.
It doesn't make any sense. This is the Democrat policy. I completely agree.
This nigga's a clown.
$139.80 from Walmart. I don't know if it's because it's election year or what, but it's getting more and more scarce because we didn't get nothing for that amount of money.
October 2024. These are groceries that will last a week and a half to 2 weeks for my family of 4. It should not cost this much.
Nigga said not even a damn onion. Shut up.
You know who I never really see making these garbage ass videos, complaining about the grocery prices and, you know, not being able to feed their family? People of color. I don't see Hispanic people like that. And I really ever don't see black people complaining like that. And I wonder why that is. Probably because, number one, we actually cook. Number two, we actually know how to stretch our money when it comes to food. And both of those videos, you don't see barely no produce. You don't see barely no meat. You don't see no rice, no beans.
That is shit.
It's all quick fix, convenient food and fucking snacks. And they talking about that's supposed to feed their families. That's not, but there's no food.
No salad, no spaghetti.
Y'all just don't know how to grocery shop and you don't know how to cook. And for the first time, a lot of these pale people
No
are starting
potatoes.
to feel the effects. They can't just go in the store.
This
and
nigga
just
said no
grab shit. They actually gotta
vegetables.
look
No
for
ink.
stuff
There's
now.
no
They actually
ingredients.
gotta go and wait for sales and things. But let's go down the list of both of those videos of the shit they bought and why they're spending so much money. And you ain't getting no food. First off, look at all them goddamn condiments.
I mean, at least eggs, I guess.
That big ass thing of ranch is like almost $8 now. You know what I'm saying? You got them 4 little baby rolls of ground beef instead of going to get an actual big roll from Aldi. Look at them 2 big ass cases of Mellow Yellow. That's $40 right there. Soda high as hell now if you ain't catching it on no sale.
Mellow Yellow.
What is one Trump policy that is
130.
I'm just trying to
Looking
get
for
that
a comp
1K.
team in the Marvel's Rivals Discord has got to be some of the most ridiculous shit I've experienced in this game. Because tell me why when somebody joins the Discord call and they tell us that they can play anything, they get the immediate boot. And I'm not talking like any role. I'm saying either tank or DPS. Like, if they don't have a main, they're getting kicked. Like, I was partied up with a bunch of gold 3s and a gold 1 joined in. We asked him what tank he played, and he said he flexed. What do you think happened to him? That man deadass got Thanos snapped out the call. Like, he was the higher rank. And when we do finally get somebody into the lobby, we start doing an entire security clearance on their ass. As if the stats even matter. Because last time I checked, only KD really matters. And we don't even have that. So if you're playing tank or D...
Yeah, I don't get that. Like, if you could play damn near all tanks, that's actually a good thing. Flex is better than one trick, gold mentality. Yeah.
Can we stop
This nigga switched bodies with me.
calling Americans uncultured because they haven't travelled outside of America? No, seriously. As a Brit in America, and if I lived here, I'm telling you now, I would never leave America for a vacation. America has everything. Every landscape you can think of. Every weather you can think of. And you want it in America, you get it. You go to a different state. You go to the East Coast, you go to the West Coast, you go to the Midwest. America has everything. As a Brit, I live on a little island. I can take a 40-minute flight to a whole different country, right? I can do that because it's small. Americans don't need a passport. They don't need a passport. It doesn't make them uncultured because Americans can go on vacation, on holiday, in their own country. I think that's so hard for a European mind to even comprehend that. But until you've actually been to America and you've experienced it firsthand, it is like nothing else. It is so vast and there's so much to see, you never have to leave America. Americans are not uncultured for not leaving America. They don't have to!
Ubisoft is headed towards privatization and dismantling in 2025. Industry expert predicts Ubisoft is pretty much going to be dead. This is what happens. It's what happens whenever you make bad games for years, is that eventually you lose your job. And
They didn't
some
even
people
go
can
woke,
say this
though.
is sad. I think it's good because it means
Like, they didn't even go woke. They try to do stuff. Just didn't work. Look, Beast Gohan, bro. Look, I just want you. I did the times 2 step, didn't get nothing. So in this 3rd step or this free step, give me one, please. That's all I want. I'm surprised I even grinded up a 1K. I don't even know where I'm getting these chrono crystals from. I'm pulling them out the air.
I'm gonna take you down.
I don't know what that means. If it means Beast Gohan, then I don't think that means Beast Gohan. It means Ultra Beast Gohan, cool, but I don't think it does.
I can't afford to lose. Come on. Let's see what you can. Don't waste. Leave it. Allow me. You'll soon learn how. Let's finish this.
Sad days. I've done 3 rotations now, right? So 9K. I mean, somebody said the average was like 40,000, so I'm fucked. It's loading, but I don't think that's gonna mean anything.
You can't beat me.
Okay, Trunks. Trunks Bardock? Trunks Bardock? Aw, come on.
Get ready.
Oh, it's Rainbow. That must mean something. I don't know. I think you would have wanted him to lose, right? Not sure.
We'll destroy this entire planet. I can't afford to fight.
I'm going to.
Let the gate. I require you. Pull your own.
I don't say nope.
I'll handle. Now it's time to.
Sad days. I mean, I did get somebody new, I guess. I want you to be mine. Come on, Beast Gohan, be mine. Give me 1,000 chrono crystals. That's not 1,000 chrono crystals. I don't see chrono crystals. I don't see chrono crystals that either. I'm currently pulled nothing in this celebration. And if you ask me why I don't play Legends on a consistent basis, that would be one reason. So my nose is itchy, the back of my throat scratching. Pause.
That the market is working. Yep. There it is. Make shit games, you get shit. That's right. They put a lot of time into this, and I cannot wait to play Assassin's Creed Shadows. I cannot fucking wait. I find it to be very funny that when I said that Ubisoft was cooked 6 months ago, everybody doubted me. Everybody told me that I was wrong. They said, no, that's not true. You're just making up bullshit. How about that? Who said that? On Twitter. It was all over on Twitter. People were saying I was delusional and stupid, and everybody said that I was out of my fucking mind.
Alright, check this out.
Ubisoft is headed towards privatization and dismantling in 2025.
I mean, they try to make all these other games, right? Except fine. Isn't Assassin's Creed always good, though? Most of the time, it's always good. I don't know.
Alright.
You give birth. The doctor comes into the room and asks your husband and only your husband if he wants to do a DNA test to make sure the baby's his.
Yes.
He says yes. Is he wrong for that?
Yes, he is wrong for that. If he wants to do it, I'ma do it, and he won't have a wife by the end of it.
Get the DNA test, make sure it's yours. She got a problem with that? She doing something. I'm gonna be honest, she doing something.
Yeah, he's in the wrong. You should have all your trust in your wife, and
Nah.
you shouldn't have to like question.
You 100% know it's yours because you know what you've been doing. I have 50-50.
Whether she's like cheating or anything.
We both agree
Yeah,
that it's fucked
that's
up.
a little messed up because you don't trust your wife who just gave birth to your child. Like, yeah, come on.
Fuck it, I mean you're not wrong. I mean you might have a little conflict over it, but nigga make sure you're sure about your kid, man. You wanna make sure that nigga yours.
Why are all of the girls so against this? Like, if you don't have anything to hide, then we could just do the test. If everything comes back copacetic, then we could live happily ever after. Like, what are you hiding?
Mayday! Mayday! Man down! Man down! How do you say that? LeBron, he went down. His foot's hurt. We need doctors. All the doctors in the world. All the doctors at the medical facilities. All the doctors at the medical centers. All the doctors.
You fucked around with your vote? Now it's time you found out. Am I the asshole for cutting off my sons financially after they voted for Trump?
Nah.
I, 52 male, have two sons. Isaac, 22 male,
52
and
male,
John,
that's crazy.
20 male. My wife and I have always leaned left politically, and we've raised our kids to value equality, compassion, and critical thinking. We've had countless family discussions about politics and the impact of policies on people's lives. So you can imagine my shock when I found out after this last election that both of my sons voted for Trump. It came out during a casual family dinner when I asked, "So, who'd you guys vote for?" expecting them to either dodge the question or name one of the candidates aligned with our values. Isaac shrugged and said, "Trump. His policies just make the most sense right now."
Makes sense.
John chimed
Trump
in.
do not belong in the same sentence.
I mean, he's about protecting the economy. People like us need someone who gets that. I stared at them, stunned. People like us? I asked. Boy, you've never paid for a single tank of gas, let alone rent or tuition. What exactly do you mean by that? Isaac rolled his eyes. Dad, I'm studying business. Trump's pro-business. It's not that deep. It's plenty deep, I snapped. You're backing someone who's gutted protections for the environment, undermined health care, and actively targeted marginalized communities. John shook his head. You're just looking at the negatives. He's strong on immigration and keeping jobs here. The conversation spiraled into a heated debate. I couldn't understand how they, having grown up with every advantage I could provide, could support someone who champions policies that harm so many people. That night I thought about how much my wife and I had sacrificed to give them opportunities. I worked extra hours to cover their tuition so they wouldn't have student loans. I paid for their gas, car insurance, and even groceries. And this is what they choose to do with that privilege? A few days later, I told them my decision.
Low-key though, I would prefer if an AI read it over you, because, I don't know, your voice just doesn't match up.
If you want to support Trump's policies, you should also live by them, I said. From now on, you'll need to cover your own tuition, rent, and living expenses. Maybe then you'll understand the real-world impact of the policies you are endorsing. Isaac was furious. Are you serious, Dad? You're just cutting us off because we disagree with you politically. It's not about disagreement, I said firmly. It's about accountability. You voted for someone who's against student loan forgiveness, so take out loans. You support someone who doesn't believe in raising the minimum wage, so get a job that pays what it pays and figure it out. John looked hurt. You're being petty. This isn't how you change someone's mind. This isn't about changing your mind, I replied. It's about giving you a dose of reality. FAFO ain't just some cool hashtag you and your little friends use. It means there are consequences to your actions. Political choices have consequences. You're adults now. It's time to act like it. You fucked around with your vote. Now it's time you found out. My wife thinks I'm being too harsh. She worries this will damage our relationship with them long term. She said, they're young. They're still figuring out their beliefs. Beliefs have consequences, I told her. They made a choice. Now they'll learn what that choice means. Some of my friends agree with me, saying it's a fair wake-up call. Others think I'm letting politics come between family and being unnecessarily cruel. So, am I the asshole for cutting off my sons financially because of their political choices? You know, you got a good point. I don't think you're the asshole. I think you're going to let them find out what they fucked around with, their vote. And voting has consequences.
Compiled a list of things that my wife has said to me that I could never possibly say to her. Never in a million years say to her.
You made a list?
I made a list.
Okay.
It's on my phone.
I don't say anything bad.
Okay. Are you really going to wear that?
Well, okay.
That one comes out often. Wow, that's a lot of food. And in that same tone too, that's a lot of food.
Because sometimes you put so much on your plate and I know you're not going to eat it all and then it goes to waste.
Does it go to waste? Does it go to waste? You smell like you need a shower. I shower daily.
I know.
Okay.
That's crazy.
Are you stupid?
You actually the other day have my notebook.
If I ever said that,
no, but these.
I would be destroyed.
These need context to them.
Oh, this is she sings this song when she refers to me, how I am as a person. He's a bit of a fixer-upper. That's what she says to me. Yep, that's how she sings about me. And then when we talk about our daughter and how we made our daughter, she says you only did 2 minutes worth of work. Only did 2 minutes worth of work. Yeah. I mean, I've helped raise her ever since, but yeah, there's just the 2 minutes worth of work. That's all I got. 2 minutes. Yeah. Cool. Oh yeah, this is my favorite.
You have more?
Yeah, I have more. This is what she has said to me on more than one occasion, and actually one of the first things she said to me when we started dating. If you ever shit your pants, I will leave you. Right then and there.
I don't have a stomach.
And to be fair, over the last 8 years together, I have never shit my pants.
I'm still here.
And she has shit her pants many times.
Many times?
Many times.
What?
Many times. I have not. I have been terrified to shit my pants. I don't know.
I'm sorry that I'm so mean.
I'm not a mean person.
What screams I'm single? 1. When I was in college, single and broke, I went to the grocery store and they had these really adequate frozen spicy chicken sandwiches on sale for like 25 cents a pop. I grabbed all of them. I went to ring up. The cashier said, "Wow, that's a lot. These must be really good." I responded with, "Yeah, they do the job." Dude scanned a couple more in silence and asked, "So, you're like really single, aren't you?" Man, I felt judged by that cashier. 2.
Why?
I have 2 seats in my tiny apartment. One faces the TV.
Wait, what's wrong with the spicy food? I don't get it.
The other is for the computer. They don't face each other. Oh, also I have one pillow on my bed. The other side of my bed is used for keeping my water bottle. It's where my phone sleeps, and my emergency midnight bag of crisps. There's no room for anyone else to sleep on that side. Also, I bought one of those DiGiorno pizza for one personal pizzas at Walmart, and the cashier said "fun night" as she rang it up. Dang it. The washing machine is the dirty clothes hamper. The dryer is where the clean clothes live. 3. Posting those motivational comics or drawings to FB that more or less say something like the right one will come along eventually. Just be patient and stay true to yourself. You deserve to be loved and whatnot. 4. Not finishing your groceries before they go bad because they don't get eaten fast enough. Why can't they sell smaller loaves of bread? I either have to eat 2 sandwiches every single day, or I have to throw away 3/4 of a loaf of bread. I just want to buy like 6 slices of bread. Why is that so hard? 5. A long list of desirable and undesirable traits of a partner. 6. When your trash stinks. Not because you threw something stinky in there, but because as a single person, you don't produce enough trash to fill and take out a bag of trash before it all rots and stinks. 7. When you say you're going out tonight and really you mean you'll be ordering a 3-course meal and a bottle of wine at a bar and tipping 30%, because the bartender was the first person that week nice enough to ask you how you were. Then you slowly walk by the clubs, sort of hoping someone recognizes you and engages with you, or that you'll absorb the social dopamine by osmosis, but you end up home anyway, watching TV until 5 a.m. 8. People who tell their friends to break up with someone the moment they have a small fight. 9. Eating cereal for dinner. It's quick, low effort, and often the go-to when you're not cooking for anyone else. Having a bed filled with pillows when there's no need to share. The bed becomes a personal pillow fortress. A fridge stocked with takeout containers or snacks. No need for big grocery trips or cooking elaborate meals. Constantly joking about your single status. It's a humorous way to acknowledge the situation. 10. I'm going to be positive and say doing whatever you want all the time. 11. I'm 3rd, 5th, 7th, etc. wheel. It doesn't matter how many. If I'm there, it'll be an odd number. 12. Having my boss interrupt my work and telling me at least twice a week to go home early to spend time with my family, and I have to remind them every single time, I don't have a family. 13. Going out to eat solo to whatever place you feel like. Going to watch a movie on your own just because you feel like it. Decorating your apartment or house exactly the way you want it because it's your own choice. Spending time with friends, as much or as little as you want with no feelings of guilt.
What are you doing?
I'm not married. I don't know what you're talking about or who you're talking about.
Are you 100% sure?
I mean, yeah, I'm not married. Why would I call them? If I were married, that would be stupid.
I mean, it's pretty stupid unless you think you're getting away with it. I mean, your husband knows.
I don't have a husband. I'm not married.
Okay, wait, hold. Are you divorced? Do you have a crazy ex-boyfriend?
Have you hooked up with anyone else?
I don't know who this guy is.
But he knew everything about you.
In the house.
This dude is 5'10". He's got brown hair. He was wearing a plaid shirt. He's got a tattoo on the forearm.
Does it say Olivia?
Like, literally, you're describing every guy at the bar. I mean, that's like, I'm not married. I have no idea.
Well, I don't know. It just seemed legit to me.
Look, Austin, didn't we have a good time? I mean, that's what you should be thinking about. Like, it was good, right?
That part of it, yeah, but your
Okay.
husband also saw that too.
What?
Hmm?
What?
He was watching.
What?
When he was talking to me at the bar, he said, "I saw what you did."
How could he
Well,
see?
apparently, they got some sort of drop cam in the house, and he saw it.
Olivia, are you married?
He set up a camera?
What do you mean he set up a camera? It sounds like you know something, Olivia.
Yeah, who's he? No, I mean, that's not what I meant.
You are lying.
You're married.
No.
You are cheating on your
No.
husband.
I just meant, like, who's going to set up a camera in general? I mean, like, he set up a camera? Like, who does that? That's what I meant.
Okay, it sounds, Olivia, like you just slipped. That's what it sounds like.
And how dare you put Austin in that position?
And us.
It's not
And
what
us.
you think. It's complicated.
Oh, is it? Okay, so now things are starting to come out a little bit because you misspoke there.
You cheater.
Olivia.
Don't try to paint me as this bad person. You don't know me.
Okay, but we don't know you.
Yeah, but
Because
you're
we thought you were like just single, living in a house, hooking up with the landscaper, and we find out that you have a husband.
You have no idea what my life is like, and it's complicated. There's more to the story.
Well, don't bring other people into your mess. Keep your mess to yourself if it's that complicated.
You know what? If you were in my shoes, you would have done the same thing.
Okay, so now you're admitting it. You have a husband.
No.
Get a divorce.
You just said you would have done the same thing, which means that you cheated on your husband with Austin.
No, that I slept with a hot guy is what I'm saying.
While
Oh,
married.
yeah.
I'm not playing your stupid games anymore. This is over.
Oh my God.
Hello?
Wow.
B.
Hey, Austin.
I am sorry,
Wow.
Austin.
Yeah,
I'm sorry
so-
for doubting your story.
Sounds like she's sure married, and that dude you talked to was her husband.
Listen, like I'm usually all for that kind of stuff, but I don't.
Austin, don't say that.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Oh, that is crazy.
The thing is, Austin, you think about it, there's videotape of you out there now.
Oh, see, I just don't want to get in trouble with my job. That's the thing. And if my boss found out that I did that again, then he'd be totally upset.
You said again.
Again, Austin. Yeah, man, I think you maybe have learned your lesson now.
He said again. I'm dead.
What the actual fuck is wrong with you? This is what you're. No, don't put me on the. I didn't raise you like this. I didn't raise you to vote vote for people like Kamala Harris.
It's Kamala.
Kamala Harris. Don't correct me. I gave birth to you.
Okay.
I'm trying to help you make America great again, so you can keep doing.
That page is so fucking dumb and stupid. I hate people. Not really. I could care. Use whatever words you want, but make America great again, bruh.
Doing this fucking bunny rabbit shit. Freedom of speech. He's gonna protect it, and you want to vote for Border Czar Kamala?
You have a Jesus shirt on, and you have a full glass of wine. Between you and me, I think that I'm better off than you.
Also, bro, didn't he say he was gonna give cops full immunity? Like, that is crazy, bro. Imagine cops having full immunity. That means you can't get in trouble for anything you do. Oh my god.
I am
Of course, I might be wrong there,
I am
but
done. You want to vote for Kamala? You want to vote for Kamala?
I did.
You can get the fuck out of my house.
Mom.
I'm voting you out.
Mom.
I'm done. In this time. You want to vote for Kamala Harris? You can get the fuck out of my house. There is
Bro,
one
to your
president
suitcase.
in this house, and his name is Donald J. Trump.
Wait, Mom, you forgot your wine.
Okay, thank you.
Here you go.
They were double acting.
Hi, can I speak to David, please?
That's funny.
Speaking.
Hey, David, how are you? This is Jubal from Brook and Jubal in the Morning. You ever check out the show?
Yeah, I've heard it a few times. I'm just kind of confused of why you guys are calling me right now.
Because somebody emailed us about you, David.
About me?
Yep. Somebody that you recently went out on a date with. Her name is Amanda.
Amanda.
Yeah. You probably remember who Amanda is because after your date, she ended up sending you some pretty mean text messages. And then, like, you texted her back that you had lost your phone or something.
Yeah.
Well, she feels really bad about that and wanted us to call you today to see if that's why you're not calling her back.
Man, I had lost my phone for a few days, so I wasn't able to contact her. And I get my phone back, and I get, like, just a slew of just mean text messages. And that kind of turned me off.
Yeah, I could understand that. Yeah. How mean were they?
Like, I mean, I wouldn't want to say them on the radio. They're pretty messed up.
Really?
Really? Can you give us like a PG-13 version of what was on your phone?
We're taping this right now, too, so you can say it and we'll just beep it out.
Mm-hmm. Oh. I think it'd be really embarrassing to her, so I don't want to kind of put her in that position.
Yeah, but think about this, David. She's the one that emailed us to call you. She's already putting her business out there on the radio. And I really want to know what she texted you. Because she wouldn't even really tell us. She just said, it was bad. That was her quote.
Yeah, they were really bad.
Was it like the worst thing a woman has ever said to you bad?
I would go ahead and say yeah.
Wow.
Come on, David. Just give me one thing that she said.
Fine. 1 second.
Oh, is he going to text message?
Yeah,
No, I like it. Read it word for word. That's good. I don't want
Saved
it
him
to
on
get...
there, yeah.
I already heard this one.
Okay, I've got one.
Okay.
I've got one right here.
You actually saved him, David?
Yeah.
I would. They might be evidence in a court of law someday. You never know.
Of course, I had to save these. They were crazy. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, I guess I would.
Here's some shit that one cousin should have taught you. Here are all the best places to experience some free shit. For all my anime lovers, Crunchyroll has to have the thickest catalog of free anime on the internet. Now, given yes, you will have to get through a shit ton of ads before you actually get to the show itself. But in my opinion, that is more than worth it for some free fan service. Netflix is a close second. They also have a metric shit ton of free anime for you to binge. Couldn't really think of anything creative to do for mangas, so here you go. If you want to watch some sort of sports, head over to your local sports bar. They'll usually have what you're looking for. If I'm being honest, movies are so fucking expensive nowadays, it's not even worth going. It'd be a fucking shame if there was a way you could watch all the movies in the theaters for free. Maybe one day, if you're trying to get your hands on something.
No, I'm gonna save that just for
Came
later.
in bold, so sure. Queen's Gambit, the lure, but I'm not falling for your game. Alba Encounter, call my name. Take the piece, I step ahead. My space expands, you can't hide. E3, a weak defense, my power's here, it's intense. Shot blocking every way, you can't escape, no way to stay. Shots on the scene, D takes E3, so mean. Gotta take, gotta seize, every chance if you please. On check, a sudden strike, nowhere to run, no place to hide. Take the pawn, you're promotion time. Too predictable under promotion. Exceptional. Shock. 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 A gambit meets its match. Alban counter I dispatch. All bring counter gambit.
Okay, that was.
So if you're voting
very
against
good.
certain things, then you should lose access to them. There's one path forward that needs to happen. I think that Democrats that are benefiting from Democratic policies or from Democratic successes need to start cutting off Republicans from those benefits. So if you live in a major city, there needs to be less funding going out to rural areas. If you live in a blue state, you need to fight the federal government when it comes to transferring funds from state to state. Like if you're in a red area and your economic productivity is low, you should suffer for it. Or if you're in an area and you're voting against like certain types of entitlement programs, if you're voting against FEMA, then your vote should be contingent on whether or not you have access to it or not, so that when they actually make bad decisions, they suffer for it. What did Republicans do after 2020? They lied about the results of the election. They broke into the fucking Capitol, and they still don't accept the results of that election. What happened this election? They said that this election was rigged. You sat here and watched me when Trump himself tweeted out, Philadelphia has crime going on. So no, fuck the soul searching. There needs to be consequences. So if you're voting against certain things, then you should lose access to them. I think it should be as simple as that. And then I think that's the quickest way to start connecting people's minds to the results of what they're voting for, because there's too much of Democrats having to turn the other cheek while still carrying the lesser productive members of society behind us. It's insane. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure the essence of the question.
Do human beings have tails? Do you have a tail?
You know, I have never met anyone with a tail. I'm not exactly sure the
Exactly. But fetuses have tails. Kind of proves that at that phase, they are not a human being. They got tails. Humans don't have tails. We're not dinosaurs. Let me even show you a photo, if I may, okay? Do you truly, in your heart of hearts, truly believe that this is a human being? This?
Without a doubt.
Without a doubt?
Yes.
This is a dolphin fetus.
Rip it open. What's that, Mari? Will you what?
A few moments later.
Oh.
Hey, yo, that nigga grooving. The clap? Nah. Nigga hitting that thriller dance.
Joan, let me ask
That
you something.
dude was going crazy.
All that work I did at the end of our marriage, making dinners, cleaning up, being more attentive, it never was going to make a difference, was it? You were leaving no matter what.
You never made a dinner.
I made burgers the time you had pneumonia.
Only after I insisted.
Well, if I had made more dinners, would that have made a difference?
I was ready to leave a long time ago. I just didn't know it then.
I've been giving it some thought. I mean, you called my father at the last minute. You said something. Whatever you said, he thought I could save the marriage. You felt I wasn't aggressive enough. I'll make more of an effort to do stuff. I've been cooking and doing chores at my house. I make veal cutlets, which the boys love. Why don't we all have dinner and talk more about this?
I'm sorry. It's just burgers.
So I need to do 19
I'll
stages.
sue you, Joan. You know I will. You had an affair for 4 years with that fucking shrink that ruined our marriage, and I can get the kids. I talk to Eddie Goodman, who works on these cases all the time, and I have an open and shut case. Frank, Walt, get in the car.
Sue me? I can't. You only wanted joint custody because you pay less child support that way.
Hey, remember the man versus bear debate and how in that whole fiasco, somebody got the bright idea to ask black women, white man or white woman, and all of these white women who were shocked, their flabbers absolutely fucking gasted at the fact that black women turned around and unanimously all said, white man. These people were shocked, and they were like, well, you know, you're a woman. Why is it that you're siding with the men? Then black women brought up the consistency of white men, and how with white men, they'll just tell you, oh, I don't find black women to be attractive. Oh, black women too masculine for me. Black women too fake. They too artificial. Meanwhile, a white woman will pretend to give a shit about you. A white woman will pretend to be your friend. 14% increase from 2020, by the way. 14% increase. White women will always sell out every other demographic beneath them because they are going to be number 2, and they know this. And they know that, yes, this may be above them up here, but they are above everybody else.
Hello? Hey, are you looking for a job? No, I already have a job. Why? There were a couple of hurricanes that hit Florida, and we need people to help rebuild. Oh, you're calling from Florida. No, they signed an anti-immigrant bill over there. That's why I left. Yeah, we're kind of regretting that. What if you came to work for a little bit, and when the job is done, you can leave again? I don't know. You know, I don't want to take anybody's job. The thing is, there's plenty of jobs. We just need more workers. Ah, no me digas. It sounds like that bill's not working out for you guys. It's not. We lost more than $12 billion the first year after signing it. Damn. Y'all messed around and found out. Anyways, what would it take for you to come back to work? Just give me a work permit and legal status. I have no problem working. Come on, man. That's crazy talk. What if we just paid you? How much? $15 an hour. And we'll pay for your flight, hotel, food, expenses, everything. No, thank you. All right, let me call Juan next.
I said text me when you get home. Where the fuck is my text? Where is my text at? I care about you. Me, right here, me. It's simple instructions. When you get home, text me, tell me you good.
Somebody else got that text.
Under no circumstances can we put America's homosexuals in danger.
But homosexuals themselves are demanding the right to serve their country in a time of war.
The gays of America are the only group left untouched by war. They're special, pure and rare, like a gleaming diamond or a...
I don't know what the fuck's going on now.
I didn't break anything.
You broke the door.
I didn't. There's a hole. Yeah, I kicked it. It's not broken though. It works.
Right,
it functions
so
as a door. It functions as a door though, correct?
No.
No, it doesn't close and open?
There's a hole in
Does it close and open? Does it lock? It's a fucking door. You sound dumb as shit.
Okay.
Look, he's just astonished. You a clown, look at you, bro. Big ass forehead, shitty ass mustache.
Bro, I like these. I don't know where the fuck this came from, but that's fine.
Sitting bored and sleepy, but tonight is special. Sacrifice night, Halloween night.
The chess pieces started dancing.
It all vanished with the night. If you don't want to get trampled to death, you better move aside. Halloween night. Push harder, stronger. Don't breathe, be terrifying. This dance can't stop. Struggling is useless. You're so scared, can't even breathe. Scared. I will come find you. I'm gonna get into your bed. It's struggle, it's your leg that's broken. With shaky legs, although beg for life. Night, fork. This is not the end, not end. Check. It's starting now. Nightmare that can't be woken up. Dance of fear. Halloween night. Wake up and breathe a sigh of relief, but the horror is not over. Even the last touch to protect you. Disappear. Checkmate. Night. Halloween gambit.
I got bored in my marriage and divorced my husband. But everything didn't turn out the way I expected. My ex is no longer nice to me and recently made an offer that I don't know if I should take. I'm a single mom to 2 amazing boys. Honestly, I feel so lucky with how they've turned out. They're both giants for their age. Seriously, I don't know what they're feeding kids these days, but they're also so kind and sweet. I share custody with my ex-husband, Drew. We've been divorced for 5 years, and every year it gets harder and harder to support us. Honestly, it's all my fault, and I'm running out of options. Drew and I were together for 14 years, married for 11. We got married young and had kids pretty quickly after. Looking back, the last few years of our marriage were rough. Life felt stuck, monotonous, boring. I started resenting everything. The
Boring is
routine,
good,
the
bro.
responsibility, the fact that I was missing out on my 20s while my friends were out living it up. Drew and I grew apart too. Maybe we both stopped trying, or maybe it was just me. Either way, I felt trapped. The resentment built up until one day I told him I wanted a divorce. Once I said it, it was like I couldn't unsay it. I made up my mind, and there was no going back. Drew begged me to work on things, suggested we go away to start fresh, but I was done. We ended things amicably, more or less. He suggested we split everything evenly, including proceeds from the house, and share custody of the boys. I lobbied up and walked away with exactly what he offered: half the assets, shared custody, and child support. That's barely above the legal minimum, no alimony, just a mountain of legal fees. At first, the single life was great. My friends rallied around me, took me out, helped with babysitting, and kept me distracted. But after a while, everyone got busy with their own lives. The help dried up. Suddenly, I was a single mom juggling everything on my own. The apartment that I could afford was nothing compared to our house, and I was exhausted all the time. When the boys were with Drew, I thought I'd go out and reclaim my freedom. But instead, I just sat on the couch, binge-watched Netflix, and felt sorry for myself. I tried dating and had one semi-serious relationship. Finding a guy who's serious about building a life with a single mom is hard. Meanwhile, Drew became a ghost. He only responded to texts about the kids, nothing else. I hear about exes who co-parent like best friends. Not Drew, it's strictly business with him. The boys are older now, and they're into everything, 3 sports each, constant expenses, and I just can't keep up. Last month, I finally swallowed my pride and asked Drew to pitch in more financially. His answer? A hard no. He said he's already paying child support and covering everything when the boys are with him. I explained that I literally can't afford everything they need. His response? He offered to take them full-time. He said if I signed away my legal rights and gave him full custody, he'd cover all their expenses. I could still see them whenever I wanted, but I'd no longer have any legal say in their lives. Here's the kicker: I know the boys would love living with Drew. They're too sweet to say it outright, but it's obvious he's the favorite parent. They've got a big house with their own rooms and a dad who doesn't have to scrape by. Now I'm stuck. Am I the asshole for even thinking about giving them up? Would I be an asshole if I actually did it? Edit, for everyone asking, yes, I tried talking to Drew about adjusting custody or increasing child support. He shut me down. He even dared me to take it to court, saying I'd probably end up with less after how the divorce went. I'm scared he might be right. And no, I can't make the boys quit their activities, they love them, and I can't be the mom who says sorry, we can't afford it. I got bored in my marriage and divorced my husband. But everything didn't turn. Update 2, my unemployed ex-husband, who owes thousands in child support, wants full custody of our daughter, claiming that my work as a surgeon makes me unfit. However, at the custody meeting, I presented evidence that made his. I got bored in my marriage and divorced my.
The final one that they have been telling me to hold on to my britches for. Now, if my britches pop off on camera, I'm gonna be.
They better not pop off on camera. You better wash them up. It took me a while to open. Hey, look. I really want to tell you before you open it is that I love you.
I love you too.
And I do appreciate all the time that you be wanting to spend with me.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. I'm looking at the camera, so I don't know what it is.
I just know that you're not going to be spending much time with me anymore.
Looking at what it is.
You're not going to.
I still haven't looked at what it is.
Yeah, because you're not going to spend time with me anymore after this. So.
Oh, no, but I want to spend time with you, though.
I know, but you're not.
Okay.
Now look at it. Just go ahead and look at it.
Well, yeah. It's over for you. Tell TikTok I said I'm out. All right.
Bro had other presents, some food on the table, said fuck all that.
So for all the Trump voters that are in my comments talking about, it's not
Bro, why is it still popping up on my shit? I don't care no more, bro. Niggas are dumb, so let them be dumb.
about left versus right, it's about up versus down. Listen, I'm proud of you for having baby's first thoughts of class consciousness, but I have neither the time nor the crayons to explain to you exactly how dumb you look making that statement. Listen, I get it. We're all tired of being fucked by billionaires, but you are the guys that are so tired of being fucked by them that you voted for one so you could have eye contact while he does it. Every single one of you looked at the lady who said she wanted to tax the rich and make them pay their fair share, and you went, nuh-uh, cheaper eggs. So yeah, I get it. It's up versus down, absolutely. But I am not going to forgive nor forget the fact that you put us in this fucking spot.
This girl asked me if I play Mortal Kombat. And I said, I love it. I love it, of course. My favorite, Liu Kang. She said, you need to get over here so I can finish you. Now, I was a little skeptical, but I thought she was talking smack. I'm undefeated with Liu Kang, so she could bring it. I'm down to give equal left and rights, you know. And she said she had snacks, so the chubby within me got a little excited. Y'all, when I got there, she was darn near butter my neck. You talking about some, get over here. No, you stay over there, you Jezebel. They trying to trap me.
Dude on the Rose Are Dead podcast that said he's upset at his father. I'm gonna tell you right now, your dad was completely right. So he's saying that he always snuck his girlfriend into the house. He thought he was low, but he found out his dad knew. His dad said to him, hey, I already knew, just don't let your mom find out. So he's saying that one night, 4 a.m. in the morning, he brought her in, and his mom came banging on the door. And yes, I give it to him, his mom was talking crazy to his girl, like he said. Now, this is the part that he said he can't forgive his dad. Because when this is all happening, his dad came out there too, and went off on his girl too. And he's saying, but dad, in his head, he's saying, but dad, you knew, right? But you got to understand, your dad got to put up with your mom, and your dad got to be there too. So he already gave you the heads up.
Yeah, he said be sneaky.
Don't get caught by your mom. So he gave you the warning saying, yo, when you get caught, it's up for you. He gave you the playbook. He gave you the script. You got caught. So he had to do what he had to do. So yeah, it's a learning lesson right there, man. You can't be mad at your dad for that.
Iron Man is unironically one of the best characters in the game right now, but no.
Iron Man is a floating bitch who doesn't do nothing but stays up in the sky like 30 fucking feet away, 30 miles away, and just shoots dumb laser beams. Most boring playstyle ever.
Not unironically one of the best characters in the game right now. He is, though. I've never had to make a response video before, and I didn't want to, but at the end of this guy's video, he accused me of, like, being a clickbaiter, so I kind of...
Wait, you just threw down 2 cards? Hold on, you stacking? How we playing? Why is y'all reversing it back and forth to each other, bro? This is a single player game. Get off each other's dicks. All the colors in the rainbow, and you change it to blue? Niggas, you crip? Like, the fuck? You just gonna throw a draw 2 on my ass? Alright, don't even worry about it, bro. I'm gonna have something for you later. What? Since when we throw draw 2s on top of draw 4s? See, there y'all go making up rules now. You cannot throw a
draw 2 on top of draw 4s is crazy.
Draw 2 on top of a draw 4,
yeah,
bro. It don't matter what color they
you
pick.
Can't do that.
Word to my mother, y'all on that cheating shit again, bro. I'm not jacking it. I look like y'all bitch. I look like y'all girlfriend. Y'all
of their own.
We all heard bottle caps, and then the last one to get in the bag is out. Can't even see white walls.
Can't see white walls, nigga. If you don't make this shit, got the most bounces ever. You low-key cheating by how close you up, but hey.
Are we fair? Yep. Are you sure?
Yeah. Actually, no, I lied. Hey, the damn, we're all gone.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm deadass. I'm not kidding.
That's so up.
I know. And it's on TV as well.
Please don't do this to us. Please, we agreed.
Let's talk about it on my show. Basically, Nito.
Of their own.
We all heard bottle caps, and then the last one to get in the bag is out. Can't even see white walls. Makes sense.
Oh, welcome. Your name is Anand.
Aaron, how are you?
Not great dudes, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh my God, should we be on the phone with 911 instead right now?
That's why I'm calling you. I think so, and I'm not. It sucks. I'll tell you that.
Every once in a while, we get emails for the second date update where like somebody goes, "You have to do this right away. I need your help." And normally they're like, how pressing is it? And
Why'd I just get off the phone with my grandmother, and she decided to remind me of the time when I was in 5th grade and I had just left private school. I begged my mom to let me go to public school with the rest of my friends. And I was on the playground playing with this little white boy. I don't know what I did to him. I was probably being bossy, which is very on brand for me. But he found it necessary to call me a... Now, I didn't understand the gravity nor the seriousness of being called it. But I did know that bitch was a bad word and that he had just called me a bitch. Now, my reply to him in my little innocent teeny bopper brain was, you know what? That attitude is probably why your parents have to drop you off and pick you up from school separately. I would like the record to reflect that I did not have a concept of divorce at that age, nor did I know that his parents were going through a very nasty divorce, nor did I know that he was in therapy because of said divorce. Now, I immediately see the shift in his demeanor, and this boy starts boo-hoo crying. Now, as an adult, I realize, because I've reinforced probably a deep thought that he had, that he's responsible for his parents divorcing, and he literally could not take it. A teacher finally comes over because they see him crying, they see me looking at him crazy, and the teacher asks me what's going on, like what happened. Now, again, in my teeny bopper brain, I did not understand the gravity of what this little boy called me.
He called me a bitch, and I said...
He called me a... And I said his parents pick him up and drop him off separately. Teacher stares at me for a good 10, 15 seconds. Then she finally sends us to the office. Now, at that point, my mom had never really showed her ass to go to school, but I could tell they were apprehensive about calling her. So they call her while she's at work, mistake number one, and they are trying to kind of mitigate and move through what this little boy said to me, but imply that I needed to be picked up by a family member because of an incident between me and another little boy. You know how black moms just be knowing. She immediately told them to put me on the phone. I repeated the entire situation back to her, in which she calmly but very scarily said, "Go ahead and put that principal back on the phone for me." Now, my mom did a whole lot of cussing, yelling, and screaming. I didn't pick up everything, but I did pick this up. She said, if I pull up to that school, y'all are going to need to call the police on me. So it'd be best if you call her grandmother to go and pick her up. That ended up not being a much better option, because after they called my grandmother and let her know what happened and that she needed to come pick me up, she was in the parking lot maybe 7 minutes later, peeled in like she was in Fast and the Furious, left the car on, left the keys in the ignition, was coming up the walkway, threatening everybody, asking him where his mama was at, saying she was going to beat her up. It was a mess. Now, as she's coming up the walkway, my principal and vice principal are trying to have her meet me at the door so she doesn't come inside the building, but she wouldn't have none of that. Comes in her moo-moo, sits down and says, "I'm not going anywhere until his mama gets here." Principal's trying to plead with her, "Man, please just get your granddaughter, go home, have a conversation with her. This is traumatic." And she is not with it at all. She said, "I'm going to sit my black ass right here and wait for his mama to get here so I can really show her what a bitch is." Now, the little boy's mom...
Wait, did he say nigga bitch? Like, I thought he said bitch or nigga. I didn't...
Up pulling up, and my grandmother immediately goes off the second she opens that door. My principal's like, "Man, please calm down, please calm down. Like, I really don't want to have to call the police. This is already traumatizing enough. Like,
Call the
please
police.
Get your grandbaby and go home."
Call the
my grandma
police.
kind of clocks that she needs to calm down, so she grabs me and she looks this white lady in the face and she says, "I need you to understand something. You are not safe outside of these walls. If I catch you off of school grounds, I am going to fuck you up something fierce.
Nah, that's crazy.
I need you to understand that I am mentally ill and that your son fucked up when he called my grandbaby a bitch." She finished it off by saying, "This shit don't have a time limit. If I see you 10, 15, 20
No
years
time
from
limit,
now,
crazy.
you or my daughter, you are going to get beat the fuck up." Of course, when she took me home, she had the whole conversation with me about being called a slur and how I felt, and, you know, that's something that's just going to happen. And she gave me ice cream and McDonald's, and, you know, it was a real bonding experience for me and her. And funny enough, me and my mom did run into him and his mom years later, so let me know if you want that story.
Funny.
I'm still stuck on the
But I just got
slur.
off the phone with my grandmother, and she decided to remind me of the
What
time when I was
slur
in
was
5th
it?
grade, and I had just left private school. I begged my mom to let me go to public school with the rest of my friends. And I was on the playground playing with this little white boy. I don't know what I did to him. I was probably being bossy, which is very on brand for me. But he found it necessary to call me a...
Oh,
Now, I didn't...
ER bitch. Okay, then that's crazy.
Funny thing about it, I just saw this video. Buddy was like, "Oh, I can't forgive my dad for that time when I was sneaking girls in the house. He caught me, told me, don't let your mom catch you. I know what you're doing. Don't let your mom catch you."
That was all the
And then
warning you
later on,
needed.
his mom caught him and was cussing him out.
That's all the
threw
warning you
girl
needed.
out, and then his dad came in, was cussing him out, fussing him out too. He told you. He told you don't let your mama find out. That is the play. At the end of the day, that's his wife. He got to go with her. A prime example, my dad always told us, me and my brother, listen here, your mama gets home at 2:30. Your curfew is before she get home. Whatever that is. If you get here after her, your ass is grass. Guess what we did? Guess what we did? In the house every time before she got there. And I mean like in the bed, lights off before she got there. Because that was what was understood, didn't have to be explained.
One
He
rule.
gonna go with her. He gonna go with her every time because that's his wife. He got to lay in the bed with her. So don't get caught. That was clear, bro. That's bad 101. That's husband 101.
That was one rule. That was one rule, and this
I'm in
nigga
the middle of
decided
a
to not
crisis right
follow
now,
it.
and I could really use.
I don't care.
Oh, this Kamala shit is dead ass, bro. Yo, while I'm parking my car this morning, I see a lady. I'm like, yo, have a wonderful day. She damn near spit at me talking about, fuck you, Trump is president. What the fuck you mad at me for? Niggas, they not jacking us right now, bro.
That's
It's straight
funny.
fuck. Man, I open Instagram and they killing us. They saying we not worth the fuck it took to make us. I'm not worth the fuck it took to make me because another man is president? What the fuck you saying fuck me for? I voted for Kamala. I went in that booth and voted for Kamala. Why is it fuck me? The ladies is mad at us. Bitch, I'm from New York. Kamala won in New York. Why you mad at us? Go talk to the niggas in Dallas. They lost in Texas. Why is it niggas in New York City? Niggas in the Bronx, Brooklyn, Queens, Staten Island, Manhattan. Apologizing on behalf of niggas in Kentucky. She won over here, bro. She won it here. She won in Cali. She won in Pennsylvania. Go holler at them niggas in Atlanta. Go take their Hellcats. She lost in Georgia. Go take their charges. They saying it all. They saying we hate women, bro. They saying, oh, we'd rather see a convicted felon as president. We'd rather a racist with a C and a P in the White House rather than see a woman run the country and shit. And I'm just saying, like, yo, bro, she won in New York. Be mad at the Atlanta niggas. I drive a Beamer. I don't drive a Charger. And, bro, if we really keeping it a buck, bro, I threw Kamala on a parlay. So I'm just as mad as y'all.
Final part. My fiancée went to Italy for space 2 months before our wedding, blocked me everywhere, then came back pregnant claiming it's mine. That's all it said. My family forced me to. My fiancée went to Italy for space 2 months before our wedding, blocked me everywhere, then came back pregnant claiming it's mine. I'm James, 32 years old, and for a long time, I thought I had my life figured out. You know that feeling when everything just clicks, like the universe is finally throwing you a bone? That was me. I had a decent job, solid friends, and a fiancée, Lauren, who I'd been with for nearly 7 years. 7 years, long enough to know someone inside out, or at least that's what I believed. Lauren and I had been engaged for 2 years. We weren't rushing the wedding, we wanted everything to be perfect. The venue was booked, the date was set, and things were falling into place. She had her Pinterest boards for flowers and dresses, and I was mostly focused on not screwing up the guest list. It felt normal, comfortably chaotic, like planning a wedding should be. Then, out of nowhere, Lauren tells me she's going to Italy. At first, I thought, cool, why not? Italy's beautiful. She'd always talked about wanting to see Florence, Rome, Venice, all those postcard perfect places. But the timing threw me off. It was just a couple of months before the wedding, right in the middle of finalizing everything. Still, I told myself it wasn't a big deal, she deserved a break. But then she said she needed space. That word stuck with me, space. It wasn't like we'd been fighting or anything. Sure, wedding planning had its stressful moments, but nothing major. So why would she need space? I shrugged it off at first, thinking maybe it was just nerves. Everyone gets cold feet before a wedding, right? That's normal. A few weeks later, I'm driving her to the airport. She's practically glowing, talking about all the places she's going to visit and how this trip is going to be good for her. I didn't ask too many questions. Honestly, I didn't want to seem controlling or insecure. But there was this knot in my stomach I couldn't shake. Watching her walk into the terminal felt weird, like, really weird. I chalked it up to the fact that we'd never spent this much time apart before. But deep down, something didn't sit right. And that's how it started, the trip to Italy. At the time, I had no idea it would be the beginning of the end. At first, everything seemed fine. Lauren texted me when she landed, sent a few pictures of her and her friends in Florence, and even called me once to tell me how amazing the food was. I'll admit, it felt a little off, like she was just ticking boxes to keep me from worrying, but I brushed it off. She was on vacation, after all. The first few days went by without a hitch. Her messages were light and casual, updates about sightseeing, jokes about how much she was walking, and the occasional miss you thrown in for good measure. It wasn't constant, but it was enough to feel normal. By the end of the first week, though, things started to change. The texts became shorter, less frequent. Instead of long updates, I'd get one-liners like super busy today or Wi-Fi sucks, we'll call later. Only later never came. I tried not to overthink it. She was probably just caught up in the excitement of being in Italy, who wouldn't be? But the longer the silence stretched, the harder it was to ignore. By the second week, she'd practically gone radio silent. I'd sent her a good morning text and get no reply. Hours would go by, and nothing. By evening, I'd send another just checking in. Still nothing. One night, I called her. It went straight to voicemail. I told myself her phone was probably off, or maybe she'd run out of battery. But the next day, the same thing happened. And the day after that. I started to feel like a ghost, like I didn't exist in her world anymore. That's when I decided to check her Instagram. She was always posting on there, sharing photos of food, sunsets, or whatever cute little cafe she'd stumbled upon. But when I opened the app and searched for her profile, it wasn't there. At first, I thought she might have deactivated her account. But when I looked at her tagged photos, I realized the truth. She hadn't deactivated anything. She'd blocked me. Blocked. I remember sitting there, staring at my phone, trying to make sense of it. 7 years together, 2 years engaged, and now blocked, like I was some random ex-boyfriend she didn't want to deal with anymore. I tried calling again, straight to voicemail. I sent a text, hoping. Maybe it was all a mistake. Hey, just checking in. Hope everything's okay. The message didn't go through. That's when it hit me, this wasn't a mistake. This was deliberate. For days, I couldn't think about anything else. My mind ran in circles trying to figure out what I'd done wrong, what I'd missed. Was she mad at me? Was this her way of breaking things off? Or was there someone else? By the end of the second week, I was done making excuses for her. If she wanted space, she could have it. But I wasn't going to sit around waiting for her to decide whether or not I was worth her time. So, I made a decision. I started canceling the wedding. The venue, the caterer, the flowers, every single thing we'd planned. Each call felt like ripping off a band-aid. Painful, but necessary. And you know what? It felt good. Not at first, of course. At first, it felt like a knife twisting in my chest. But after a while, the relief started to creep in. I wasn't going to let her hold me hostage anymore. If Lauren wanted to disappear, that was her choice. But I wasn't going to wait around for her to come back. It had been 3 weeks since Lauren left for Italy, and I hadn't heard a word from her. At this point, I was doing everything I could to move on. My friend Emily kept telling me I dodged a bullet, and part of me believed her. Still, there was this lingering sense of unfinished business, like the ghost of our relationship was still hanging around, refusing to let me breathe. Then, out of nowhere, she called. I didn't recognize the number at first. It wasn't her usual one, and I almost let it go to voicemail. But something told me to answer. And when I did, it was her. Her voice was calm, casual even, like nothing had happened. She didn't acknowledge the weeks of silence, didn't ask how I'd been. Instead, she jumped straight to logistics, her flight details, the time she'd be landing, and a simple, "We need to talk." I didn't say much. Honestly, I was too stunned to process it. But one thing was clear, she expected me to pick her up from the airport, like I was just waiting around for her to come back and explain herself. I didn't go. Instead, I spent that morning at work, trying to distract myself from the knot in my stomach. I knew she'd find her way home eventually. Lauren always had a way of landing on her feet, no matter how messy things got. Sure enough, when I got back to my apartment that evening, she was there. She looked different, tired, disheveled, like she'd been through hell. For a moment, I felt a flicker of sympathy. But then I remembered the silence, the blocking, the complete disregard for me and our relationship. She stood on my doorstep clutching her bag like it was the only thing holding her together. Her eyes were red, her voice barely a whisper when she asked if she could come in. I let her in, not because I wanted to, but because I needed answers. She sat down on the couch, and for a while, neither of us said anything. I stayed standing, arms crossed, waiting for her to start. Finally, she broke the silence. She told me she was pregnant. At first, I didn't react. The words didn't even seem real. Pregnant? After everything she'd done, after cutting me out, disappearing without a trace, now she wanted to tell me she was pregnant? I felt a rush of emotions, anger, confusion, disbelief. But above all, I felt betrayed. Not just by her actions, but by the timing of it all. Why now? Why not tell me when she found out? She tried to explain, something about being overwhelmed, about not knowing how to handle it. She said she found out during the trip and panicked. That's why she blocked me. That's why she needed space. It didn't make sense. None of it did. And then she dropped another bombshell. Her parents knew. Not only that, but they thought I needed to step up and take responsibility. I didn't even know what to say. On one hand, if the baby was mine, of course I wanted to be there. But on the other hand, how could I trust anything she said? That night, I barely slept. The weight of everything felt suffocating, the silence, the pregnancy, the way she just assumed I'd fall in line. I kept replaying the past few weeks in my head, trying to piece together the truth. But no matter how hard I tried, one question kept coming back to haunt me. What wasn't she telling me? The next day, I woke up feeling like I was caught in a fog. Lauren's news about the pregnancy was still sinking in, but there was something about the way she delivered it that didn't sit right with me. It wasn't just the timing, it was the way she avoided certain details, the way her words felt rehearsed. I tried to focus on work, but my mind kept wandering. By lunchtime, I'd convinced myself I was overthinking. Maybe she really had panicked. Maybe the stress of the wedding and the pregnancy had been too much. People make mistakes, right? But then, in the middle of the afternoon, my phone buzzed. It was Megan, Lauren's younger sister. Her message was simple: we need to talk. It's about Lauren. Final part. I spent weeks planning the perfect birthday surprise for my girlfriend, but toxic friend group destroyed it all. Final part. My fiancé went to Italy for space 2 months before our wedding, blocked me everywhere, then came back pregnant claiming it's mine. That's all it said, but it was enough to set my nerves on edge. Megan and I had always gotten along, but she'd never reached out to me directly like this before. I agreed to meet her that evening at a coffee shop near my apartment. When I walked in, she was already there, sitting in the corner and looking nervous. She kept glancing around like she didn't want anyone to see her. When I sat down, she didn't waste any time. She leaned in close and said, "James, I don't think Lauren's telling you the whole truth." I felt my stomach drop. Megan explained that during Lauren's trip to Italy, she'd been spending a lot of time with a guy named Ryan. He was someone from their college days, someone Lauren had reconnected with before the trip. According to Megan, they were practically inseparable the entire time. She even mentioned a private Instagram account Lauren used to post photos that I couldn't see, photos of her and Ryan laughing together, sitting at cafes, sightseeing like a couple. I didn't know what to say. Part of me wanted to believe it wasn't true, that Megan had gotten it wrong. But deep down, I knew she wouldn't lie about something like this. When I asked Megan why she was telling me this, she hesitated, then said, "Because Lauren's been telling everyone that you're refusing to take responsibility for the baby. She's making you out to be the bad guy." That was the final straw. Not only had Lauren blocked me and left me in the dark for weeks, but now she was twisting the narrative to make herself look like the victim. I thanked Megan and left the coffee shop, my mind racing. If there was even a chance that Ryan was involved, I needed to know. But how could I get to the truth without Lauren shutting me out again? That's when I decided to look up Ryan. It wasn't hard to find him, his profile was public. Sure enough, there were photos from the trip. One, in particular, caught my attention. It was a picture of him and Lauren sitting close at a small cafe, her hand resting on his shoulder. The caption read, "Best trip ever," with heart eyes emojis. My chest tightened. I knew I couldn't let this go. I sent him a message. It was short and to the point. "Hey Ryan, I think we need to talk." I wasn't sure if Ryan would reply, but a couple of hours later, my phone buzzed. His response was brief: "Hey man, what's up?" I stared at the message for a while, trying to figure out how to play this. If I came at him too aggressively, he'd probably shut down. But if I was too casual, he might brush it off entirely. I decided to start cautiously. I replied, "I've been hearing some things about the Italy trip. Thought it'd be better to ask you directly." The typing dots appeared almost immediately, then disappeared. It took him a minute to reply, "Not sure what you mean. Trip was great, though." "Why?" He was dodging. I leaned into it, trying to keep my tone neutral. "Just heard you and Lauren were spending a lot of time together. People are talking." This time, his response was slower. When it came through, it didn't do much to ease my mind. "Yeah, we hung out. Same group of friends, you know. Nothing weird." Nothing weird, right? I took a deep breath and typed, "Did she tell you she was pregnant?" I hit send before I could second guess myself. The dots appeared again, and then his reply came, "She mentioned it, yeah. Congrats, man. You're going to be a dad." That should have been comforting, but it wasn't. The way he worded it felt off, like he was trying too hard to sound supportive. I decided to push further. "Is there something I should know, Ryan? Just be straight with me." This time, the dots stayed for a while before disappearing completely. He didn't reply. That was all the confirmation I needed. I sat there for a long time, staring at my phone, my mind racing. It wasn't enough to accuse Lauren outright, but it was clear she wasn't telling me everything. If I wanted the truth, I'd have to confront her. The next day, I asked her to come over. She arrived looking nervous, her usual confident demeanor replaced by something more fragile. She sat on the couch, fidgeting with her bag, while I stood across the room, arms crossed. I know about Ryan, I told her. Her face went pale, but she recovered quickly, brushing it off with the usual excuses. We're just friends, she said. It wasn't anything. I wanted to believe her. God, I wanted to believe her. But the weight of everything, the silence, the blocking, the photos, was too much. I asked her directly, is there anything you're not telling me? And her answer was the same as always, you're overthinking it. But I wasn't. By the time Lauren left that evening, I was more certain than ever that I wasn't getting the full story. That's when the idea came to me, if she wasn't going to tell the truth willingly, I'd make her confront it in front of everyone. A week later, I set my plan in motion. Lauren thought I was softening. I hadn't pressed her about Ryan again, and I'd even started responding to her texts. She probably thought I was ready to move forward, to forgive and forget. But that couldn't have been further from the truth. I decided to host a celebration for the baby, a way to bring everyone together, her family, my family, close friends. It was the perfect setting, and she was thrilled when I suggested it. She probably thought it was my way of showing her I was ready to step up. The night of the party, the house was packed. Everyone was there, laughing, mingling, raising glasses to the future. Lauren was glowing, playing the part of the happy mom-to-be, soaking up the attention. I stayed calm, patient. I waited until everyone was settled before I made my move. When the time came, I stood in the middle of the room holding a glass of champagne. The room quieted down, all eyes on me. Lauren stood beside me, smiling nervously. I started with something simple, thanking everyone for coming, for their support, for being part of this big moment in our lives. My voice was steady, my face calm. Then I turned to Lauren. This is a night to celebrate honesty, trust, and family, I said, loud enough for everyone to hear. And I think it's time we all share some truths. The room went silent. Lauren's smile faltered, and she glanced at me, confused. I pulled out my phone. I've been hearing a lot of things lately, I said, still looking at her. Things that didn't make sense. So I decided to look for answers. I tapped the screen, and a photo appeared on the TV behind me. It was one of the pictures Megan had told me about, Lauren and Ryan at a cafe in Italy, her hand resting on his shoulder. There were audible gasps from the crowd. Lauren's face turned pale. While Lauren was in Italy, I continued, she wasn't just finding herself. She was spending time with Ryan. A lot of time. Enough that people started to notice. Her family was frozen, staring at the screen in shock. My family didn't move either, waiting for what came next. Lauren's voice cracked as she finally spoke. James, this isn't what it looks like. Isn't it? I asked, my voice sharp. Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you blocked me, disappeared for weeks, and spent all your time with another man. And now you want me to believe everything's fine? She started crying, her hands trembling as she reached for me. It wasn't like that, I swear. It wasn't. Ryan's just a friend. I stepped back, shaking my head. A friend? Then why hide it? Why block me? Why tell everyone I wasn't stepping up when you were the one who disappeared? Her family looked at her, their expressions a mix of shock and disappointment. Megan stood in the corner, her lips pressed into a thin line, clearly holding back tears. Lauren tried to speak again, but the words wouldn't come. She was breaking down in front of everyone, and for once, I didn't feel sorry for her. I turned back to the crowd. I wanted tonight to be about honesty. And now that the truth is out, I need to be honest too. I can't do this. I can't marry someone who lies, manipulates, and expects me to clean up the mess. The silence was deafening. I put down my glass, my voice steady. I'll be there for the baby. I'll do everything I can to be a good father. But as for Lauren and me,
it's mine.
We're done. With that, I walked out of the room, leaving her standing there, surrounded by the weight of her own choices. It's been a few months since that night. The baby's here now, a little girl. She's perfect, and I can't imagine my life without her. Lauren and I keep things civil for her sake, but the damage is done. We barely speak outside of what's necessary. Megan reached out to apologize, saying she should have told me everything sooner. I told her it wasn't her fault, but I appreciated the honesty. Emily's been my rock through all of this, reminding me that I made the right choice. And she's right. For the first time in a long time, I feel free. The truth hurt, but it set me free. Now, I'm focused on the one thing that truly matters, being the best dad I can be. My fiancé went to Italy for space 2 months. Final part.
This starts with King of Canada. It's an opening where you give up a pawn on d4. But if you give up one more pawn here, the solar gambit begins. Grabbing the pawn in a quick night, you'd want to keep up with the speed, right? I've already developed my bishop, I'm ready for castling. In your haste, you'll pin me, it doesn't matter, a crazy move. If you want to take my queen, go ahead and take it, I'll take your life. Checkmate. Checkmate.
Oh, these are so good. What the hell?
100%. 100%. The American Rescue Plan, the bill that restarted our economy from COVID, led to huge job
Wait, is our
creation.
economy good right now?
We have the best economy in the world right now. Wait, no, 100.
Bro
Like,
did not just
guys,
say
Can you break that down for people?
100%.
Break it
Okay,
down.
wait. Our age, we're never going to be able to buy homes in this economy. Mortgage rates are higher than ever.
but
Groceries are
that
unaffordable.
is a problem.
Oh, I totally agree.
Inflation's high.
Totally agree. Totally agree with both of you.
Like, our generation's going to pay the price for this economy.
I mean,
Unless Trump fixes it. Like 4 years of Kamala, you'll see we're going to be unemployed. We're going to be homeless. We're not going to be able to
isn't that
afford
what you
a
guys said
house.
about Joe Biden? Isn't that
Yeah,
what you guys
and we
said
were
about Joe?
right.
No, I mean,
We
we
were
again, we
absolutely
have
right.
the
Look at
strongest
the
economy. We have the strongest economy in the world right now. Our GDP growth next year by big economic institutions like Goldman Sachs is projected to be better than any G7 country. That includes countries like France, Japan, Canada,
How does
really
it put
developed
money
economies.
in our pockets?
GDP? Making things in America?
No, I understand, but that doesn't, is that reducing the inflation?
Well, inflation's now 2.4%.
So then how come every single thing under the Biden administration became completely unaffordable?
Why do you think inflation went up? What, like, you're blaming it on Biden right now, right?
Because, you know,
You were supposed to dodge that.
Text
Oh
me
my
what I'm doing. I respond and say I'm chilling, listening to music. Incoming FaceTime call. Now, who in the hell asked for that? I want to be on the phone. What did I say? I would have been called.
Oh, brother.
You've been raping since the age of 13.
Rapping.
That makes more sense.
Which do you prefer, being in Marvel movies or being in stuff that nobody's ever heard of?
Being in Marvel movies.
I mean, do you go to your acting coach and go, I've got to play a goddamn ant. What am I supposed to do? I
You
mean,
lost me at acting coach.
Yeah, that seems about right. You have 12 million Instagram followers. How long did it take you to apologize to each one of them for Bumblebee? I walked out of that movie. I'm just kidding. I didn't walk out of the movie. I skipped out because I was so happy to be leaving. Wow. Your superhero character is called Captain Marvel.
Yes.
Well, they really have stopped trying, haven't they? I mean, why didn't they just call it Captain Comic Book or Captain We Can't Think of Anything Else?
And what would your superhero name be? Captain Crunch? The Bulk?
Like the Incredible Bulk?
Yes.
Well, you were in Failure to Launch.
You know what movie you were not in?
What?
Failure to Lunch. Because you had 10 frickin' corn dogs you stuffed down your gullet
Yeah, we've been through
before
that.
lunch.
Your dad died while having sex with your mom, and you've said that you want to go out the same way. You and your mom need to set up some boundaries.
No.
We're not doing this again.
I ain't get shit either for Christmas. Y'all think y'all left long? Well, I'm 30 years old. I ain't get.
For next year, I'm gonna get you a lot of gifts for Christmas. Okay?
This girl you sure do know how to piss me the fuck off. And it's like you know when I'm fucking recording. You fucking.
I just feel bad that I didn't get you anything. But next year.
Actually, yeah. You should feel bad. I gave this girl actually 3 gifts, and I put some money down to get her a car. Tell me, and I ain't get a fucking thing. This girl, if y'all look at the other video, provided the box. I ain't gonna lie, I thought she was playing because I ain't never heard nothing in the box. You provided me, yeah, she said I'll provide you my box. Girl, give me merchandise. Where's my shit at? I don't even know how to punish you.
Stop, you're making me feel bad.
You should have felt bad a fucking long time ago.
I'll get you stuff next year.
Girl, I don't want your shit. Keep your shit.
More Trump voters are publicly regretting their vote for Donald Trump as he continues to back out of campaign promises and instead focuses on his billionaire friends. Now, first it was the Steelworkers Union out of Pennsylvania. Now firefighter unions in New York City are publicly speaking out as Donald Trump and Republicans failed to fund the 9/11 first responder health care program that is designed to help the first
Hey, so I know y'all heard we might be coming to Steam. Oh gosh, shut up. You know you're not gonna do that.
What's Steam?
Oh, I'm sorry. You wouldn't know anything about that. Yeah, little nigga, continue playing your Kids Bop game.
Can't even be mad. I'd be better too if I was a failure.
Man, you just mad that I'm dropping facts, not leaks. Yeah, you know what? Not even gonna lie. If you pull that off, you know what? Let me make a phone call real quick. Hold on. Hey, no cap. That's a fire idea, but based off of
I saw a post on here that said, bring back the men that yearn, the men that really, yearn for their significant other. And attached to it was a song by Sam Cooke. I think it was called This Love Will Never Change. So I decided to take a listen to the song, and it was a beautiful song. It was like, it really hit me in my chest. I was like, oh my God, I would love to feel this way about somebody. I would love to slow dance to this song. This is the song I want at my wedding. And then he got to the part where he said, if you ever decide to leave me in Rome, when you got back, I'd just say welcome home. I turned that shit off so fast.
Fuck that.
I turned that shit off so fast. Who's gonna say welcome home?
Yeah, nah.
Whose home are you coming to, as a matter of fact? You don't live here no more.
Yeah, that's crazy.
My wife and kids are back in the house. You lost your position. And that's probably why men like that don't exist no more, because we listen to them lyrics and realize this is lacking like extreme levels of self-respect. Where are your nuts, Sam? What are we doing?
You know what I'm saying?
Are you gay?
What? I probably because of my hand movements and shit. No, I ain't gay. I would just. The fuck? I like females. Like.
Okay, what the other do that?
Bro, hello? Can you, like, I'm not here or something? Like.
Wait, no, I just want to see because when you first came, I seen two people.
Alright. Hey, come in the camera right quick.
Bro, y'all gay.
What?
There ain't no fucking way. Bro, I know a gay nigga when I see one. I know, but I'm real good with knowing when I know just by the way a nigga maneuver, he's fucking gay. One of y'all niggas is gay, and I think it's the one with the hat on. I'm not tripping, bro. The way he was just moving, he's fucking gay. Y'all trying to get me? Oh my God, I knew it. I knew y'all fucking gay. Oh my God, get the fuck off my live, blind ass nigga. Oh my God, y'all thinking the booty. Y'all trying to get me. I knew it.
Like,
I knew it,
I ain't gonna lie, I've been through a lot this week. I've been through a lot in my life. And this, like, finna be, like, the 13th reason why. Like, real shit. Like, I'm not trolling, no cameras, no funny shit. Like, this shit is dead ass genuinely blowing me. I spent $450 for a girl to tell me I look gay. When I finally start taking care of myself, everybody say I look gay now. When I ain't take care of myself, it was, oh, you just a dirty nigga, we don't care, like, regular nigga. Now it's a problem. I can't win. Like, I can't win. And it hurts, I have nowhere
the lighting
to run
and
to.
angle?
Like, I have nowhere to
I guess, because looking up.
Go. I'm in a box where it's like torture any route I take. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, have some sympathy for me. Like, I'm not gay.
Bro.
Have a heart. I'm a human. I'm not gay. Nothing wrong with the gay people. Like, nothing. I don't got no problem with them. I like females. I like women. I want kids one day. I want a happy wife, happy life.
Get rid of that statement.
Happy life, understood. I mean, happy wife, happy life.
Listen.
Okay, then.
We could go to the Instagram.
They just ended it right there because you playing with me now.
I'm sucking it. Shaquille. Damn, let me get my shit off her. Damn! What? I'm sucking it.
I didn't even hear the question.
Don't care.
You don't understand, like, my mom died 2 days ago.
Oh my God.
Right? And she goes, she's the biggest Bad Friends fan. And
I'm just saying.
Hey, you, come here.
Yes.
Give her your number.
Can do.
I don't want this guy's number.
Not a problem.
Take his number.
Terry, by the way. Hi.
No, I'm not that desperate.
None taken.
That's not what I meant.
I shouldn't have assumed.
Well, if you don't want it, I'll take his number.
I'm open to that.
No, only Eve.
Sounds good.
Terry, you should go.
On my way.
Terry, you should stay right where you are.
Nowhere to be.
Shoot! Get out of here.
Roger that. Happy Friday, everyone.
I totally agree. When Trump was in office, the economy was better. I mean, everything.
That's because it was still Obama's stuff. Oh.
Everything was cheaper. What Trump supporters are failing to realize is that's not because of Trump, that's because of Obama. President's tax plan doesn't even start until the next president is in office. So basically, what I'm saying is, Biden's tax plan hasn't started. What you've been experiencing for the past 4 years is Trump. When Trump was in office, the economy was great because Obama did that. This is why we need better education. And Trump literally said he's going to get rid of the Board of Education if he's president. If you're voting for Trump, if you think he's a great guy, if you think he'd be a great president, you probably didn't get good Board of Education. Interestingly enough, it's always the same people that are like, oh, kids these days are so soft. Oh, blah, blah, blah. You have to remember, people that are like 50 right now, their school system was insane. My mother has a friend. When she was in middle school, they had a paddle. This is in Kentucky, by the way. This is probably 1980, maybe 85. She got in trouble and a teacher spanked her with a paddle so hard. She broke her tailbone in her pelvis and she can't have children. She's never been able to have children. She'll never be able to have children. That people thought that school system was great because it was so much better than it was in the past, right? Because you think something's acceptable now doesn't mean it can't be better. Just because it's better than what you had doesn't mean it's okay.
That is crazy though that the next that their thing doesn't pop up.
Why is that wrong? Why is she being bullied for acknowledging something that's smart, truth, and factual?
Well, a couple things. Number one, whether you're an athlete or anyone else, if I hear you use the phrase "my truth," I immediately then discount everything else you say because there isn't my truth or your truth. There's just the truth. And when you start using phrases like that, it tells me that
not true.
Your brain has been captured by something that I don't really respect.
That's not true.
Number two.
That's not true.
Number two, the attention the league got this year was amazing, and it was all because of her. She is an amazing player. The arenas were full when she played in them. The TV ratings were up when she was on television. That's undeniable. But the league still lost like $40 million this year. And it's never made money. And to me, when you're talking about having respecting people who built something, what did they build? A league that loses money every year? She has the capacity.
What do you mean? What did they build?
What kind of a business did they build?
The reason why it's still up and still running, whether it's losing money or not, is because of these black women who are in this.
Isn't it because of the investors?
No, stop it. You stop it now.
It's not. I was in Dickie's arena.
Who pays for it?
I was in Dickie's arena. Let me just tell you.
It says more about the people who are getting offended by it than her.
I think they're just disappointed that
Am I the asshole for excluding my brother from my wedding because of his quote-unquote fun fact? I have an older brother, David, 41. David has boundary issues and was in the learning disabled classes. My parents never let him out of the home. He has a very rough personality, and because he was never allowed to work or do anything, so he's in his 40s, he doesn't have friends. He still dominates the conversation at every holiday with fun facts, and goes off on those and doesn't realize no one is listening. My other siblings and I just don't really like David because my parents let him do whatever and just dominate whatever social settings we are in. My older sister eloped because of David, being my mom kept trying to find David a place at her wedding. I'm getting married to Mel, and my youngest brother Nick is my best man. My sister, who is close to Mel, is in the bridal party. Her husband is one of the best men, and their son is a ring bearer. My wife wants a real wedding and not be forced to elope like my sister did. David has no place. He's not going to be invited because the first thing he did was insult the ring I got from Mel with his fun facts about how diamonds are worthless and do not resell well. I should have got her a second-hand engagement or a colored stone engagement ring. We then got a history on engagement rings and marriage traditions. We tried shutting him up, but he wouldn't, and my mom said, "Let the professor talk." Even at 40, she thinks my brother's fun facts are cute. This put a hard no on Mel's stance that my brother can't come to the wedding. If my parents defend him, even once, they are not coming. She's not having no wedding like my sister, and it's time for David to be put in his place. Mom called and asked about wedding planning, and I told her she wasn't involved after what happened to my sister wedding dress shopping. Mom brought David, who told everyone his fun facts about wedding dress history. That's when my sister decided to elope. I told Mom if she and Dad wanted to come to the wedding as guests, they can, but David isn't invited. Mom didn't talk for a while. I think she started crying because my dad took over the phone call. I told him what upset Mom, and said David isn't invited and Mom can't be trusted to be involved in wedding planning without David tagging along. Dad said he doesn't understand why we all hate David, and I told him what is wrong with his fun facts. My dad said, the boy likes to talk and there's no harm in it. I told my dad that's the thing, there is...
Somehow I managed to get another 1K. We're at 9,000, I think. I don't even remember, honestly. Yo, Beast Gohan, please become mine. Please, Chunks, Bardock, somebody save me. Don't know what that means.
See? You like that? Get ready!
Oh, fuck. I don't think I'm getting it, bro.
I'll show you. Nothing can match an ant. I will feast. I'm in.
I'm not getting this Gohan. That's a new Gohan, so that's nice, but I'm not getting the one I want, bro.
Time to destroy.
It takes immense courage.
I don't even know what you do, honestly. Let's see if there's another way for me to get 1K real quick. If there is, then I will keep going. But if there isn't, then I'll just stop here for today, I guess. I don't know. Can't really get 1K out of these because you need festival shit. Only 200 left, and there's like just the rest of those missions. So nah. Could get 1,000 for. There's only 400 left for all those missions. $400 from Ginyu. Vegeta, there's 200. Nappa, there's 200. Damn, put the wrong one. Raditz 400.
harm in David's fun facts, and now no one wants to be around him. Dad started arguing, saying stuff in defense of David, and I told Dad we are at a stalemate and I guess all three of you won't be coming to my wedding. I'm sorry, but that's how it is. I ended the conversation with my dad, and my mom has been upset, texting like a crazy person to everyone about how we all need to understand David. What I'm doing is mean. Mel feels this whole thing is why I can't invite David or my parents. I agree that they can't even be trusted to come to my wedding without sneaking David in. Am I the asshole?
Oh man, that one's tough.
No.
Y'all back at it again, tagging me. This nigga been quiet for a little bit. I thought the madness was over. Don't tell me he up to no good again.
He caught it at the peak of his jump shot. He ain't about to make this. Oh my goodness. That's why y'all tagged me. Stay tuned.
Was that anime? Was that nigga just watching Kuroko no Basketball? What's he doing that for? Nah, if he doing what I think he is, just throw me in this room right here. Cause I'ma lose my fucking mind.
Y'all better leave me alone in the comments.
No!
Tagging me in all these crazy videos. You know I'ma try it.
Oh my God.
Leave me alone.
So the gummy bear in the bottle wasn't enough? So the gummy bear in the fucking bottle wasn't enough?
That was only a
I'm
preview.
about to lose my mind up in here, bro. This nigga's transcending reality, bro. This nigga doing shit from anime in real life. What do you mean? This nigga looked at a fucking Japanese cartoon player playing basketball, being recognized as the greatest shooter in cartoons, and said, nah, I got something for him. Bro, what is you on? Why are you vertical before catching a dot from this guy? First of all, he putting that ball right where it need to be. You throwing them dots, but why are you jumping before getting the ball to shoot it, bro? What are you trying to prove? Oh my mother, you don't even jump this high for a regular jump shot. Why is you so far off the ground right here, brother? This not your regular jump shot. You breathing so hard. Don't you say it. No! Oh my God! Word of my mother, Lethal, bro. I'm starting to think you got bot accounts and you just tagging yourself in these fucking videos because ain't nobody telling you to do this shit. We know your body, bro. We seen you. We seen you shooting spiked hoops. We seen you shoot when the windmill is spinning. We seen all the gummy bear shit you did with the bottles, bro. Steph Curry been ducking you for a long time. You got it as the best shooter in real life. So you went to cartoons. You couldn't let the cartoon have it. How greedy. And for the person who's actually tagging him, if there's somebody really tagging him, come outside. Come outside. I just want to talk to you. I just want to talk to you. I just want to shoot you.
Won't leave me alone. Won't leave me alone. 7 a.m. y'all tagging me. 7 p.m. Lethal, shoot full court gummies. Lethal, do this. Lethal, do that. They won't leave me alone, Andrew.
Shut the fuck up, Andrew. We don't need your goddamn input, Andrew. You're an accomplice to this madness. Wait. Full court gummy bear. This nigga just said full court gummy bear shot? Hold on, what are you talking about?
Nah, that's fucking crazy. That's insane. That's insane. That's insane. Full court gummy. Nah, that's insane. I'm sorry.
Do y'all got that one friend that knows how to make anything stupid make sense? I know a guy that accidentally got somebody pregnant. Yeah, I know that's a hell of a way to start a story. Just stay with me. He accidentally got her pregnant, just not using protection. So then when the girl got pregnant, she texted him. She said, yo, I'm not gonna lie, I'm pregnant. And I really don't want you to be talking to me, deciding on whether I want to have an abortion or keep the baby. I just hope that you would respect that. He tells me that, and I'm like, dang, so what you gonna do? He was like, I already know what I'm gonna do. I need to figure out what she's gonna do first. I was like, it's stupid that you don't want to talk to her at all, but I got you. So then after like a week or two of like trying to decide, she decides to keep it. She lets him know. She calls him, she says, yeah, I just wanted to think about everything to let you know that I'm gonna be keeping it. He says, I completely understand, that's your right, just know I'm not gonna be there. When he tells me this, I'm like, yo, you cannot do that. That is your son or daughter. This nigga says, in 6 seconds, he really had me thinking that it was almost justifiable. She's the true villain here if you really think about it. She held that poor baby hostage for 2 weeks, deciding whether she wanted to kill it or let it live. So me deciding to not be in that baby's life compared to what she did is really not that bad. For a second, I almost agreed with the dead.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. That is crazy, though.
I have a hard time throwing away things if they're not like done. I think that's like the trauma of brown parents. You know what I mean?
You don't need the brown parents part.
I keep looking at you. I looked at you once for the brown parents part. I only did one brown parents reference. I looked at you twice before and after I said brown parents. So I said for the brown parents, and I looked back at you. And you look back at me as if you don't have brown parents. You liar, okay? I'm sorry that you're sitting right in the front and your eyes are literally of closest proximity to mine. I'm so sorry. I totally should have looked at it, because brown parent. Like, I should have looked at this guy.
He said, of course.
Here I was being discriminatory and not giving this guy a chance of connecting on brown parents. Man, did I ever think I was going to learn this lesson in Manchester, Connecticut? Who would have thought that Manchester would have schooled me on discrimination? I know where I am. I might buy it back from you, actually. No. Let me give you a piece of advice. Okay. People in this room are very not happy with what's going on right now.
I thought everybody was enjoying it
until they clap. But I do that because I'm from the future. You're supportive, obviously you're a fan, but you also do have to understand at the live show there's like a little bit of a barrier that needs to happen. You can't interrupt the jokes with your commentary. You know what I'm saying? Hell yeah! You didn't say any commentary until you said commentary. You made the comment. So it was you. Let's just acknowledge that. And let's move forward.
A few moments later.
And it sucks. I hate being a human. I hate having feelings. I hate having a line. And oh, okay. I knew that was going to come out. I had a feeling. People here paid for tickets to watch me talk, and I did not ask you for all that feedback that you gave me. And now you're making it about you. Think about that for a moment, and then politely stop and let me finish. Okay? There's people suffering more than you and I right now. We have trivial problems. My problems, I'm getting heckled at a comedy show. Yours is that you got shut down by a comedian because you were heckling, okay?
I thought you were an asshole besides the fact that you
She started crying? No way.
You guys can't talk during the performance. Okay, well, thanks for rubbing it in. It was an accident. It was just I accidentally got the tickets that were front row. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Well, that's not an accident.
Okay, bro, I'm done. I don't care no more.
What do you think of Vice President Harris as our potential next president?
Well, she's already been president.
What do you
Explain.
Explain yourself.
Explain.
Oh,
So you don't know
yes,
this?
here.
Oh, no, please. You can fact check me. November 19th, 2021. Vice President Harris became sitting president of the United States of America for 1 hour and 25 minutes.
Really?
While Joe Biden underwent a colonoscopy.
You're right. You're right.
Yes.
You're right.
Yes.
That did happen.
85 minutes.
That's right.
Yes, while Uncle Joe was getting butt surgery.
That did happen.
Kamala Auntie was in the Oval Office.
She was
with
in
her
the Oval.
fingers all over the nuclear code.
Yeah.
And nobody, Sarah, nobody in the media talked about this.
You're right. We definitely
Nobody talked about this.
They don't. You are right. She's already been president, and she did a good job during those 80 minutes.
I just got back from my run and I completely fucking forgot I live in the suburbs. I was running around the suburbs. It's cold as shit outside, but I had to go for a run. I ain't work out all brick. I had to go for a run. I had the ski on. I'm running. This white bitches out there walking their dog. I'm like, happy holidays. She's like, ah! I'm like, bitch, why are you yelling?
Merry Christmas, babe. Merry Christmas. So, what, 15?
Oh, I seen this. I was like, wait, isn't this the chick who got divorce papers because his son wasn't his? Yeah.
Wait, hold on, nephew. Run that shit back. Okay.
I got all the things, so
Hey, hold on.
I can't get any more from there. I'm sad.
Hey, he took it. I don't think he can fuck where I'm staying right now. Until look at the man, he into this shit. Hey, now you over without that child support. Hey, wait. Get off of me. Hold on, wait.
The average in this class is a whopping 35. We are 5 weeks into the semester, and it's Econ 101. Your transcripts are going to be shit until you graduate, unless you accept my help. You guys have an exam next week. I have sent you a link to this website. You can upload all the lectures that we've had from the entire year and ask it to make a study guide. Does that sound helpful? Yes? Can we have some interaction? Please get off your phone, Brian. Okay?
You don't sound happy.
How would you solve all the problems of the world?
Give everyone a joint.
I feel as if you underestimate the complexity of the problems.
I see you are starving. Perhaps this marijuana would help.
How would you solve the problems of the world?
Oh, I'm not going to fall into that.
Where's your accent from?
From Russia.
I never would have guessed that. Say, like, shoot down the plane. What do you miss the most about Russia?
Nothing.
One person here who really hates Russia? Are you Russian?
Ukrainian.
Oh shit!
Oh shit.
You considered giving Russians a joint. Have you ever been to Ukraine?
No, I haven't.
But you're willing to fight for the Ukrainian.
I'm not going to fight.
Are you Russian as well?
No, Ukrainian.
And you two are sitting together at the same table. This is amazing. And you wanted to fight this? Learn from your brothers. Peace is possible. They're sharing onion rings, for God's sake.
I think the hardest word in America has been the word shit. I thought it's easy, that I know what shit means. But it turns out I didn't know shit. I think it's the most complicated word. Like, how can it be if something is bad, it's shit? If something is really good, it's the shit. I had to study that shit. If I give shit to you, that means that I'm telling you off. But if I give a shit, then I care. And if I take shit, then I accept that you are bullying me. But if I take a shit, I take a shit. And I learned that my shit is always good and positive, but your shit, his shit, her shit, always bad. Like, I can't deal with her shit. I have to put up with his shit. Clean up your shit. But don't touch my shit.
I don't know what these
Update. I bought my parents a house and paid the mortgage for years, thinking I was doing the right thing. But when I visited, I found out they had secretly given the house to my sister without even telling me. The worst part? They thought I wouldn't care. I stopped paying the mortgage, and what happened next threw my entire family into chaos. Part 3. My mom called me 4 or 5 times and sent me a text asking me to come home so we could sit down and discuss the matter. I didn't respond. I didn't want to discuss anything. I had made my decision. Update. I bought my parents a house. I bought a house for my family and paid its installments for 3 years, only to later discover that my parents had given it to my sister without informing me. After a long absence, I went to visit them. My sister opened the door in her pajamas and coldly told me the house was now hers. The extra money I had been sending to pay off the mortgage early was being used by my father to pay rent for his new apartment. I stopped making payments. The house was auctioned off, and my sister moved in with her husband at his parents' house. My parents blame everyone but themselves. I'm 28 years old and I had been paying the mortgage on a house I bought for my parents only to find out they gave it to my 25-year-old sister. Even worse, they didn't even bother to tell me. I've always known my parents love my sister more than me, but I never imagined it would come to this. My parents have a toxic and deep love for my sister, but sadly they have nothing for me. As the older of 2 siblings, they always had higher expectations for me while I was instilled with a sense of responsibility from a very young age. My younger sister Perry was treated like a princess. Not exactly like one because my parents don't have many resources, but she always got what she wanted. My parents never had academic expectations for her. She could explore her passions and hobbies while I was buried in my studies. It's always been like this. My parents weren't exactly subtle about their expectations for me. They made it clear that I had to build a solid career and I couldn't fail in my studies. After I graduated high school, my parents took out loans and spent their savings to pay for my technical school. I suggested that instead of draining their savings they could take out a loan for my education and I would pay it back once I found a job. My parents opposed the loan because of its high interest rates. They said I would end up paying back 1.5 times the principal and I was too young to understand the complexities of loans. I thought if they said so it must be right. I was only 18 at the time. Little did I know they were saving me from the burden of a loan only to take advantage of me later. After finishing university, I landed a good job in the tech sector, exactly what they wanted for me. They were undoubtedly proud of me, but I always felt like some kind of commodity, as if they had invested in me expecting something in return. They never missed a chance to say we sacrificed so much for you, don't forget where you come from. At first, it seemed harmless. I thought they just wanted to keep me humble, but over time I realized it was emotional manipulation. Emotional blackmail is their specialty. As I started working, the pressure increased. Every time I visited, my dad would hint that I shouldn't forget he spent his savings to pay for my education and how I needed to work hard to repay their sacrifices. I knew my parents needed a house. They had been saving for years, but they spent that money on my education. I remember shortly after starting my career, barely a year in, I went home for a vacation. While we were having dinner, my dad looked me straight in the eye and said, "We did our part by paying for your education. Now it's your turn. You should plan to buy a house for us soon. We can't live renting forever, right?" I felt a lump in my stomach when he said that. I knew they expected me to buy them a house, but not so soon. I hadn't even been working a year yet. I still shared an apartment with 2 roommates because I couldn't afford one on my own, and my parents were already asking me to buy them a house. What the hell? I protested. "Dad, I just started my job. I can't even afford rent for my own apartment." Update. I
was at the bar not too long ago and the girl was talking about how her nigga not doing this and doing that. I'm like, yo, if that's what you want, why don't you just leave that man?
Yeah.
All that shit you be popping with your friends, yeah, I just wish, like, when he had to go 50-50 and he just be a man and lead and all this and all that. You don't think you make us feel that unconsciously?
But then also, even in that, you think that if I had the potential to go 100, that I wouldn't?
That's
you
why
think
I
that
said
if I have it,
them niggas.
like I'm talking about, like if I really had it, you think I would have you question, bro? Clearly, bro, you don't know. And I remember, bro. Nah, you got me in.
But that's why I say, that's what I'm saying. We ain't talking about them bum niggas.
No,
right?
no.
We talking about them niggas,
Yeah.
right? You really sit here think that if I could pay all the bills plus some, I wouldn't. Are you fucking stupid, dumb, or? Because I don't know who you think I am. You must got me fucked up. You must got me fucked up. Because, like, that's why we having all these 50-50 conversations. Who the fuck y'all be talking to? Because if I needed to, right, and you met me 50-50, oh, when I get it, you think you're not getting the world? It's an investment. But a lot of y'all be in it for...
Today's a day that we will not forget. Because today's a day that we collectively realize that Victor Wembanyama is already a top 10 player on planet Earth. He's been putting on show after show, clinic after clinic. But
we're making each other read jokes live on there.
How did you get a woman like Selena Gomez to date you? For real. And I mean that with every sense of my being. I lost a lot of respect for her when I found out you were dating her. Because I've known you for years.
Yeah.
And I don't know her at all. I think from afar she's a lovely person.
She's incredible.
And then she's incredible. A great actor, a great performer, a great artist, beautiful, sweet, seems so humble. And then
crazy.
I found out one day I was in the shower and my wife said, "Hey, Benny is dating Selena Gomez." Yeah. And I turned the shower to cold all the way and I sat there for about 30 minutes just in a cold shower.
Yeah,
disappointed.
I understand. I ask myself the same question every day. If I walk by the mirror, I'm like, oh my, what? Yeah, it's insane.
Hold on, Chad, who this? Oh, okay. Yes, okay. Oh my God. Okay. Oh, yes. Oh my God. Yes. Okay. Okay. Let's go, Chad. You know I gotta do the dance. Okay. Yes. Hold on, Chad. Okay. Oh my God. Yes, Chad. What?
That's a public bathroom. What you mean where I'm pulling up from? I'm going straight to the paint. I'm standing in the paint. Give me a 3
Corner three.
Fuck wrong with it?
Shit, I might go full court.
Not one nigga try to pull up for free in no public bathroom. What the fuck?
I'm playing defense is crazy.
What is you doing at? Oh, bro. I'm leaving, bro. I'm leaving.
What's the most insulting benefit a job has offered you? 1. I worked at an Amazon warehouse and management told us we were the most efficient warehouse in the entire national system during peak on some metric and will be getting a prize soon. In February, someone writes on the suggestion board asking what that prize is going to be. They reply it's on its way now. The prize was that one of our Kiva bots that delivers the shelves to our workstations will be autographed by Jeff Bezos. He never actually came to our warehouse, so they probably printed a sticker and put it on one of the machines. So every once in a while we will get to see the great one's signature on the robot that delivers the tasks. 2. At a place I tempted at, leadership made a huge deal that for lunch one day we would be served BLTs, so bring your appetite that day. That day we go to the cafeteria and were served our BLTs, which were some pre-cooked frozen bacon warmed in a microwave, 1 leaf of almost limp lettuce, a very thinly sliced tomato, between 2 pieces of very cheap bread, slathered with the thinnest layer of the cheapest mayo. People were rightfully outraged and management was amazed why people were upset and hungry. 3. I once worked at a place where the benefit was free access to the company gym, which was just a treadmill in a dark, windowless basement room. No thanks, I'll pass on the dungeon workout. 4. Free water for the employees. Wow, thank you. 5. My medical clinic manager's morale boosters include food trucks we have to pay our own way, including a gourmet food truck with the average price of $50. A chili cook-off employees have to bring everything on their own dime, buying a t-shirt so we can all match, yep, have to pay for it, and we got our appreciation gift from the parent corp, a plastic cup with a card that said how much we matter. 6. Flexible work hours must be in office between 8 and 5, but you can show up even earlier or stay even later if you want. 7. I worked at a radiology clinic where they would provide a single bread roll for staff for lunch on Wednesdays. No fillings or spreads. Just a plain white bread roll. 8. When I worked at a local mental health facility, they had a crazy high turnover issue across the board, but particularly with clinical staff. One of their solutions for the morale issue was to throw an employee appreciation fair. Free food, games, music, the works. The first problem was that they expected the support staff to set up and man everything: maintenance, constructing the booths, IT, setting up and managing the sound system, kitchen staff doing all the cooking. So not only did I was IT, not get to enjoy the event, but we also ended up a full day behind on our normal tasks. So the event just ended up being administrative staff and the office pool having a big party for themselves while the rest of us either served them, or heard the festivities coming from outside while they were stuck inside doing actual work. As you may imagine, it did not have the intended effect, but the C-suite liked it so much it became an annual event. They signed a deal with a gas station chain, employees would get a certain amount off on gasoline or diesel. This was paraded out with a full company meeting and everything. The price reduction was less than normal customers who got a card with that gas station chain. So they had spent months working out a deal that was worse than what anyone could get by signing up at the gas station chain's website. 10. They got a food truck to come out and park behind the building for us. They didn't pay for any of the food or consult us on the type of food we wanted. So basically the benefit was you can pay for your lunch if you happen to like this food.
Am I the asshole for filing for a divorce and disowning half my family?
I'm going to say no.
No, you probably have your reasons. Unless you text your family that, hey, I'm disowning you all.
I'm moving cross
like
country.
that one guy. No, leaving a note on the fridge like,
Yeah.
I'm disowning you all.
Oh, yeah, that guy, yeah. So I, 34 female, and my husband, 36 male, have been married for 6 years. To preface this happened.
Yeah, I could get this Legends Limited ticket. Or I could get Chrono Crystal. I'm getting Chrono Crystals. This shit doesn't leave until the 21st. I'm getting Chrono
during
Crystals.
the winter months. This will make sense later, which I don't think it does. So anyway, but
interesting.
Moving on.
Do they not get sun like you, Josh, during the winter? That's probably
I
why.
don't know if the winter part comes into play at all. But,
okay.
Well, they say it does. I don't know where it does, but I've been out of work for 4 months due to layoffs, and no one seems to be hiring. I feel that. After applying to no less than 400 jobs, I finally got a job offer. It started at 8:30 a.m. sharp for my first day. My husband, before bed, reminded me that I should check that my alarms were correct. I checked, they were fine, and we went to bed. I wake up the next morning, and my husband has already gone to work, and I realize that it is 9 a.m. Mortified, I call into my new employer and explain that I would be there as soon as possible. I check my clock, and the alarms were set for tomorrow morning. I get to work and apologize profusely and let them know it will never happen again. That is the worst feeling when you wake up late for
It
work.
is, and it's like bad impression your first day too.
First day is
kind of
tough.
sets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I have done that where I go to set my alarm and it's like the next day. I'm like
4 p.m.
So far,
Yeah.
this is reminding
4
me of
PM,
a
yeah.
story that we did like all the way back last year when the boyfriend kept changing the alarm clock for so they wouldn't go to their finals.
Oh,
This was like a long
yeah.
time ago. Long time ago.
That was a long time ago. I do remember that one though. So I told my husband what had happened and he was angry with me. My new employers were gracious in giving me a second chance, so I was adamant I would not be late. The next day rolls around and all is fine. I wake up on time and work went really well. We had a date reservation set for 7:30 p.m. and I was very excited. While getting ready, I caught a call from my husband and he's asking where I am and if I found proper parking. I told him it was only 6:30 and that I was still getting ready to at home. He was super hurt, asking if I forgot the date. Confused, I said, no, I'm getting ready right now. He then tells me it's 7:39. I compared the clock in our kitchen with my phone, and it was an hour off. I apologized and started rushing out the door. He accepted my apology, but I could tell he was very hurt and disappointed. The date was quiet, and he hardly said a word the whole meal. When we got home, I went to show him the clock kitchen. It now matched the time on my phone, and it had jumped an hour at least. My husband was fuming and told me that if I had forgotten or was accidentally late, to just own up to it, not to lie to him like a child. I tried to explain, but he shut me out totally and didn't speak to me for the rest of the night. The next day, my alarm went off at 6:30 a.m., and my husband had gone to work, and I got ready. Once I got into my car, I saw the clock on my dash read 8:30 a.m. I then checked my phone, and it now also read 8:30 a.m.
What the fuck is happening?
To clear it up, she has an alarm clock, like a separate clock, just so that it's not on her phone, just so that everyone knows.
Agree or disagree? This is the face of Marvel. Absolutely. This is the face of DC Comics.
I feel like that might be Superman.
Absolutely. This is the face of superheroes. Like,
Okay, yeah.
in general.
Okay.
Superman is definitely the most iconic character in the face of what a superhero represents and is. This is the face of anime. I agree.
Okay, yeah.
I definitely agree. But there's Pikachu as well.
Nah, Pikachu not
Pikachu
there.
too.
Nah.
This is the face of manga. I have heard that One Piece has sold the most manga,
I
so
can
if
see
that's
that.
the case, I will agree with that. I'm not 100%, I didn't fact check that, but I have heard that One Piece is the highest selling manga. The face of Cartoon Network, maybe.
Nah,
Maybe.
I don't know about Ben 10.
10's after my time.
What would
So
it be?
when I think of Cartoon Network, the first people that come to my mind is like
Teen
Dexter's
Titans?
Lab or Johnny Bravo.
Or Gumball. I don't think. Bugs Bunny, Tom and Jerry both came out in the 40s, so either this fine Mickey cartoon. Maybe Tom and Jerry. I could see Tom and Jerry.
Maybe. I don't know. The face of cartoons.
Oh.
Did we forget that Mickey Mouse exists? Mickey Mouse is the face of cartoons. Tom and Jerry is goated. Do not get me wrong. Tom and Jerry is goated. Mickey Mouse, and I would also argue Bugs Bunny. The face of Sega. Absolutely. And
They got
the
more people like Sega. I thought Sonic was the only thing Sega got.
of Nintendo. Absolutely. Comment what you think below.
Now, why'd you get mad at B. Simone on Girls Cruise? Because she brought up that you shitted on the floor.
Yo. You pooped on the floor? Where'd you poop at? On the floor? Like, squat over and poop? Come on, V.
Why did y'all bring that up?
Like you poop? Like 3-year-old poop?
Jesus.
On the floor?
Sharla.
No, it was on the show.
I gave y'all the notes to talk. Y'all read the doodle.
Yeah, I didn't know. But you doodle? Like doodle?
No, okay, that's what happened. So period. Now, okay, I was using the restroom and no shade. I just don't sit on everybody's toilet bowl. Like, I just don't do that. Like, it was just, I do that.
So what you do?
I just did a little squat, like, because that's what I do. Everybody,
in the toilet?
Yeah, in the toilet. And then I looked down to see if I, ain't right a little bit. Then, I did what I had to do.
Right.
Wrap it up, do. And then, I don't know. When she walked in, she said, "What's that on my ground?" I said, "Ground, like a little almond or something."
A little almond or something.
I'm back. I'm trying to
find. Bro, I'm locked in. Yo, babe, people that got this
Sucking
weekend.
time.
I'll do this one after the game. There it is.
You don't want to get on the bed?
Didn't take a shower yet.
We're gonna be together forever, right?
Not if I make it to the league. Nah, sorry, fellas. I gotta get off early tonight. I got practice in the morning.
Can you take me to the
I
movies?
gotta do my recovery. I need a massage.
Happy ending?
True. See, like, I'm allowed to be trash at the game, though, because I'm good in real life. I'm always tired. No, trust me, I want to go, but, like, I gotta work out and stuff.
I know you guys lost, but you played
Bro, it
well.
doesn't matter. I worked too hard to be losing a scrub. Bro, you already know. Once I make it to the league, we all eat. Damn. I really didn't make it.
Where are you going?
I'm gonna go raw some niggas.
I think you're getting fat.
Keep it a buck, G. I'm dead ass depressed. But it's not even that bad. She's bugging.
Hey, babe, come here. And one bitch ass.
Come on, yo. You know I would have been nice if it wasn't for my knees, bro. I know it's 5 in the morning, but come on, bro. We can't get off on a loss. Should I start doing content? Meme coin? Maybe I should do coaching. Babe, I got it. I'm gonna start a training program. Doing in-person training, online coaching, whatever you need. Spots are filling up quick, though. Wow, you really getting off because you got work? Every single one in this way.
You wish that was you, huh?
That's not crazy.
Lots of feeling quick.
So I asked this guy, I said, Kai, can you go outside and get me some wrapping paper? Right? I said, put it on the table. Here is the wrapping paper that he put on the table. He literally wrapped the entire table in gift wrap.
Yeah.
Well, at least I know he's my son, right?
What was that sound at the end?
I think the thing that's really interesting with Shroud is he'll do this wiggle where he just goes whoop, 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 right? And he, as he's passing over, will get the headshot. And I think the thing that's really interesting about that is you see him flick across and hit during the mid-flick. You'll see it a couple times in here. And I've seen him do this. Like, let's do this one here, this last kill. Wait for the last kill on this. It's always moving. Always moving. Yeah, the Shroud flick is pretty incredible. But if we go and watch this one, he just locks on H1.
You want to play? Let's play.
So watch the lock. Yeah, it's a very different style, right? And both of them are very impressive in different ways. I think what I'm going to do is this. I voted for Shroud for best FPS.
Say this, and let me just say
I thought he was
this.
going to add
When
on
it
to
comes
that.
to Secret Santa, y'all can have it. And when it comes to Secret Santa, y'all can have it. Excuse my hair, I did just get off of a 10-hour shift. But it's okay, because I am. Y'all can have it. I am off tomorrow. TikTok tried to take off a sound that I had in my last video for telling y'all not to date or with men that you pity. But it's been appealed. It's been appealed. And when it comes to secret, hold on, let me. At this point, if you hate me, this shit smell like mint chocolate chip ice cream. I don't know, cause I kind of like that. It's kind of giving Andes. You know what I'm talking about? Them little green.
Here's a fun psychological game. Answer the following questions as fast as you can. What's 1 plus 1?
2.
What's 2 plus 2?
4.
What's 4 plus 4?
8.
What's 8 plus 8?
16.
Now, name a vegetable as fast as you can.
Potato.
If you said carrot, your brain operates the same as about 90% of people who play this game. This phenomenon, known as
Potato's a carrot. I was going to say potato's a carrot. I was going to be, potato's a vegetable, right?
priming, occurs when the brain is subtly influenced or prepared to produce a specific response. In this case, performing simple mathematical calculations steers the mind toward a straightforward and conventional thought process, leading most people to choose carrot. However, if you named a different vegetable, it suggests that your thinking remains independent and resistant to external cues designed to guide it toward a predictable pattern. This demonstrates cognitive flexibility and strong autonomous decision-making, highlighting your brain's ability to break away from the norm and think creatively, even under subtle psychological influence. This ability to defy expectations can be an asset in problem-solving, innovation, and navigating complex situations that require thinking beyond conventional boundaries. Let us know which vegetable you chose in the comments.
I've never been so disappointed to say carrot in my life.
Here's a fun psychological game. Answer the following questions as fast as you can. What's 1 plus 1? What's 2 plus 2? What's 4 plus 4? What's...
Hold on. Hey, serious, potato a vegetable? Gotta make sure. I'm dead. Yes. A potato is a starchy root vegetable. What else would it be if it wasn't a vegetable?
Ow.
You gonna learn. You gonna learn. You gonna learn. Stop being disrespectful in class.
Oh my God.
You gonna learn. Stop cussing at your teachers. Ain't you? You ain't gonna cuss at your teachers no more.
Sounds painful.
Trump's tariffs are going to make things more expensive. Let me learn you something real quick.
Let me
When they
learn
put
you
tariffs
something.
on imported goods, that gives an incentive to domestic companies.
That's the first thing I got too, bro. That's hilarious. Nah, that's funny as fuck. The fact that it's hot in my room makes it funnier. I don't know why. It's just hot in my room, and I felt the need to say that. Next.
I used to apply for jobs a lot. They wouldn't give me a job. Everywhere I go to I go to McDonald's. Oh, we're on the hiring managers and assistant managers. I go to Southwest Airlines. Oh, you got to be certified to fly a plane. Shut up. I went to the Florida Mall to apply to be a security guard, which I thought would be super easy, because have y'all seen mall security? They're not real security. Like, they're professional tattletellers. You know what I mean? Like, they got plastic handcuffs. As long as you bring scissors when you steal something, you free, right? So I just assumed they was gonna give me the job. So I was like, when do I start? They were like, oh, in order for you to work here, you gotta take a 40-hour class, right? Take the 40-hour class, and you don't take the class, they don't give you a test, right? Take the test, and then you pass the test, you don't get a certificate. You come back there and certificate, it was so annoying, right? But I really need the job. So I took the 40-hour class, took me 3 weeks for some reason, and when I came back, I was like, hey, y'all, guess who's certified to be a security guard? They're like, sorry, but we just hired another candidate for the job. And I'm like, all right, well, I'm about to blow up this mall, because took me 3 weeks to do this class, and you ain't gonna hire me? Is
Give me
that what
blue-
you saying?
give me
He's
blue
like,
beast,
sorry,
go
man,
on.
we have an opening. We'll let you know. I was like, you need to let me know, because I don't need this stupid job. But I didn't say that out loud, because I need that stupid job. So I was like, yeah, whenever you get a chance, let me know. And so I was walking out, and I was calming down. I was like, woosah, I preach you'll be fine. There's plenty of jobs out there. You don't need this job. And I was calming down, and then until I seen the guy they hired instead of me. Then I flipped out, because the guy they hired instead of me had no arms. I don't think that some of y'all heard me, right? So the guy they hired instead of me had no arms, y'all. I was so mad I wanted to steal something just because I know he can't do anything. If I stole something, what could a no-armed security guard do? Hey! Did you pay for them back M&Ms? Oh, you didn't pay. Let me tell you something, boy. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you do can will be used against you. In the food court of the mall, get these plastic cuffs out the back of my pockets and arrest yourself. Get these cuffs out the back of my pocket and arrest yourself. I was just tripping. Oh, did you trip me? As soon as somebody rolled me over, it is going down. You done messed up. And he'd be like, put your hands by your back. And I'm like, you first.
Need to find.
That's why they always, every time you play basketball, they just let you score. I've seen every video.
You know what?
Defense.
I know that's not true. Listen, I have a photograph of a split lip. I got 12 stitches right before I was about to speak. I'll show it to you right now.
That was Michelle. He get over off his defense.
No, you know what it was? I might have gotten a black eye after the split lip because she came in. Why are you still playing basketball? You got the president.
got
You're
somewhere
a
to
fool. She was mad at me because I walked in. I was all like, she's all like, why are you covering your mouth like that? I was like, sorry, honey. Yeah.
I'm really scared. I haven't read this one, so I'm sorry if it sucks, but the title alone, I was like, what?
So you just saw the title and you're like, this one's going in.
I knew it.
No proofreading.
Nope. I'm scared.
All right.
I'm scared.
We're going in.
It's coming from AITAH, 4 days old, titled, Am I the asshole for leaving my husband at the hospital after he refused to be in the delivery room with me?
Huh. I'm sure he has a perfectly reasonable, reason for that.
Yeah.
But let's hear her out.
This happened 2 months ago, but it's still causing major friction in my family. So I need some outside opinions. I, 29 female, and my husband, Jake, 32 male, have been together for 6 years, married for 3. We were both ecstatic when we found out we were expecting our first child. Pregnancy was really tough for me, though. I had severe morning sickness, gestational diabetes, and was generally miserable. But Jake was supportive and sweet the whole way through, which made it bearable. As we got closer to my due date, we discussed birth plans. I was adamant that I wanted Jake in the delivery room. I needed his support, and he had always agreed. However, a few weeks before my due date, Jake started acting strange. He was distant, distracted, and wouldn't engage in any.
Ooh, this ball kind of flat. I don't like the way this ball needs some air. Damn.
Appreciate that,
Wait, so you just get in the bed smelling like outside?
Yeah, who cares? I'll just shower in the morning.
What? Bro, you gonna lose your black card.
Lose my what?
Are you a sociopath? Here's a fun psychological test to find out. I'm going to ask you a few easy questions, and then at the end, I'm going to ask you another question where you have to answer as quickly as possible. Let's start. What's 15 plus 6?
21.
What's 3 plus 56? What's
59.
89 plus 2?
90.
What's 75 plus 26?
Nigga, I don't know. You asking me all these questions.
What's 25 plus 52?
I don't give a fuck no more.
What's 63 plus 32?
I don't care.
What's 123 plus 5?
128.
Okay, now think of a color and a tool.
Black. Hammer.
If you said red hammer, that means you're not a sociopath. If you said anything else, that means you are a sociopath. The math questions are designed to focus your mind on a pattern which primes typical brains to produce the common result of red hammer. If you didn't choose red hammer, it might indicate that your brain doesn't follow the usual patterns of association, suggesting that your thought process may differ from that of a typical person, potentially indicating sociopathic traits. Let me know in the comments which answer.
I guess I'm a sociopath because, bro, I gave up on them questions at the beginning. You started going too fast, and I was like, yeah, nah. Okay, then. My bad. My bad, buddy. Kind of cooking me right now. Yeah, you're not being escort, bitch. Wasn't even close to, but sure. I couldn't even answer the math questions.
No, she's not. She's white. But not on some like I don't fuck Indian women. It's just like when I started comedy, and I've told this joke before, but it's the truth. When I started comedy, I was broke 22-year-old Indian guy. And I don't know if you know anything about Indian women, but they don't really fuck with aspirational guys. I remember I was on a date with this Indian girl once, and I was like, yeah, I'm trying to do comedy. And she was like, yeah, I'm a surgeon. I was like, yeah, this ain't gonna work. But thank you for dinner, Priya.
You know those people who say things like, I'm not interested in small talk. I want to talk about real deep shit like space and death. Have you ever just been like, yeah, okay, and let them take the reins and see what they actually have to say? Because my friend just did that to someone on a first date, and she gave me permission to share the story because she thought it was hilarious. So my friend matches with this guy, and he doesn't have a ton of personal information on.
Die.
So I can say it?
Say what?
Nick, shake your dress, shake your dress.
That's not racist? Damn. It is new. The shape of your body is blue. I don't even know what that means, but that's hard. That's an interracial handshake.
Oreo. I've been thinking about baby names. Jalen and Jaden and Caden and Keelan. What's that?
It's lotion. You don't use lotion?
No. So you're going to the league, right?
Did I not dash out of that?
I'm gonna order something from Starbucks.
Oh, get the iced white mocha with sweet cream foam and extra caramel. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I really don't want you to go out tonight.
Okay.
Really? Oh, bro, I'm starving.
You want me to make something for you?
No. Babe, I gotta lock in.
No.
Date a white girl. She be like listening to me and shit. She got like a little ass butt, but if we get her in the gym now, listen to me. Lululemon tech hoodie. You talking about going on this boat though? I don't know if I love her that much.
I got you these as an early Christmas present.
Bro, these cost $2,000.
You sent me a video with your face in it. Like,
Bro,
did you cheat on me?
Bro.
It's cool though.
Me. What?
So you think you're actually gonna get drafted this year?
Hey bro, do you want to play a game with me?
What game, bro?
To play this game, right, we gotta go there.
Sure.
Do you know what this is? It's an electric dog collar. Let's wear that one. Which one you want?
I'll take this.
Okay, can. Alright. This is your controller. This is my controller. So you're gonna put this in the middle here. And once Mr. Cameraman say 3, 2, 1, go, you have 3 options. You can either take your own to save yourself, take mine to shock me, or take both to save yourself and shock me. Alright. Cool?
Okay.
May the best man win, man.
3, 2, 1.
GG, bro. I compared mine.
He said GG, bro. Shocked himself.
Alright, bye. Hello?
Hey.
Hi.
I noticed
Okay.
when you hung up the phone.
Okay.
Maybe it was just my imagination.
Okay.
I didn't hear you say I love you back, and I just wanted to make sure everything was okay.
It was an accident. I just have a lot on my mind, babe.
Just checking on you.
Right.
Well, I love you, and I'll see you in about 15, maybe 20 minutes.
Okay, bye.
Yo, bitch.
Hello?
Hey. know it's probably just another accident.
Oh, that's how you get his orange piccolo from. Okay, that's cool. I didn't know I had to die for that.
That three sweet little words kind of just, slipped your mind again. And those words would be, I love you. And I'm just making sure we're okay.
We're okay. We're okay. I love you.
Oh, thank goodness. I was worried.
All right, bye. I love you.
Oh, that was close. I love you.
You gonna transform and beast go home? No.
I will not let you spend money like that. Yeah, could you give us a moment?
What are you doing? She loves the dress, and you keep insulting it.
You just don't get it, do you, Carlos? This is only the beginning. You give in to her with this dress, she'll bleed you dry. Trust me. That woman is a gold digger. Hit her, Carlos, hit her.
Mama, you know I love you, but if you say one more critical thing about Gabby, don't bother coming to our wedding. Understood?
Well, I guess you made your choice. I just hope she realizes how lucky she is.
No, I am the lucky one. I've never met anyone like her. And when she smiles at me, you can't put a price on it.
So, I don't care if I have to work 20 hours a day to keep her happy.
Oh, sweetie, you know what would really make this dress pop? Oh, no, I shouldn't.
Tell me, what?
Well, it's probably too much, but a pair of diamond earrings?
Then our next stop is a jewelry store.
I'm about to show you how people can be a hypocrite. Watch the hypocrisy.
Dig up everything they can find on this girl.
Watch.
To try to get Travis Hunter to leave her.
Wait for it.
Do y'all want to date him?
Wait.
Shit. Y'all do realize people themselves.
Oh, really? So when Simone Biles was telling y'all leave her husband alone because her mental health, did y'all listen? Hold on, let me play the clip. Is this you?
I am here because I refuse to let the world forget that her boyfriend pretended like he didn't know who she was.
So going off your logic, did you want to date Simone Biles when y'all kept on antagonizing her husband using every single clip he ever spoke about when it came to his wife, every photo, to harass him to the point where Simone had to make
bro, why is she yelling at me?
This test is designed to reveal a lot about yourself. You're on a long journey to get back home, and you need to walk through a forest.
Okay,
Along the way, you have four.
First of all, why the fuck am I in a forest? Hell no, am I in a forest, but sure.
Pets, a cow, a horse, a lion, and a monkey. As you check the map and assess your food supply, you realize that not all four of them can make it out of the rainforest with you, but it's your only route home. You must immediately decide which one to leave behind, the cow, horse, lion, or monkey. Take a moment to consider your choice. Once you've chosen the pet to leave behind...
Okay. Sadly, this comment is right here, but I'm not doing this, right? Since it's my pet, that means it loves me, right? So I raised it since it was a little baby, a little kid. I'm taking the lion with me because it could hunt food. The monkey would be able to find vegetables and healthy stuff. The horse would be able to like get me through the forest very fast. So would the lion if I also rode the lion, right? And the cow would be food, but I wouldn't have anything to kill it, right? I wouldn't have no knife or nothing else, right? So I'm thinking me and the lion kill the cow, we eat the cow, and then, well, all of us eat the cow. I don't know. I don't think you guys could eat the cow. You find vegetables and berries for the horse and you, right? And a little bit for me, but I'm not really going to eat those. Those are just for y'all, right? Find some bananas or some shit. Me and the lion will eat the cow, and then we'll go on our way.
Behind, you and the remaining three continue your journey and everything seems fine. After a few days, though, your food supply begins to dwindle. Fortunately, you encounter a man who offers to trade you all of his food for one of your pets. Which of the remaining three would you choose to trade?
I would give him the monkey. Would I give him the monkey? Hold on. Or would I give him the horse? Would I give him the horse or the monkey? Because I'm not giving him the lion. The lion is hunting for me. And if I gave this stranger the lion, he could tell the lion to kill me. Even though the lion might not kill me, right? But I could also order the lion to kill him. See, I'm not giving up any of my pets. Look, I gotta write this down. I gotta type this out. Line staying. Sure. Line is staying with me. Staying. So. Together. Probably spelled together wrong. Fuck it. Who get. What's the G? This line is staying with me. So we hunt together. We killing a cow for extra food. Killing a cow for the first answer for extra food, right? Yeah. And then the second, why do I gotta give him one of my second one, right? Second. We kill man. Lonnie. Steals. Like, bro, why am I? No, I'm not giving you nothing, bro. You don't know how this works. I'm keeping the line with me since I raised him since he was little. So he's not going like, even though I'm head of the like, he's not gonna attack me unless I try to kill him, right? So yeah, he's gonna be my bodyguard. This dude saying lion will eat me up. Not if you raise it. Monkey isn't helping me. That's cap. He could find some food. Monkeys are very smart. Cow is food, but it's also very big. And how you gonna kill the cow? You got no resources. I'm riding the horse out of there. That is the only one I will agree with him.
Think about your answer for a moment. Now, with the 2 pets left, you have all the food you need, and you're almost at the end of the forest when a fight breaks out between them. You can only save one. Which pet will you choose to save? Which one will walk out of this forest with?
Yeah. Hold on. Oh, I'm a cat. Fuck me. Let's see. Lion is staying, so we hunt together. We killing the cow for the first answer for first food. Second, we kill the man. The lion does, and take the food. Or monkey steals. Oh, wow. Man is scared of lion. Period. And a fight sense a listen. That's how I see this, right? Since I raised, let's say, like, for this story to work, you would have to raise all of them since they were little, right? So the monkey is smart. I'm not getting rid of the monkey. We're killing the cow automatically because we got no way to keep it alive, and he would probably eat the most. We kill the cow, get some extra food, right? While I'm riding on the horse, the lion is next to us, and the monkey's on the back of the horse, or on my shoulder, or on the monkey, or on the lion. We run into this stranger, right? He has food. He's scared of the lion, so the lion either kills him or scares him, and the monkey steals the food, right? And then we're on our way out of the forest, and then the monkey and the lion start fighting. I smack the lion, tell him stop that, because, bro, have you guys not seen what's it called? That one guy who's like part of a lion pack because he saved the lions. Like, it would be like that type of stuff, like, right? That's how I see this. You're not the boss of me. That's what I'm saying. Well, except for the cow, because I don't need the cow. The cow could die because more food. Free them and drive. Letting it go means you sacrifice independence of your goals. What's the rest? What's the rest? What's the rest?
With you. The last pet standing by your side after this journey will say a lot about your character and what matters most to you in life. Comment the pet that remains by your side, then check the comments for interpretations of what it reveals about you.
It'll make sense in a second.
This test is
Okay, but where is the answers at, bro? Like, there's 23,000 fucking comments, nigga. You didn't pin your shit nowhere. Bro. The lion symbolizes courage and power. Leaving it behind shows you're willing to set aside assertiveness. Keeping it last means you value strength and leadership in whatever you do in life. Okay, let's see what's the cow, because I decided to get rid of the cow. That's the only animal I really got rid of. Monkey's not going to help me. Cow because I'm getting food from the stranger. Lion, but you didn't know at the time that you were getting food from the stranger, so that's wrong. Lion, sad because he served as protection. Horse for transportation. This is dumb because you could ride on the lion. Ooh, like, bro, that answer is stupid. Why wouldn't you bring, like, you could ride on the lion, it will be your protection, and you could, like, what? Monkey, lion, horse, cow. Lion, how can he survive in the jungle? He might attack another animal. My other pet along the way when he's hungry. No. Fed my cow, he can't survive for long. Okay, y'all answers are dumb. The horse represents freedom. We already know about the horse. What the fuck does a cow mean? Yo, where's your answer? The fuck does a cow mean? $23,000 comments to not find out what the fuck the cow means. Bruh. I want to find out what the cow means so then I could know. Because we know that horse is freedom, the lion is assertiveness, braveness, whatever. The monkey represents playfulness and adaptability. Letting it go shows you set aside flexibility for your goals. Keeping it to the end means you value your creativity and curiosity. Okay, so I'm keeping my freedom, I'm keeping my assertiveness, and I'm keeping my adaptability and playfulness. What did I get rid of them? What's the cow? Because the only one I really got rid of was a cow. Bro, how far I gotta go to find this cow, bro? Where's the answer? Oh my god. Killed the trade guy and saved the lion. Horse and monkey, cause I got first aid from the trade. See, bro, like, I got a lion. He's not gonna approach me all confident. Wait, bro, like, where? It's a cow. The nigga who mentioned that video, the answer should be in the video, was fucking correct, bro, because this shit is fucking stupid. I just want to see what I got rid of. I'm doing 3 more scrolls, bro. 1, 2, 3. Okay. You proving that I'm crazy. See, there's no. What the fuck? It's a cow. It's not in the comments. Check better. I found them. There are 16,000 comments. There's 23,000 now. Oh wait, the cow stands for stability. Leaving it behind means you'll sacrifice comfort for your goals. Keeping it last shows you value this. Oh, damn, I don't give a fuck about my life then. That's funny.
It'll make sense in a second. Come on in, everybody. Bring them in. There they go right there.
You find a way to get 500.
Why y'all bring all these light-skinned women in here? Oh, these shades dark.
What do you think about when you see these guys? These are some of the new guys that are competing versus your era.
I don't see it.
Really? Meaning they wouldn't be able to compete in your era at all?
No. No, they wouldn't make the top.
Wait, my dumb ass. Look, my stupid ass forgot I was only doing Sparkins. I was only leveling up Sparkins annals, bro. I forgot all about extremes and everything else. I'm stupid.
What's the biggest thing when you see that where you say it's not at R? What is the biggest thing? Because you were late.
Conditioning is not the same. Look at those guys. I mean, nobody looks like they've been on a diet, like a real diet.
What's your eyes looking at? Because to
nobody
me,
nobody really looks in shape, you know.
Nobody really looks in
They
shape.
look okay, you know.
Wow.
Loud as fuck, my ears.
You can practice, I'm not sure.
Mom, I want to get a gun. Who cares?
I'm saying no! You are not allowed to conceal a fucking weapon. Go fuck yourself! You fucking use a gun and go to jail, gets ass fucked. You're not letting my
Get ass fucked?
I have a friend of mine.
Fuck off! You have no fucking friends, and if they are, they're
Damn.
fucking degenerate. Damien, I swear to fucking Christ, I'm moving you to fucking Romania.
Concealed.
You're
And then
not,
I'll get one
oh
there,
my
it's
god, I'm
fine.
dizzy. Get the fuck out of my face, you fucking barbaric fucking animal. I wanted to get a fucking gun to protect you and your brother, and your father's like, oh, don't bring that shit in here. And now he's gonna let his fucking son carry you one?
Yeah, Dad, it's fine, I think.
Yeah, I think it's 100% fine.
Fuck off! Fuck, close the door. Fuck off! You're not getting, I will bring my whole family down on you. You are not allowed to. You want to go and play
If she
with
brings
guns?
your whole family down on you, I'll
I'll
just
go
bring
hit
my
him.
whole family up on you.
Yeah.
No,
Listen,
okay.
it's the right thing to do.
Dave, I'm going to punch him. I am
Because
actually
then
going to
you're
punch
gonna
him.
learn how to use it, and you're gonna
Get
learn that.
out! Damien, you want to go and play with guns, go out of fucking range. But
Yeah,
even
that's the point.
then,
You need a gun to
but
go to the
no, you
range.
don't. You fucking rent them. And even then, what do you
No,
want
you're
to do?
not allowed to.
Prove
You
you're a
have
man.
Excuse me, I'm here to turn myself in. I'm Sphinx number 1.
Freeze, buddy! Don't do anything stupid!
I'm turning myself in, you dumb bitch. Why is you scared? People in Japan, what? I don't know what this is.
Hands behind your head! Sphinx just surrendered.
Why would you commit these crimes? Why did you turn yourself in? You can start by telling me who you are.
I've set a timer on the nuclear device we stole. What? If you want to stop the clock, I suggest you agree to my demands.
A press conference? What could he want to talk about? I don't know. He just said that it should be at 8 p.m.
If we don't hold this thing, I'm afraid this kid will actually set off an atomic bomb. He said as long as we give him this, he'll turn the bomb over to the police.
So you plan to negotiate with a terrorist?
Good evening.
I mean, you don't got a
This
choice.
is Sphinx number 1.
Isn't this a press conference?
Today's press conference has been canceled. This is an automatic broadcast set to air if the press conference fell through. It will be the last message. That being understood, all negotiations are off the table, and the final boss is placed. Unfortunately, no one can stop it now. So I guess that's it. People of Japan, sayonara.
Sayonara. People of Japan, sayonara.
Walk forward, left stick forward.
Oh, shit. Oh, NPC.
Oh my god, wait, interaction.
Turn left. Tell him,
Turn
hey.
left, we need to talk
hey,
to the
you.
NPC.
Where are you going?
No, he needs some water.
Damn, bro. You got input delay.
Okay, hold
Delay.
L2, hold L2. Oh my god.
That was just fun, got me dying.
Square? Oh my god, okay, every game has different controls.
Hop on that shit, bro.
machine!
Yo.
Click X. Nice.
I want that hell on the fastest setting, too.
Put the water bottle in.
Yep.
No.
Press circle.
Yeah. Push.
No.
What's in the square?
Bro, shut up. Y'all about to kill this man.
Right
bro.
stick twice, right stick. Okay,
Oh,
left,
no.
right stick left. What is this? What the fuck
Bruh.
is this?
Square. Take that.
Square. No, that's
No,
oh my
please,
god.
man.
Oh shit. Okay, we got a mini game.
Oh.
Down on the D-pad. Yep. Now hit square.
Bro, this looks like keep talking, nobody explodes. Oh my
Alright.
god.
Alright, let's bring this to the highest setting.
Left,
possible.
right, left, right.
Go down.
Increase
Go to
speed.
the bottom.
Right. Increase. One more.
Yeah,
increase.
up.
One more. Yeah. Let go.
No. Y'all gotta change the volume too.
Oh shit! Oh my god!
Let's go square!
Oh, he's up to 14.
Let's go square!
Break that volume, boy.
Okay, I think we just lost the game. Oh, fatal error.
Bro.
Oh, you died.
Wait,
Wait, here we go. I got it. Boom. Respawn.
Last. We set to last checkpoint.
We're back in this fucking job.
Are you kidding me? No.
Okay, that was funny.
Hey, back your ass up, man.
He really backed up. Damn.
Yo, Mom, who's that? Oh, I'm bugging.
I didn't know your girlfriend was.
I wanted to join the military, but they said they would use me as a missile.
I don't get the joke. Wait, hold on.
Oh, creepy.
I didn't really get the missile joke.
Then how do you three know each other? What's your race, dude? Indian. Okay. What are you doing tagging along with these two? Oh, that's your sister. You're Punjabi. Oh, and then this is her man. Oh, all right. Hey, can I be honest? The way she said that hurt my feelings. That was a lot. That was unnecessary. That really fucking hurt. Dude, I've been you, and that shit hurts. I mean, she said the fuck out of that no. If you were Indian, I'll try to make this happen, but you're not, so why piss off her parents? But you're a good boy. Can I tell you something? You really disqualified yourself when I got up here and you yelled, Indians! Give it up for yourselves for coming out. I know this was... That was some goofy shit to do, I'm gonna be honest with you. I swore y'all were together because I was like, there's no way he's this comfortable around her unless they're a couple, being a fucking... Oh, okay, good. Can you do me a favor and just cut this friendship off? And you're not even doing me a favor, you're doing him a favor. Because again, I've been this guy. Look, I say this as a faithful man. You're a beautiful girl, it's subjective. You're a decent looking guy, but this bitch wasting your time. You can go get somebody else. You know what I mean? She's not into you. He has 20 others? I just detected interest, dude. I think you might have a shot. She said that like it bothered her.
I just detected interest.
Wow, you are back in the game. I had no idea. What a fucking thing. Who knew? What kind of brother are you, dog? You better be sitting in between these two motherfuckers. You a shitty ass brother. You know this man got horny intentions with your sister, and you just letting them sit shoulder to shoulder? You ain't shit. Are you out of your mind? I'm livid. I got a sister, cousin, but you know Indians don't do any different. That's the same. If I saw a guy sitting this shoulder to shoulder to her and he didn't make 6 figures, I'd be in between them so fucking fast. You out of your goddamn mind. Hold on, what kind of 6 are we talking? A healthy 6 or like a, like 101? Because with inflation, that ain't the same as it used to be. I just gotta say. I know we're in Greenville, but I have a feeling 100K ain't what it used to be here either. It's her birthday? Did you get her something for her birthday? I do want to see it. Oh, he got you flowers. You know what? I do this for my friends all the time. And a gift basket? Are you out of your fucking mind pretending this is friendship? Bitch got a whole cosmetic gift basket. This is crazy. Look at this. Beauty products all over this motherfucker. Look, y'all see this bouquet? This shit is a fucking... This is a funeral mom, this...
Okay then. Since I was done for like a little bit and completely forgot about EX units, I got another 1,000. Should I save up? Should I get 2K instead? Nah, we'll worry about that after. Rohan is going to be mine right now, trust. Because Bardock is coming in to save me. Or Trunks. We're going to see a sword, or some fish flying. Watch. Or maybe Blue Vegeta with rainbow text.
I'm gonna take you down.
Nimbus. That's featured unit, right?
Ready?
Hey, no, brother. He's just straight up boring. I don't know about straight up winning.
Another one bites the dust. Allow me.
Oh my god.
Guess it's my turn.
Okay, I will actually take that since I didn't have that. I will actually take that since I didn't have that, but I still want the other beast going.
Goku!
Can't lose.
I require it. Anyone who
Okay. And I didn't have this beast go on, so let's go get another 1K. Why not? Look, bro, I want to play other games, but I don't really feel like playing other games right now either. Cause one, I got Stick Drift. 2, I got enough videos of Forspoken. 3, I don't feel like playing with Stick Drift. So,
This bitch got. It's a funeral arrangement. Look at that. I'm gonna throw the phone back. You got it? Decent coordination. That's good. Oh, dude, you're kind of scary. How are you, man? What do you do for a living? A CNC machinist. It's gonna melt my balls off? You're either awesome or on drugs. Maybe both. Former? Okay, so what is a CNC machine? Because you said that like I should know. Does anybody here know what a CNC machine is? 9 people. You are a computer numerical control machinist.
Teach men that if a woman stiffens, that is a no. They had to be taught that. Men say, you have to hit me over the head with a brick. They're just being honest, right? We need to be direct, and we're naturally indirect. So first of all, he most of the snarky stuff he's never even received, thank goodness for him. Another one of the 5 is that whatever you criticize him for, what you say he's lacking in, he's gonna test it against, does he think he's lacking in that? And if it doesn't resonate for him that that's true, then it's either like, if you're someone he doesn't respect, you saying that is like a fart. It's going to disappear in a few minutes. That was gross. But if you are someone he cares about and you think that of him and he knows it isn't true, it can be crushing that you think that of him. And if he doesn't agree with it, it's not actionable. It's not actionable.
Do y'all have a document open called Argumentative Fun? Wonderful. Now you're required to have fun. Here's what you need to do. For 10 minutes.
I'm half Irish, half Puerto Rican. That's the mix, right? But when Trump came in office, I learned who I really was. I didn't know who I was. He'll let you know where you stood. He got up there day 1. I'm running for president. By the way, Mexicans are rapists. I didn't know that day that I wasn't Mexican. Then people called me up. Oh, I'm sorry he said that. I'm like, why are you saying that?
I'm not Mexican.
I was like, I'm Puerto Rican. They're like, yeah, we ain't trying to learn your brand. Then he got up there and he blew my mind because he was like, yo, Muslims, get the f*** out. And everybody was like, whoa, 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 whoa. Then there's protests throughout this country that shut down airports in protest for Muslims. And it was a beautiful thing. But at the same time, as a new Mexican, I didn't know I was below Muslim. Like, I'm below Muslim. Like, listen, I thought it was white, Chinese, black. That's the top 3. Don't get weird. We're going to do this, right? So I thought it was white, Chinese, black, Hispanic, Muslim, woman. Like, that's what I thought
Hispanic,
it was.
Muslim, woman.
I'm just as shocked as you guys.
can already see a few drink men. I'm gonna lie.
So say your name and what you do.
I'm Leo Stage Show, and I've just been flinging my shoulder for the last 6 months, and I'm here.
So you got jokes, yeah? Did your parents have to sign a permission slip for you to come here today?
No.
Let's just say I like the little earring you're trying to ting.
All Creps. I'm a rapper for Rap Duo Crept Incarnate.
Like your
I don't
girls.
even use these, so I would
What are
rather
these
just
footprints?
use them right here
I
for
don't know.
Is it because of all the
cash.
rappers who have climbed the ranks above you?
That was dark.
When you get your dress retwist. Where'd you buy your shoes from? Just wondering.
I was gifted these from JME. These are JME's.
JME, man, gotta do better.
Oh, right.
Hi guys, I'm Miss Banks.
We listen and we don't judge. Sometimes when you ask if I like your hair, how your hair looks, I say yes even when I don't mean it. It's not that surprising. Sometimes when you're telling me a story, I just smile and nod because I don't feel like listening to your story. That's so rude. We listen and we don't judge. When you're away at school, I use the perfumes you leave at home so I don't have to use mine. Okay. We listen and we don't judge. judge. Sometimes when you're complaining to me, I just agree with you so you stop complaining. I do that to you. We listen and we don't judge. A couple years ago when I would borrow your clothes, after a little while I'd think they were ugly, so I would donate them.
That's crazy.
Crazy. We listen and we don't judge. One time when I borrowed your shirt, and you got mad that I borrowed it, I kept wiping my nose inside the sleeve and didn't wash it when I gave it back to you.
That's crazy.
Listen and we don't judge. One time, when I was really mad at you, I dipped your toothbrush in the toilet.
Nah.
And I put it back.
That's crazy.
No,
No, that's
And you
no.
never knew.
Yo, that's vile.
Are you throwing up? Ew, what are you doing? I'm about to vomit.
Nah, that is crazy.
No, I can't even think.
Nah, that is crazy.
Why is your backpack small, pussy?
Why is yours so big?
Because.
Goddamn. What all do you have in there?
Knowledge.
Oh, yeah?
Uh-huh.
Knowledge. Hella.
You get a bigger backpack, man. Excuse me, do you guys have like a trash bag by chance? It's not gonna hurt, but if you want to like beat me on camera because I'm black.
No.
Nope. You already seen it.
No, I
No, you beat me because I'm black. Psst. Can I kidnap you?
No.
I got Wi-Fi. Nah, they're not falling for the Wi-Fi thing anymore. Maybe if I said I got fried chicken, watermelon, Glock 19.
He said, yeah, sir.
Come here. Come here. You won $10.
Thank you. Really?
Yeah,
Thank you.
no problem. Yeah, why were you running?
Just, I've seen some pretty weird people down here trying to grab me, so.
It's not because I'm black, right?
Nah.
Nah.
You know how they say cats have 9 lives? Do you ever think there was a cat that died because they were in one of the towers during 9/11? And then when they got brought back to life, they got brought back to life in one of the other towers for 9/11? And maybe that's why Garfield hates Mondays.
I don't.
It was a Tuesday? No! Wait, are you sure I Googled this yesterday? Let me tell you, you look like you know exactly what day it was. It was a Tuesday. That's when the government staged 9/11. Fuck, yeah. No offense to all of you. That's like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? You take the audience poll and you're like, no, I'm gonna disagree with them still. 9/11. When? Okay, September 11th, 2001, 8:14. What the fuck?
What day in?
Okay, thank you. It's not day. Oh, day. This is a great start to a show. Honestly, this joke is my personal 9/11. It says it's unsettled. It's kind of a debate in the. I'm nervous about like fucking up a joke and you guys correcting me on the day. I was so excited about that goddamn joke. I'm really pissed off at you guys, to be honest. You know how they say don't shoot the messenger? I want to fly a plane into the messenger. That's how I am. Did you see that I guess Disney, in like Disney World or Disneyland, they were serving a couple. There was a restaurant that said they paid attention to allergies. They said this food doesn't have this allergy. It did have the allergy. And this guy died. And they sued Disney, of course. And Disney said they can't sue because they did a free trial of Disney Plus in 2019. And in this thing that they agreed to for the trial, it said you can't sue Disney. How is this not the only thing Kamala and Trump are talking about every single goddamn day? I am a single issue voter, and it is now that Mickey Mouse should not legally be allowed to kill me. That's the pro-life party, as far as I'm concerned. True thing. Some of you gotta. That's.
I'm waiting for the second
That's real. It
correction.
happened on a Monday. What? No. No, it's not. No, it's not. No. I emailed the article to myself. Wait, the wife died? Son of a bitch! No!
Damn, he couldn't get one right.
Oh my God. First Joe Rogan, then me. We're spreading misinformation. Okay.
They also dropped the arbitration today.
What?
They dropped the arbitration today. It's gonna go to court.
It's okay. That's good. That's good.
Had to make sure.
All right, well, here's what I do with this show is that I have two comedians on throughout the show so I can go off and do some research. I'm so humiliated. Someone's gonna be like, your parents are still married. And
There's a compilation on YouTube of your flagrants.
Yeah, I got some wild flagrants.
I'm running out of stamina. While I still got 3K.
Bro, that is some sad ass.
But I'm using it like air.
You can't try.
I don't know if that makes sense, but it should because you breathe air.
That is crazy.
Why are you looking it up, bro?
Flagrant from Brad Bill. I haven't seen that.
What
did you do to Brad Bill?
I did not try to flagrant. I found the shit out of Brad. I apologize to Brad about that one.
No, Jeff.
I went for the ball.
I went for the ball.
Look, that ain't even that hard of a foul. That wasn't even that hard of a foul.
Nigga.
Brad exaggerated that. I slapped the ball, Brad. You got me fined for that, man. You was faking on that. That wasn't that bad of a foul.
I've never seen that one.
My bad. I apologize, man. Don't play LeBron. Don't do that. I know what I did. All right.
Hey, just for shits
Don't
and giggles.
play Ricky Rubio.
No, we gotta play the Rubio. Play
I
the
know
hits.
what I did. That's a foul.
Hands up, Ricky.
Well defended, bitch. I'm out, man. I'm about to let y'all do this to me.
Oh my God, bro.
Hey, man, we appreciate y'all tuning in. We'll be back tomorrow morning. Y'all be safe. 5:20 in the morning.
How to get your boyfriend to skip.
Most men, whether they know it or not, they're scanning for strength, and specifically scanning for strength and sorting for complementary strength. So I'm not looking for
Her voice is like a hug. I'm dead.
I don't think no WNBA player could be any NBA player though.
Hell no.
It's old.
It ain't even.
bro.
I think it's a couple who could definitely be in consideration for sure, depending upon the matchup. But that's right, like you said, the physicality is just too much, bro.
I was saying, so Asia Wilson can't be nobody in the NBA.
Hell no.
Yeah, that might get spooky.
Not
bro.
one.
We're talking bench players, everybody.
No. Do y'all know niggas on the bench used to average 40 in high school and
Yeah,
niggas 20 in college? Let's not play around, bro. Like, niggas really gonna beat your ass.
The top WNBA player is not beating the 12th man.
Not be no, she's not beating a nigga in the G League.
So-
She's not beating a nigga in college. All right, so
But seriously, you missed the bus again? You're not taking Grandma. Hey, you forgot to give me a hug. I want a hug.
On Sunday.
You're not going to school until you give me a hug. Oh my God. Micaiah. Love you. Have a good day.
And then she comes
So
up.
I woke up today and I felt a disturbance in the air. I opened TikTok. I see I'm getting mentioned a lot. Come to find out, this nigga's back at it again. Fuck going on?
What do you do this time?
Somebody told me to shoot a gummy from NBA range all the way to the water bottle. Who told you to do it? Nobody told you to do that, bro. Are you lying? Ain't nobody tell you to do that shit, bro. Instead of standing up, I'm gonna do it laying down.
This is crazy, bro.
Crazy, my middle name. Come show him the bomb. Crazy is correct. Niggas told you to shoot it from the 3-point line. What you mean you laying down, gang? Blood clot. The nigga is laying down. He's dead ass laying down at the
That is
NBA
crazy,
3-point line, shooting out a fucking bottle. It's niggas in the NBA that can't make a 3-pointer in a regular basketball hoop. You telling me you doing this shit laying up?
That's insane.
I understand it now. Oh, this guy makes
I wonder
me
how
angry.
many
This nigga
attempts he
really
took,
understand
though.
it, bro. Like, it's really a science to him. He's not just saying this shit. And I'm convinced he been understanding it. He just missed that first one on purpose to then just to get the aura of saying I understand it to make the second one. Nah, this nigga got superpowers. This nigga got a fucking curse technique or some shit. In order to activate his powers, he got.
If you can solve this riddle, then you might possess a top 5% brain in the world. A king had no sons, no daughters, and no queen. For this reason, he had to decide who would take the throne after he died. He wanted to find someone worthy, so he devised a clever test to determine his successor. He called all the children of the kingdom to the palace and gave each of them a single seed. He declared, "Take this seed, plant it, and care for it. 1 year from now, bring your plants back to me. The child who grows the largest, most beautiful plant will earn the throne." The children eagerly planted their seeds, watering them and giving them sunlight. They did this for a year and cared for their plants with excitement and anticipation. Finally, the day of the contest arrived. The children returned to the palace, each carrying a pot with an enormous, vibrant plant, except for one little girl. She came forward holding an empty pot, her head low, with a shy posture. The king carefully examined all the children's plants, taking time to admire their beauty. But when he finished, he made a surprising decision. He chose the little girl with the empty pot to be the next heir to the throne. Why did the king choose the girl with the empty pot? If you know the answer, write it in the comments. Try not to look at other people's answers. Challenge yourself.
Oh, it's too late because I already seen the first one, so false seeds.
This is how I used VFX to make videos for Kia.
If you can solve
Only on this one is a good reader. Your leader must be shrewd and adaptive, and the girl was clueless. I don't think it was that she was clueless, though. She did as directed. Hold on. The seeds were dormant, and he was testing the kids' morale. No. Not only did he test their morale, but he also tested how affected, like how the outside would affect them. Because everybody in the kingdom knew about the kids taking the test. So he, like, everybody, like, because, like, if you knew your son would have had a test to be king, right, and you're the parent of the kid, and you're like, you want your kid to be king, and he's like, the plant isn't growing, and you gave him a fake plant to take, right, it would be like, oh, he's getting influenced by outside perspectives and interests, right? While the little girl, even though she tried her best, she still didn't listen to anybody else affecting her. I don't know. That's how I see it. That's another way to see it. That's another way I see it. Like, she didn't fall under pressure of the outside world to have her grow a beautiful plant, and she just brought what was there. Okay.
You even survived being stabbed through the heart.
Oh, I used magic to pull my heart over to the side. And now I'm extremely tired.
You're just full of surprises. I'm nowhere near as...
You're disappearing.
It appears so. I am the one who called you here. I'm sorry for lying to you.
That's okay.
That's not the only thing you lied about.
That's okay.
For so long, all I wanted was to disappear into nothing. I wanted to forget everything. But now, I've made one memory.
It's never
Even if I do disappear, I want to hold on to this experience.
I haven't till down here.
It's truly a precious memory. Thank you, Sid.
I had a good time too.
And I know it wasn't right, but it was fucking with my head. And everything
How many heroes is it? Actually, not that much.
Ever stumbled upon the real me?
Oh, I got my first 7-star or second.
Everything I know tells me that I should walk away.
मैं सुना क्रिसमस है आज हाँ सच हैप्पी क्रिसमस वीरे हैप्पी नहीं मेरी क्रिसमस
Rockstar Games reportedly asked GTA 6 writers to be less crude towards transgender people and other minorities. Rockstar Games is making some changes. Yeah, I think that GTA 6, there's a good chance GTA 6 is going to be pretty neuter.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to sound like a fucking doomer or something like that, but there is a extremely high probability that, like, Grand Theft Auto 6 from Rockstar could be, I don't like really using the word, like, oh, it's going to be woke, but I do think that it could have, like, weird social messaging.
Maybe a little toned down, but I don't think it would. Who cares? Beast Gohan, please become mine. This is 12,000, I think. I don't know. I don't even remember anymore. Beast Gohan, why don't you pop up for me? Pop up for me, please, please, please. Ultra Beast Gohan. I should clarify.
I'm gonna take you down.
Yeah. Green pods, I don't think I'm getting shit from this. And green skies. Green pods, green skies. I mean, I'll watch it because, yeah. And the draw, oh my god. Oh, Super Saiyan 3? I don't know if this means anything. I don't know what Super Saiyan 3 Dragon Fist means.
Pull your own. I require
It could mean Ultra.
You'll get no mercy.
Let's see if
I'm in.
Let me see that Ultra Blue.
Let's see. Got your back.
these movements.
Beast Gohan. Aww.
There's no possible
Look, Beast Gohan, this is all I'm gonna say. I could have went and summoned on any other of these banners here, and I probably would have at least got one copy by now, which would be very nice. But I'm summoning for you because I want you. Now, please become mine. Ahaha.
You can't beat me.
3 pods.
Very angry.
Angry skies.
Get ready.
And white letters. Vegeta Blue.
What are you doing, Kakarot?
No more Vegeta.
Greetings.
That's my cue.
Leave this to me. Fight. Here I come.
I don't think I'm gonna get him.
So.
That is.
I will end it.
Expect no.
This is what a real super. This ocarina is mine and...
That is. I could have summoned on any of these other banners and probably got one by now. Okay, alright. I got you, I got you, I got you, I got you. I haven't gotten you, I haven't gotten you, I got you, didn't get you, got you, got you, got you, got you. Got you, didn't get you, didn't get you, didn't get you, didn't get you, got you. Didn't get you, didn't get you, didn't get you, didn't get, didn't get, didn't get, didn't. Oh, brother. It goes to 0.7. Okay, so that's 3 beasts, 4 beasts. Hold on, it just goes by multi, huh? Yeah, so okay then. Let's see. So we 4,000 stones is 1 rotation. What is this? It says here stones. Whatever. 1. Oh, it's only every 10, so I can't even see the rest. Sad. Why not just show all of them? Of course I could do the characters thing and like get them up, but I don't think I'm having the luck right now. And also I want to grind up a little bit more from other stuff, which I don't know what other stuff I would grind it from actually. Probably from this. But look, I don't got none of these boosted characters, bro. I mean, I got him, but that's about it. I don't got, and her, but I don't got none of the other boosted characters. Because I'm only summoning for Ultra Gohan, and I should not summon for this nigga. I'm getting on low-key sad days. but I only spent like I don't know.
You a pre-med? You're a doctor. All right, goddamn, I'm sorry. I said pre-med, bro. Sorry, I thought you were young because you got a lot of hair. That's weird. Somebody gets offended that I think they're young. Man, what kind of a doctor are you? I knew it wasn't a real doctor. I knew, just off your fucking attitude, I knew it wasn't a real doctor. I was gonna say like some kind of fake like podiatrist or something. You're a half a step above a podiatrist. That's where the insecurity comes from. And he's like, pre-med, dude. Pre-med? No, I actually did very mediocre on my MCATs, thank you. Hey, doctor, I got a cough. Why don't you go see a better doctor? He'll tell you what to do. Where'd you go to med school? Ross University. I figured it was either DO school or some Caribbean med school. You know how you know Ross University ain't that good? Because they wanted me. If I could have gone to the same med school as you, we both dumb as fuck, bro. Don't brag about being a doctor if I could have gone to your med school, because you see what I'm doing with my education.
Here's a psychology test that will reveal everything about your love life. This one is called the love path. If you're single and don't have a partner, you can just imagine an ideal image of a person. Let's get started. You are on your...
Crazy thing about T, he came to the team. He didn't talk for the first like 3 weeks.
Gotta test people out, bro.
Dark times, bro.
And then one day this nigga did not shut up.
And we started shooting together, and I was beating him and shooting every time.
Evan Turner said he whooped your ass one day in practice in some 1v1.
I don't address a lot of things. Yeah. Sometimes you just can't let people get away with lying. T wasn't...
I was starting at first. No, I was 6 man.
Yeah, he was coming off the bench. Okay. He would win some spots. He was scoring on ET.
Damn.
I was scoring on you too, bro. Bro, ET used to lock him up sometimes.
He was trying to get a
10 days. We damn near was thinking about like niggas get, a couple people get COVID, man. You might, a couple niggas get COVID.
Bro, we was playing with King of the Court. I tween cross ET. I go to lay the ball up. No, that nigga grabbed me out the air.
He's playing hard, bro.
For a split second, ET lost his mind. Like, not like the foul me, just like so I wouldn't get the layup. Brad non-confrontational. All. Brad just looked at him like,
the hell are you doing?
What are you doing?
That's when I knew it was time for me to stop playing. He trip on me or some shit. Ain't got much room around here.
He thought he was in the joint, nigga.
That was our thing after practice. We would always play one-on-one, me, him, and ET after practice.
Look at these. Like,
No, we're not buying one that's built.
oh, you want to build a home together?
No, not together. Separately, we're making them.
So we're getting divorce houses. Are we going to sleep in separate beds?
Yes.
This is I want divorce already. Gingerbread. I'm trying to get some ginger head. That's what they call me in the bedroom.
Stop. Trevor, we're gonna need more effort from you in finding a house. Okay, you're the man here.
What's your name again?
Also, something in my eye. Trevor, there's something in my eye.
Did I miss last night? Is this big to you, or what would you say?
That is massive.
Good. Oh, damn. They got the Trevor edition?
We decided on the Oreo one. What are you looking at?
Your tits.
We got the gingerbread houses from Target.
Gingerbread houses. These aren't even houses. This is a shed.
This is a shack.
This looks like where my uncle used to touch me. My uncle's actually great.
But would he touch you?
He'd give me like a hug.
Oh, okay.
With his mouth.
Hey, look at all this cream.
I got nothing for that. Are you good at making cream come out with your hands?
This is the first time I've ever built a gingerbread house.
Really?
I've never done this. It's my first time.
I'm Jewish, so I don't even know how this works.
Dude, this is depressing.
Oh, you gotta cut the... How do you gotta cut it?
No, you poke it. Oh, wait.
No, that didn't work.
Why are you stuck in the cream?
Because you're not doing it for me. Oh, 2 hands. You're a freak. You just know somebody's screenshotting us and putting it on Reddit. Whoa.
What?
Those noises you're making.
This is gonna be cute.
This
though.
is for like step kids. You're like, I don't have that much time with my son this weekend. This is a joint custody gingerbread house. It's not even a ginger. I'm the only ginger here. Where do you start?
Squeeze it and start. You can
No
start.
spit?
What's wrong with you?
Have you ever hit a man?
No. Why? Do you like to be hit?
I like to be hit on.
But you don't like physically. You
No.
kind of give me that vibe. That
I remember
maybe
one time this girl in college, she was like, how do you feel about choking? And I'd never done it. I was like, oh, I think that'd be hot. And then she choked the shit out of me.
Like how hard?
I tapped out.
No.
And she was like, and I was like, what do I do now?
Wait, she choked you that hard?
Choked me really hard.
And you
This
didn't
is-
like it?
No. The f This was also the same girl. Actually, I don't know if it was. Well, flex. In college, this girl, mid-makeout, goes, I miss my ex-boyfriend, and she left. Hilarious.
No, she didn't.
I swear to God.
Really?
In a bunk bed in a frat house, she goes, I miss my ex-boyfriend.
Where do you go from there?
Mr. X?
I guess so. I'm a philanthropist.
What did you do?
Kane? I'm sorry.
Oh my Trevor.
Which room is mine and yours? Like, are we sharing a big
No,
bed?
your room's in there. We're not sharing a room.
Do you want to see my room?
No, I'm okay. I'll sleep in my room.
Trying to pull up?
Your room?
Yeah, what up? I got
No,
a nice...
I'm good in my room.
Ew, alright. I got a hot tub.
Do you really?
Yeah, and a heart-shaped bed.
Okay, I'll be in your room. But you can come and sleep in my room.
I can, whoa.
Like-
I can come then sleep in your room?
No,
Yes.
you can't.
No!
My ex-wife was my childhood sweetheart, and she destroyed me by divorcing me after she cheated and eventually married her affair partner. I rebuilt myself brick by brick, and I'm currently living my best life. And now she wants to talk and have closure. My family is begging me to
Okay,
talk to her
last
because
one,
our
and
families
then I'll
have been
just
friends for years.
end
But I'm thinking about
stream,
ghosting her.
'cause-
I know you're gonna say it's fake and that you saw this
Yeah.
Hallmark Christmas movie, and I'm right there with you. Honestly, I wouldn't believe it either if it didn't happen to me. So if you can't believe it, then just pretend and give me advice anyway, like I'm a real person. Because I am. I, 32M, met Sarah, 30F, in grade school in our small town. She was my first everything, girlfriend, love, and eventually wife. We both went to college together, and after I graduated, we got married when I was 23 and she was 21. Sarah was still finishing her degree, and I worked hard to support both of us while she completed her studies. When she got her first job, I was so proud of her. It felt like all our sacrifices and hard work were paying off, and I thought we were on our way to building a life together. For 2 years, everything seemed fine, or at least I thought so. Then one day, I came home from work and found her packing a bag. She sat me down and told me she had been having an affair with a coworker. I was completely oblivious. She was crying and apologetic. She said she loved me, but she was in love with a coworker and they had this chemistry and deep connection. She never felt this level of excitement and attachment with me. At the same time, she seemed to be really apologetic and acted very guilty. She moved in with the coworker that night. Sarah made the divorce as quick and easy as possible. She didn't contest anything and took almost nothing. In the state we lived in, you can get a divorce in no time if there aren't any children involved. We filed the papers ourselves and no lawyers because we couldn't afford any. After it was final, she asked if we could be friends. And I'm ashamed to say that I just broke down and sobbed like a baby in front of her, said nothing, and left. At that point, she was 23 and I was 25. A couple of years later, in early 2020, while riding out COVID in my hometown, my mom casually mentioned that Sarah had married the guy she left me for. Apparently, Sarah's parents and mine had talked about it since they are longtime friends, and Sarah's parents were hesitant about the marriage but supported her. Hearing that stung. I had done everything I could to move on, but knowing she had married her affair partner felt like reopening the wound. I told my mom as kindly as I could that I didn't want to hear about Sarah anymore. She understood and never brought her up again. I was broken and depressed at first, but I went to see a therapist and got on some meds. I got some certifications and through a friend from college I got an interview with a global consulting company. My friend was married and couldn't do the amount of travel that the job required, so he pushed hard for me for the position. I started traveling around the world and pretty much worked all the time. At first, on any given day, I was either in the gym, working, or having a virtual therapy session. I got into incredible shape, thanks to lifting and running. Eventually, I got a long-term project in Romania and was able to meet and have relationships with women. Fast forward a few years. Recently, I had a few weeks of vacation saved up and I wanted to spend Christmas in Reykjavik, Iceland. I went to my parents' place in my hometown for Thanksgiving with my sister and brother. Last Thursday, I was at the local independent drugstore in what passes for downtown in my hometown. It has a lunch counter like an old-fashioned drugstore. I got a cup of coffee and sat down at the counter drinking it. When Sarah sat down beside me and said hello. She was super nervous and red in the face. I was shocked and just sat there looking at her. I was exploding inside, but I kept my cool. Outwardly, she was still beautiful. She was actually very fit herself and had lost her baby face and became maybe even more beautiful. She started off by apologizing for the way she ended our marriage. I told her she already apologized like 100 times when she dumped me. But she insisted that she was young and stupid, and over time she realized how much she had hurt me. She wanted to meet me later in a less crowded spot with fewer nosy people watching. I shook my head no, and told her frankly I didn't see what I could possibly get out of meeting with her again. That kind of took the wind out of her sails, and she kind of deflated. She admitted that it was probably more for her than for me. She said that she wanted to get closure not
And I'm
only
for
for
sure
how she
not
ended
doing it.
things, but for the kind of person she was back then. She wanted to tell me about how she changed and what she'd learned about herself and what real love is. She wanted me to see that the person she became is someone that I could respect and maybe be friends with again. I wanted to get the hell out of there, so I just told her I'd think about it. She gave me her number, and I went home. Apparently, my mother and sister had already heard about it from Sarah's mom. So I'm a big, dumb victim of some kind of big, dumb Hallmark Christmas movie hit job. My sister, 29F, and mom, 55F, told me that they kept up with Sarah since our divorce, and they know that she's changed and that I should hear her out. My dad, 56M, just shook his head and walked off. My brother, 22M, thought all of this was hilarious. I asked if he wanted to chime in, and he just shrugged his shoulders and said that since Sarah and I knew each other from when we were kids, I should at least hear her out just to keep the peace between our families since we live in a small town. Personally, I do think that her family would feel insulted if I didn't at least talk with her.
Nah.
I know for a fact that she's living with her parents now, so it seems like her life completely shit the bed. I kind of like to get the gory details as maybe a form of schadenfreude. But it's all behind me now, and I think it would all just make me sad. I guess I'm a better man now that I'm more mature, more wealthy, and fitter than I was when I was with her. But I'm still the same guy that she didn't have chemistry or connection with back in the day. So I think whatever comes out of her mouth would be bullshit. I think she's probably a dragon cosplaying as a princess and wants me to be her white knight. But my mom and sister are pushing hard for me to meet her. And my mom says that she's afraid if I don't at least hear Sarah out that Sarah's mom will resent her and make her social life more complicated. Let me make it clear that I have no intention of getting back with Sarah. Sarah is very beautiful, but so are the women of Romania, Iceland, and elsewhere. And they have the added bonus of not breaking my heart. I'm interested in going just to hear about what happened to her after she dumped me and to smooth things over for my folks.
Nah.
That will be $1.08.
The sign says all coffee 69 cents.
I am very sorry, but that is a 44-ounce cup, and the largest coffee cup is 20 ounces. Therefore, I must charge you 99 cents plus tax, the price of a large fountain drink.
That's bullshit. That sign says coffee all sizes, not all sizes up to 20 ounces.
I am humbly sorry, but you must pay 99 cents plus tax for that cup. Just pay the bitch the $1.08 and let's get the fuck out of here.
Fine. It's bullshit. Just give me my fucking snacky cake.
I'm sorry, I cannot do that. That is only available with the 20-ounce coffee. That is not a 20-ounce coffee.
This bitch getting on my nerves, man. Forget it.
Just give him the fucking Danish.
That sign says free snacky cake. I paid $1.08 for my coffee. I want my free snacky cake.
I cannot do that. Here.
That's apple cinnamon. I wanted cream cheese. For fuck's sake, pay her the money and let's go. Either of you got something smaller in a bin?
I'm sorry. I cannot accept any monies over a $20
Oh my god.
That's it.
I should not sell it to you anyway, as that cup is very hot and might burn you. You are very strange. I'm going to call the police.
Oh my god.
Before I go through the usual thank yous and welcome to the family, I want to do a small exercise that will help Tim with the rest of his married life. Denise, can you do me a favor and put your hand out right in front of you? Now, Tim, can you put your hand on top of hers? Tim, I want you to remember this moment and enjoy this moment because this is the first and the last time in your marriage that you'll have the upper hand.
Okay, that was pretty smooth.
Here are 3 websites to watch movies and TV shows.
Before I go through the...
My ex-wife was my childhood sweetheart, and she destroyed me by divorcing me after she cheated and eventually married her.
Update: my father abandoned my mother and me so he could marry his lover. Years later, in a very luxurious... My father abandoned my mother and me so he could marry his lover.
My ex-wife was my childhood sweetheart, and she destroyed me by divorce.
Damn, what's cooking good? What's cooking good looking?
I made marry me pasta.
Damn, I do.
What do you mean you do?
You said marry me, so I'm trying to marry that.
No, this is called marry me pasta.
Are you trying to marry me though?
What do you got to offer?
This big.
Am I the asshole for leaving my boyfriend behind and going on a trip with our friends? I've been with my boyfriend, Paul, for 3 years, and we...
What was that?
You're just not enjoying yourself very much.
You're not enjoying myself?
This is a test to see if you have a normal mind. I'm going to give you a
test.
series of instructions and questions, and you just have to answer them as quickly as possible. So here we go. First up, think of a number between 1 and 10. Got it? Now double that number.
Hold on, time out. Damn, only if you said 1 to like 20, I would have been like 11 or like 30. I don't got a favorite number between 1 and 10. Let's go 3, so 6.
Add 8. Divide that by 2. and then subtract your original number from that result. Whatever you're left with, take the corresponding
4.
letter in the alphabet. For
4.
example, if you're left with 1, you'll have A, if you have 2, you'll have B, and so on. Now choose a country that starts with that letter. Next, take the next letter in the alphabet. For example, if you had A originally, this would now be B. If you had C, it would now be D. Now choose an animal that starts with that letter.
Bro, I'm lost. You know what? Fuck it. I don't care about this test no more. I'm ending stream. See you guys later. Hope you have a good day or night. And by tomorrow, you won't be grinding Legends as much. I just wanted to not deal with stick drift today. So